All right. Good morning, everyone. Happy Saturday. We made it. Abyss Sans first in the chat. Yo, good to see you. Discord post has been made. We're ready to go. Happy Saturday, y'all. Playing some games this morning. Shout out to Grumpy Kins with the offline resub. Thank you. Thank you very much. What up, Midge? What up, Sweet Asparagus? Good morning, y'all. Trippy Unicorn. What up, Lord Lost? What up, Tokyo Chan? Midge? What up, UMT? Chell Dog? Quince 3? Mad's World. Cheers to 30 days. I'm sure you got to be excited. Perpetrator. Potato Dalek Exterminate. Ooh, I love the beat drop. Let's get it. We're cooking here. Welcome to the show, baby. It's Saturday morning. You're tuned in for some Pokopia, baby. Oh, give it to us, baby. Hit it. Cat jam, baby. All right. Another Saturday, another Pokopia day. What up, Talnov? Good morning, Wizard Impaler. What up, Zane, Slitherpuff, Courtney, formerly known as Miss Spankum Nasty. Hope Mr. Spank's doing well, all right? What up, Lynn Love, Prof Unknown, Jita Chan.
Good morning, squad. Let's make today another great day.
Cinder Quest. Oh, I love your name. Thank you, Quelth, for 23 months, dude. Holy heck. Round of grunts in the chat. Round of grunts in the chat, dude. Let's go. Thank you, Quelth, dude. First sub of the day. Thank you again, Grumpy Kins, for the offline sub. You're a legend, dude. Thanks for supporting me. Appreciate you, Grumpy. Yo, good morning, Cinder. Good morning, Go For It, Pats. What up, JD and Monochroma? Welcome to the broadcast here. Good morning. Just another day here in the life of the Pokopian addict. After 7 days of my cat not eating, he finally just started eating again. Oh, Mary Bella. You get some love out there. Hey, what up, dude? Good morning. You know, after doing a bunch of research on cat appetites last night, that had to be even more stressful than I could ever imagine. Yeah, I understand. Cats really don't want to be avoiding meals for too long. Their body doesn't work that way. They're not like other creatures. It's pretty interesting. What up, Spicy Sinbun? Welcome to the show today. Midna's doing well. Midna's doing well this morning. She, more adventures, more pets, a follow-up of the breakthrough yesterday, so 2 days ago. So a follow-up, more pets, more of all that stuff, more treat adventures, more of her kind of exploring the space around my house. And we even had a couple skittish encounters because, you know, I'm trying to like clean her litter boxes and she's kind of hiding and jumping around. So we had a couple of those kind of like classic cat gets scared because human gets up, and then she even started getting into a little trouble. So, you know, we're getting comfortable. She's trying to like dig into this old maintenance hatch that's nailed up here in my office. She laid outside of my office for like 15-20 minutes. She just laid right outside the door, just watching me, listen to me while I sat here and watched YouTube videos with headphones in, because I'm trying to like only have her get used to my voice for now. So that was real cute. She just kind of like, I'm like thinking to myself, I'm like, man, it's really dark out in my house. So if Midna was out there, I wouldn't even know where she is. And then I look over and I see the white tuft. And I'm like, wait, she's right there. And I'm like, how long you been over there, you little stinker? And she's just laying there. And she laid there for like 30 minutes. Eventually I cracked open the churu and she walked up and she got some more pets and some more chew. She still won't let me get that freaking collar off of her. But like, that's gonna take some time because that's real trust to let me go near her neck, like with another hand and another an object, you know what I mean? Like that's all like a whole thing. Like, but she has this stupid plastic collar on her that was just like for them to keep tabs on her or whatever. It's just it's like the same plastic thing you get on your wrist when you're at the hospital. It's like junk, and I can tell she hates it. So I can't wait for the day that she lets me get that off her neck, but we'll get there. We'll get there. And that's it for the update. She didn't eat last night. I tried moving her wet food into the kitchen and changing up that, me just like sitting there and like with her in the living room. I'm trying to get her used to looking for her food in the kitchen. She didn't eat, you know, there's so many reasons why she might not, but she did eat the dry food that I left out overnight. So, you know, it just paints more of a picture. She was probably only getting fed once a day in the kennel, and it was probably just dry food, and she probably just ate it overnight. You know what I mean? Like it's just, she's just probably stuck in a super hard routine after 6-7 months at the kennel. So I'm like trying to break her out of that routine, you know? So she didn't eat, she's not eating breakfast. She's like sleeping or just not coming out of her spot in the morning at 6 in the morning. And at least she ate the dry food. So tonight I'm going to pull out all the stops to make sure that she eats her wet food tonight at 6 p.m. because I want to make sure she's getting her calories. And otherwise, everything's good. Everything's good. I was a little stressed out about her not eating her wet food last night, but because she ate the dry stuff, I didn't leave enough out though, because I was hoping she would eat the wet food. So I feel a little bit, you know, you kind of get stressed out when you're new to this stuff, you know. I'm like, dang it, I should have left out like a half a cup because I didn't realize how hungry she was gonna be, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Yeah, right. Like some cats want a free feed, right? Exactly. So I'm like learning all of that stuff, like with this cat. What is this cat really gonna want to do? I'm still gonna try to get her to eat wet food once a day, but I'm okay if she wants a free feed the rest of the day. So, right, I could try mixing the wet and the dry. It also could just be the brand. You know what I mean? Like, she's never really eaten a ton of wet food. I don't think she likes it. I just don't think she likes this brand, maybe. So I have another brand in the house, and tomorrow we'll introduce her to a new brand, see if she gobbles that up. I also got some broths. Shout out to Toad. And I also got another brand. I have like 3 brands of cat food in the house, and I'm going to just be trying them all. I got some broth. Yeah, like it's right now we're just in this process of who knows, right? She could be picky. She could be in a routine. She could only want a free feed. These are so many questions I just have to slowly discover. But right now she's only eaten a little wet food, and it's only been one specific flavor of a brand. So I'm like, everything else she's been like, nah, dog. So we'll see. We'll see what happens over the next couple of days. But for now, she's good. Can we get some love in the chat for Astronomical with the 6 months? Cheers. H does cheers to that, baby. Also, good morning, Stratocaster, and welcome back to the show, baby. I appreciate you, dude. You did your first raid lead. Wait, you're leading raids? Wait, does that mean that I can come and leech? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Leech me some gear, dog. I'm just kidding. I'm on a PvP server, so. Yo, dude, seriously, I'm glad to hear that went well. Seriously, raid leading in WoW has probably got to be one of the most satisfying experiences. I bet. I've never done it. I bet it's super cool. So I'm really happy to hear it went well. Congratulations. And thanks for tuning back in here today, Strato. I know, you know, every once in a while, there could be a bumpy interaction around here, and we'll just leave it at that. But I really appreciate you popping in and saying hello today. Good to see you back in here, boss. Hope you're having a good weekend. Hope work hasn't been driving you too hard. Rainaby says, I always do a little water with some powdered broth and mix the schlop in there. Ah, so you take the cat food and mix it with the broths and a little bit of water. Yeah. See, people have also said I can try to entice her to the wet food with a little bit of churro, but I'm trying not to build any bad habits yet. That's the one thing I'm trying to avoid as a cat dad early. I don't want to avoid any I want to avoid all bad habits. Like, So for example, her getting used to eating in the living room, I kind of wanted to cut that off right away. I was just like, let's just make this easy on her. I'm going to start introducing her food to the kitchen, and it might take her a couple days to get used to her food being in there, but she's already finding it at nighttime and eating it. You know what I mean? And like the same thing with like, I don't want to entice her to eat with treats unless I absolutely have to, because I don't want to build bad habits early and make her think that now all her food is going to be treat oriented. You know what I mean? So I'm like trying to find the balance between not being a worrisome cat dad and being one that's like, you know, doing the right thing, making sure she's getting her calories and she's eating. Plus she's just a little older and she's very docile, so she doesn't need a ton. She's probably getting by just fine. So Yo, what up, Octo Chris? I have a cat at home, and I've definitely recommend introducing her to it gradually instead of right away. Start by giving her mostly the old brand, but slowly more and more of the new brand over time. Okay, cool. Thanks for the pro tip. Yeah, because I do want to try some other foods, but I wasn't sure how to go about that. So thank you for the pro tip. Yeah, I'll slowly introduce the next brand and see if she takes to it. Yeah. Thanks. Thank you very much, dude. Ah, did I just spill coffee? I hope I didn't, because my beard's looking fresh today. No, I'm good. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the show. What up, Pokemon fan? Good morning, Raina B, King of Arcadia, Talnov. When I got Princess back in 2017, she trusted me instantly. She stuck herself onto my chest and didn't leave for 4 days. Aw, that's very special. I'm sure you were very proud. What up, Bookworm Maya? Good morning. The life of a void parent. Yeah, you can only see their eyes glowing. Does she want to start her own stream yet? Not quite yet, but I'm sure she'll be making an Instagram account in no time. I'm sure. She wants to be close to you. Oh, yeah, that's what I think's going on. I think when she is awake and around, she does like to kind of be around me, and she likes my pets, but she's also not completely comfortable being close. It makes you wonder what her old owners were like, you know, like you can't help but wonder what her old owners were like. She could have had owners that never wanted the cat near her, that always wanted her at a distance. She could have had owners that never let her jump on tables and stuff, because I've only ever seen her jump once, ever. So I'm going to build her cat tower this weekend, see if I can entice her with some treats to use the cat tower. But like you know, you never know. She had an old owner and they could have made her have a specific strict life. So she's coming to terms with like me, but we don't know what her past is like, you know? So like her sitting outside the door could have been multiple reasons. This room's new to her, right? This room's very different. There's a lot of screens and stuff. She also just might not want to get too close to me yet. She's still very, you know, still getting comfortable with me, you know, so on and so forth. So it feels like it's been an eternity already, but it's only been about 5 or 6 days, you know? So it all takes time. It takes time. I use warm water with my wet food and chicken powder. Some cats like the wet food warm, plus the smell is more enticing. Yeah. I've heard about that strategy as well, especially with putting it in the fridge, because I'm not using whole cans at a time. Taking it back out of the fridge, I am trying to get it a little warmer so that the smell activates. Yeah. She's like 7. She'll be 7. You know, it's all guessed based off her teeth and stuff, because she was basically brought in by somebody who wasn't her owner. So remember, it's a guesstimate, but she'll be 7 this August. She'll be 7 this August. My cats jump on the cat tree, but I've never seen them jump in person onto the kitchen counters or my tables, but they go on my shelves. Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. Like every cat's so different. I don't know if this cat's gonna be like the cat that's comfortable jumping up on my desk or on my lap, or my bed's really high. Like, is she ever going to be the kind of cat that wants to jump up to my bed? You know, like, who knows? She could be a floor cat. I could have been wrong about her being a height cat. We'll have to see. I don't know what DSH means. I'm sorry, I'm not that hip to the cat universe. What up, Neon Gravestones? Good morning. What up, Nabby Curry and Grazek? And what up, Brit, please? Good to see you here as well. Wet food and water to freshen it up. Sometimes straight out of the can is too solid for them. At least for my old man cats. Yeah, we'll be trying different stuff for sure. The fact that she's eating in general is like all that matters to me. You know what I mean? So now I know, like, tomorrow night before I go to bed, I'm going to put a little bit more dry food. I'll put, I think, about a half a cup, which will equal with the food I have right around like maybe 100 calories short of what she would want, maybe 50 calories short of what she would want in a day, because she's only really picking at the wet food right now. And I just want to make sure she's getting healthy again and getting used to her new life. But we'll slowly introduce the wet food into her journey. Yeah, domestic short hair. Yeah, you're good, man. No problem. No problem, dude. I wasn't sure. I was trying to wrap my head around DSH. I'm like, short hair, but what's the D mean? Dickhead short hair. Right, it could be the flavor. Exactly. So like, just to keep it short, because I don't remember the exact lineups, there's an orange can, a blue can, and a purple can. Purple is turkey. Then there's chicken and there's like fish. The turkey she's picked at. But every time I've tried to introduce the other two color cans to her, she's like, no, I don't want it. So yeah, it very well could be a flavor thing. Right, exactly, right? Well, and then again, you have to remember, and I said this like just a little bit ago, but like maybe different words. Dude, she's probably been on she's been on a dry food only routine since September 2025. Keep that in mind. Which is like a little bit over 6 months. So like, yeah, like I'm offering her something she hasn't even seen. And then we don't even know about her history before that. What if her old owner was just dry food free feed? Like, we don't even know, right? We don't even know her past before that. All we know is that for the past 7 months, she's just been eating dry food. They put it into her bowl probably once a day at the kennel and then just leave her alone. So that's like been her routine, almost guaranteeably. I tried to get on the phone with them yesterday, but they were too busy. I'm going to try call again on Monday, and so I can get more info on their routine, just so I have more information to go with. But yeah, you know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to introduce her something that's very different than what she has used to over the past 7 months, and potentially different from her whole life, depending on her history, right? So we have no clue, right? This is all going to just be a mini game of me testing and trying and introducing and, you know, what's going to work for her. So, yo, good morning, Scarlet Moon. Hey, good to see you. My Void Boy doesn't like pate wet food, but will devour the cuts and gravy. So it could be a texture thing, right? Like, I might try loosening up the food I'm using right now with a little water, see if that helps as well. Because she does have some teeth missing. They had to pull a bunch of teeth out of her mouth. For whatever reason, the owner before wasn't taking care of her teeth. Unfortunate, which could mean that she was either on a only wet food diet, which is actually allegedly pretty bad for their teeth, or they just were ignoring her teeth in general. So she had a bunch of teeth removed. Now she's still fine. Cats can eat with almost no teeth, apparently. They're fine, even like hard food, because they're just different creatures. But yeah, so she does have a thing with her mouth. Like, she doesn't have a full mouth of teeth. Like, so she definitely could have texture problems. You know, when she goes to like grab food up, she doesn't do it as efficiently as I've seen other cats do it. She needs like a second little nudge at the food. She like turns her head a little bit. She doesn't like quite grab food efficiently. You know, so like I've noticed, like, yeah, she needs some patience. She might have like a problem with like the toughness of food, or like if it's too gummy, I might need to loosen it up, stuff like that. Yeah. Yo, good morning, Sith. Welcome to the show. Good to see you. Sometimes cats' teeth can just go bad for no reason. Yeah, right. And that's why I'm like, I'm not sure. I'm definitely not trying to dog this anonymous old owner, right? Like, I just know that there's a couple things that could cause bad cat teeth, but I think that sometimes they do just go bad. I don't know all the rules, but what I did read was that it's pretty common for cats' teeth to go bad over time. That's actually a pretty common thing. It's like not weird at all. So, and they survive well. It's genetic. Yeah, that makes sense. How you doing, OBC, by the way? Good morning. One of my other cats wants Only wants dry, the other one wants wet. The cheapest brand possible and hates fish. She's broke, but I love her. Good morning, early birds. Welcome to the broadcast today. My Lola will scoop about 10 pieces of food and drop them and eat them off the floor. Yeah, somebody else recommended me trying plates versus raised bowls. Somebody was like, you might want to just try a small little plate flat on the ground with the food on it. Because it could just be like their preference on how they go about eating food. So I might they're eating out of the bowls, like they have been eating the dry food out of the bowls. They're raised off the ground in ceramic and tilted. But like another way to introduce wet food, like maybe like a flat plate somebody recommended. Yo, Daft Chocobo, good morning. I was not able to get stamps from Hylians yesterday. What's up, Aaron? Anyone find out the daily limit on how many visitors can receive stamps from one's island? Wow, is there a limit? Is there a limit on how many stamps can be received per day? I don't know anything about that. Now, do we know if that's on your end or my end? Does that make sense? Like, is that on the visitor's end or is that on the host end? Would that limitation be on the, like, how many places you can visit one day? Or, you know what I mean? Like, I wonder if there is a limit. It's going to be on the host end, you think? Yeah. That's very interesting if there's a limitation. I didn't know about that. It told me it was not able to give me a stamp. You were like the last person to come in too, I think, yeah? Right, Lily Tazi? Am I remembering correctly? So, all right, let's go ahead and shift gears here. Good morning, by the way, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. I hope you're feeling good today and happy Saturday. Right. It's the 3-3-3 rule, right? So she's already following the rules to a T, right? She did the 3 days. She's comfortable. Now we're in the 3 week, and she's just getting comfortable. Yeah, exactly. The bowls feel pretty wide. They're pretty big. They're pretty standard bowls. Maybe they could be a little bigger now that you mention it. I'm having so much fun figuring out this cat and giving them the perfect little world to live in. It's fun to me. I'm such a bad cat dad, but in the sense that I spoil, I'm gonna be a spoiler. I just set up her second cat box last night. So I just set up her second cat box last night. So now she has 2 options, and I'm gonna try to take away the plastic one eventually, even though she still likes it, I can tell. And I'm going to try to get 2 steel ones. I want to go to stainless steel. Pokopia practice paying off. Creating ideal habitats. Good morning, Dazza, man. How's your weekend going, dude? How's your morning been today? Have you accomplished anything, or was it a lazy morning? Good morning, everyone. Again, welcome to the show. We've been just cat yapping for the past 30 minutes with the game on in the background, but we're going to play some game here and we'll shift gears to some Pokemon chats here. I just want to say welcome to the show. If you're out there, good morning. If you stuck around throughout this whole 30 minutes listening to me talk about my cat, you're probably enjoying the vibes. So stick around and welcome to the show, baby. Welcome to the show, yo. Good to see y'all here. We're gonna play some Pokopia today, and we have 2 new Pokemon that just spawned in. Let's go talk to him here. I don't think the spawns go away, but the Pokemon stopped acknowledging them. Oh yeah, the spawns might have just went away. I didn't click on them fast enough. Weird. I didn't think that could happen so fast. I guess we lost those. We'll try again later. I thought they would stick around. I thought once a Pokemon spawned in, it was around for a while. That's why I didn't think it worked that way. Definitely an accomplishing morning. Working on my VGC team building tool. Oh yeah, you were building a tool, you were coding something. I managed to build the starts of a dynamic suggestion system. Dude, you'll have to keep me updated. I would love for you to send me links and stuff if you haven't already in the past, so I could check it out sometime. Not on stream, just in private. Yo, good morning, by the way, Candy Cane, and thanks for the advice. Yeah, I'm gonna try different systems. Yeah, maybe I am committing too hard to the bowls for the wet food. because you know what I mean? Maybe again, she's using the bowls for the dry food well enough that maybe, I don't know if that means she likes them though, you know. For sure, it's just a local file for now while I flesh things out. Nice. So I'm glad you're feeling good, dude. I'm excited for Champions. Are you going to be playing Champions? I'm actually going to go ahead and finally buy Pokemon Home for the first time ever. I'm going to do it. I'm going to give Pokemon Home my money. And I'm going to give Pokemon Home my money. And I'm going to start transferring all my Pokemon. Not all of them, but like I'm going to start transferring one of every Pokemon. And I'm going to start getting ready for Champions. Start getting ready for Champions, dude. I'm excited, man. I'm excited to start building teams and having fun again. Hopefully the currency stuff isn't too much of a stopper. You know what I mean? Like of me like really enjoying Champions, but that's why I'm going to pay for Home. Because I figure, you know what? I would rather give my money to Home because I can pay for a year of it and I can start building my forever catalog of, you know, of a living dex. I can start building my forever living dex home. Because like the way that Pokemon Home works is that even if you stop paying for it, your Pokemon stay in those boxes. So you could like spend a year doing your living dex and then you could just stop paying for it until you want to access those Pokemon again. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. They just stay there, just untouchable until you pay for it again, which I'm okay with that as long as they're like preserved. You know what I mean? So I think I'll pay for it for a year and I'll spend this next year filling up Home with everything from Go, everything from all the games I've played on my Switch. And then I'm gonna like, so I have access to all these Pokemon and Champions. Yeah, Pokemon Bank is now Home, and Bank still technically works, but only if you had it downloaded before they shut down the eShop. It's like confusing. I'm almost at the point where in this game where I have so few recipes that I'm getting Pokemetal from Shimmering Ripples. Really? Let's go see where I'm at. Let's see where I'm at. I don't think I have a lot of recipes at all because I ignored the glowing ripples for the first 75 hours of my playthrough. Not on like purpose, but because I just was busy doing other stuff. And I'm the kind of gamer that's okay with avoiding content and having stuff to do later. And like, yeah, I mean, it almost looks like I'm missing over a third, like almost a half. It almost feels like I'm missing like almost a half, maybe like 2/5. Yeah, I still got so much to do. Yo, good morning, Duel Master. Happy Saturday. Pokemon Bank was the 3DS version of Home, correct. And again, it still works, but it only works if you got it before the 3DS shutdown. I wonder if I could use my modded device to put Bank on it and then still use it. I wonder if I could do that. That would be cool. I don't really care that much because I don't really have much Pokemon content. You know what? It doesn't even matter because Dazabound already offered me to just send him my 3DS files of Pokemon and he could help me get them to like an official game anyways. I think so. You can download it to a modded console. Okay, cool. So I could do it myself. Sick. Heck yeah, I have a homebrewed 3DS. Good for you, man. We need one nowadays. Yeah, we need one. Nintendo's not supporting it anymore. That's on them. Time to mod. That's when you start modding. I have a question. Is there a point in keeping my Switch 1? I don't really think so, but Wish Lily, I can tell you that it might be nice if you have a family member you could loan it to or like let them play it when they come over like a kid. Or it might be nice to have a travel device. So then you can take your Switch 1 with you when you go out of town, right? And then you could take your Switch 2 keep your Switch 2 at home. Because the Switch 1 is still nice to like play indie games, you know, and like certain like Animal Crossing. Like I don't really mind playing ACNH on Switch 1, even though I have the Switch 2 edition, you know. But otherwise, if you're not going to do something like that, you know, I'll tell you this. I haven't used my Switch One much at all. I ended up letting my buddies borrow it so that they could play Smash Brothers. But even then, I told them that as soon as they release Smash Brothers Ultimate Switch 2 Edition, which will likely happen, I'm like, I'm gonna have to start bringing my Switch 2 over there so that we could play Smash Switch 2 Edition. Because I'm pretty convinced that'll happen, even if it's just literally a free patch, right? Like, it's gonna happen. They're gonna do something with it. Oh, I forgot that I was designing yesterday. I have a bunch of bricks to put away. All right, let's go put those away this morning. Being able to trade yourself Pokemon is a good point. I didn't even think of that. That's a good point. I didn't even think of that. All right, that stuff won't go in there. We're full. Dude, all this game needs is somebody to figure out a hopper system where we can just drop stuff and like Pokemon or something can just organize it for us. That would be the life of luxury in this game. Do 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 do. So you're not addicted to Pokopia? No, I could stop anytime I want to. Why would you even ask? Do I look addicted? Do I look like a guy who's addicted to Pokopia? I don't know why you're accusing me of stuff, dude. Can I just play games? Jeez, man, gosh, God, jeez, dude, gosh. Yo, Moondawn with the 5-pack. Thank you, dude.
This is epic.
Thank you so much, man. Good morning, Moondawn. Thank you, Card Shark, for 24. How did I miss that? Card Shark, dude. You still out there, homie? Thank you for 2 years. What was... I think... What? Was I in another universe or something? Thank you, Card Shark. There they are. Where was I? Was I on Planet Cat? I was on Planet Cat when that came in. That's why. My whole life has become this cat right now. And not in a bad way. I'm having so much fun. I love this cat already. But I haven't even had time to like think for myself for like a moment. I seriously have spent the past 5 days just thinking about a cat. So I'm like trying to come back to reality a little bit because I'm like, I do have stuff I need to do. Like I have things I need to think about. I can't avoid thinking about stuff every day. What up, Salunas? How you doing? Seal Lunas? What's up, Seal Lunas? All right, let's grab some bricks for some trading. Let's grab some bricks for some trading here this morning. Decided to play Blueprints all day today to stop temptations of buying Switch 2 plus Pokopia. I think that'll work pretty well. Have you played Blueprints before? Or is this your first journey? I've heard nothing but amazing things about that game, dude. Enjoy it, man. Are you like a puzzly guy? Are you into puzzle content? Are you into like Zelda puzzles and stuff? Blueprints is more akin to something like the old Myth games, right? Not necessarily Zelda puzzles, more like the Myth games. It's like a mystery, but still puzzles nonetheless. Oh, thank you, Silunus. Yeah, I'm trying to get my block sorting going. It's all still a work in progress, but we're getting there. All right, let's go shopping for a little bit this morning. Man, I can't believe those 2 Pokemon that spawned in left. I need to be on my P's and Q's when I load this game up. I didn't think that's how that worked. I thought they would stay there until I turn the game back off. Very convincing. Yo, good morning, Megs. Thank you again, Moondawn. Congratulations to Big Ron, Blue Mac, Bucky's Gal, Hylian NL, and She's D. I don't know why I tried so hard. Sometimes there is a trying too hard to pronounce things. It's okay to just say you don't know how to say something, and that needs to be normalized more and more. Just be like, I don't know how to say that. You don't need to try so hard. Okay. Obsessed with blueprints. I got 4 notebooks and a conspiracy theory wall. Dude, nice. You're doing the old Charlie Day meme. You got the Charlie Day meme vibes going. Ooh, I want this growth poster. This looks sick. This looks sick. What's up, Ali C? Ali Sal, good morning, Udo Doodle. Good to see you, Nur, as well, getting your fishing on here. I'll take this gold ore. I'm always down to take the ores and stuff, because it just makes me have to be less likely to have to farm myself. And you know, you can't avoid farming always, but why not? You know what I mean? I'm just trading dirt that I'm farming from mountains. Why not? All right, let's go check our other shops real quick this morning. Let me check my cameras as well, because I wasn't paying attention, and I might have something waiting for me. Nope. All right, the signboard outside of the Poke Center and the signboard outside of the Poke Mart are how you can know that there's a Pokemon waiting for you to be trading. So you don't have to just go in and out of the machines or out of the buildings. You can just see it right from outside. And wow, the fact that she's trading me a double chest is nice, dude. I could use that, actually. You went out last night to see a friend perform? Nice, nice. Did you have a good birthday, Lizzie J? You know, I know I ended up actually taking the day off abruptly because of the internet. I think we missed your birthday. But around a birthday love in the chat, if you guys got a free hand, you guys, gals, and non-binary pals. I hope you had a great birthday, Lizzie J. I still got to make your command for you. I know you wanted to make that command for your musical artist buddy. I still have your command information. I just haven't made it yet, but I was going to do it for your birthday and I forgot. Calico Reese says, popping out alert for a hot second to say hi. Praying I can get through this on-call weekend with little or easy calls, no horrible pain. What's up, Calico? I hope you feel better soon. Or that I hope your weekend goes well. Because I might have jumped to a conclusion there. hope your weekend goes well. I hope you can get some easy calls. I'll be rooting for you, homie. Yo, what up, big doggo? Happy Saturday, big doggo. What up, dude? How you doing, buddy? Oh, thank you, Alto Girl, for the gift of the Ali Sow. Nice, good to see you over there, big doggo. Welcome to the show, bud. All right, we'll take this any day. Take a stack of dirt on the house, you little Eevee. All right, let's go. I love shopping in this game. I love shopping in this game, dude. I don't know what it is about shopping in this game. It's great. I do this every day in game, and it doesn't get old to me. Let's go on a shopping spree, everybody. Let's get them. Sick. Pokemetal. Let me go ahead and get myself some drinks. Some drink. On my 3rd cup of coffee today, I can feel sounds trying to get rid of a headache. Oh, what's up, Elliot? I'm on my about 1.5 cups. About 1.5. I've been getting up at 5:30, so I'm like weirdly. I just abruptly started waking up at 5:30 since Tuesday, and my body's still like adjusting, kind of, because I've always been getting an early bird. Like the past couple weeks, I've been getting up at like 6, but that 30 minutes has been a little bit harder than you would like think. Like I was so used to 6 that 5:30 has threw me for a whirl a little bit. Like it really has, like just a little bit. I'm like, I'm kind of extra tired. So, but I'm getting up at 5:30 every day. I'm going to bed at 9:30 if I can. That's the tough part. Going to bed early is so tough for me. I used to be such an early bird, and that's never changed. But now I'm also a night bird. And those things don't make sense together. You can't be an early bird and a night bird. That means you're a no sleep, not rested bird. Night owl is what I meant to say. That just means you're not sleeping. And so I'm trying to not have that happen. You love the shopping as well. I have 5 counter spaces next to all. And you'll get 5 items to buy. Yeah, I gotta up my shopping area to 5 items. Right now I only have 4. And I gotta up them to 5. I've been meaning to do that. We gotta change our shopping district out. Thanks for getting all the birthday love in the chat, y'all. Get in, loser. We're shopping. Yo, what's up? What's up, Mosslex? Let's hook. Wow, I can give him like chili sauce to eat. That's weird. I didn't know you could do that. All right, here, take a carrot bread and let's get some more habitat spawns in here. Actually, let me quickly take a video of that. I wanted to see if it said a lot. I want to see if the carrot bread's saying a lot or if it's just neutral. You feel like Pokemon might be more likely to appear. Wow, carrot bread is only level 2. We got to find the other spicy dish that's level 3 where it says a lot. So recently, y'all, we discovered that there's 3 levels of buffs with Moslax. All right, he says, if he says a little, that means you basically gave him like raw food. If he says just more likely, that means you gave him the middle tier. And if you give him the high tier, he says a lot. Keyword, a lot. Oh, the crouton salad. Ah, I forgot about it. Okay, we'll do that tomorrow. Ah, dang it. Oh well. I think there's a tier 3 dish that uses another cooked food. I think tier 3 is a dish that uses another food. That sounds about right from what I've been doing research-wise. Or a Pokemon, potentially. Could be the thing as well. Or the addition of a Pokemon, maybe? Something like that. My favorite post from someone about birds is, I'm not an early bird or a night owl. I'm some form of permanently exhausted pigeon. I need the high rank list. I haven't tried the soup yet, no. Crouton salad and healthy soup. Healthy soup. Did you just say add a cooked meal? A cooked Pokemon to a meal? I did not say that. And if I did say that, which I didn't, and I never would, but if I did, it was an accident. Good morning, Terps. Good to see you today. All right, Goldor. Boom, 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 boom. What's up, fancy mom? How you been? I work at 4 a.m. Eastern and I'm a Nighthawk, so I know the feeling. What up, Starru, by the way? Welcome to the broadcast. Yeah, dude, this music is a nice morning vibe for sure. Just relaxing. Not quite there, but there enough. I agree. Just relaxing. We've been playing this game a lot, and I love the music, but it's nice to take a break from it so we're not burning out too much from it. So it hits when we do put it on. The top ones are vibrant hamburger steak, bitter hamburger steak, crushed berry salad, flavorful soup, crouton salad, healthy soup, and fluffy bread. Oh, we got the list, the top tier list. About to start work now at 7 p.m. Ah, you're doing an evening shift nowadays? That's cool. I know you recently went through a major job change, right? Major job change? It was a pretty big deal, I remember, right? Like a big change. So are you adjusting well, or is it going smoothly? Thanks for the 3 bags of damp hedges, you little doggo. All right, we'll take that Pokemon. What is this crumpled letter? Sick. I love this letter. I've never seen this. What is this letter item? I want all this stuff. Fluffy bread gives the highest. I gave it to Mosslice today. Yeah, I can also confirm fluffy bread because he also said grubby letter. I love this. Yeah, I gave fluffy bread to Mosslice. I can confirm that works as well for a lot. I can confirm that one for sure. Antique closet. Sign me up, dude. That's not a closet. That's an armoire. The Davenport, darling. The Davenport. All right, gold ore. Bow, 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 bow. They're dropping that trade, baby. All right, and then let's switch over to the Skylands, to our last shop available today, so we make our market district a little bit better. What up, Teeny Giraffe and Dat Baby? Happy Saturday. What's y'all weekend's plans? What's our weekend plans here? Are y'all getting into some shenanigans? Are you getting out of the house? Are we vibing? Thank you for hitting that like button, YouTube gang, by the way. Enjoy your lurk today, y'all. Enjoy the show. Really appreciate y'all. Enjoy your breakfast, big doggo. Nice. Some more Pokopia. I'm right there with you on that one. Desperately need to get out of the house, but no plans. Taxes. Yeah, I feel that. April 15th is coming fast. Wow, the exact same items as another Pokemon today. I'm telling you, there's something to that. It's not like a glitch. It's like there's something to be extracted from this situation. This has happened to other people as well. Where for some reason, 2 Pokemon traders in the same day will have the exact same items. There's something happening here that we need to like figure out. Like there's something happening. It's either a glitch, or it has something to do with the Poke Center, or like the building, or it has something to do with like the type of the Pokemon, or maybe it has like, maybe there's only like, let me give you a theory. What if in theory, instead of the items that you trade being random, what if they're not random? What if there's like 50 or 100 different sets of items that can appear, and it chooses randomly which one of those sets appears? Does that make sense? I've seen games do this before. Like Diablo 2 does this with runes. It does this with chest. I'm sorry, with treasure chest. So like, instead of it being RNG with individual items, it's RNG in sets. So there could still be 100, 200, 300, whatever different sets, but when it chooses the items, it chooses them all together. There has to be something like that going on, because it's weird. It's very weird. Gonna get that Gigantamax Pikachu, the Floofy Chew. Pikachu. I love Gigantamax Pikachu. Good to see you today, Amanda. Good morning, by the way. Fancy Mom says, yeah, I love my new job. It's been a year now. Right, it's been a little while. I remembered. They changed my hours for the week, 10 a.m. till 9 p.m., as well as extended our hours. Gonna play this game all day tomorrow. Can't wait. Nice, nice. I'm glad you're acclimating to the job well, and happy to hear you smiling through your messages in the chat. At least that's what it felt like. Alto girl, I'm getting out of the house and staying with my dad and my mom as in Jersey with my sister, helping picking out wedding dresses. Oh, your sister's getting married. Exciting. Your mom's allergic to crab and shrimp, so we'll be getting seafood. We don't normally do that. We don't take any chances. Of course, yeah, you can't do that, right? I know my gadget will be happy, a happy boy roaming about. He loves my parents' house. Nice. So what do? Do you put him in like a bag carrier, or do you put him in like a regular cat carrier and you just throw him in a car and take him with you? Or you're getting picked up maybe or something? That's cool. That's cool. It's cool that you're taking him with you. It would be my dream to have a cat that would just let me carry him around in like a book bag every day. I would love to have a cat that would just let me pick him up and throw him over my shoulder. I had a cat like that once in my life, and it wasn't mine. Now, every cat's different. You know, I'm not expecting Midna to be that cat. She could be, but probably not. So what's up, Admiral Akmir? Yeah, this game is pretty much Dragon Quest Builders, but Pokemon. Have you ever played the Dragon Quest Builders games by chance, or have you ever seen them? It's pretty much Dragon Quest Builders, but Pokemon. And if you don't know what those games are, then it's an RPG with a story and like start, middle, end, right? But it also has like city building, decoration kind of vibes. So not quite Animal Crossing, not quite Minecraft, but a little bit of both. But it's more better described as an RPG, like town builder sim. It's got some life sim elements, it's got some town builder kind of elements, some city builder elements, and it has a full blown out RPG story presented to you for you to go through, and credits roll, and it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool stuff. And again, if you haven't checked out the Cyberpunk brain, if you haven't checked out the Dragon Quest Builders games, they will give you a really good idea of what this game is like. Even just a quick Google search and a trailer would probably tell you a lot. Yeah, those games, it's actually the same developers and everything. They obviously got commissioned by Pokemon Company to make this game, and it's very similar to the Dragon Quest Builders games. Sorry, Staru, you got hit with a link. It was a link ban, I think. Let me go see what you shared. Yeah, you just put a period in the wrong spot or something. Yeah, you're good. So you said you're going for a walk and you're playing Pokopia all weekend. My partner and I have swapped. They have started a new Skyrim playthrough on my Steam Deck. Nice. That's cool. That's cool, man. We love a fresh Skyrim playthrough, man. I'm a big Bethesda guy. You guys should know that about me. I'm a big Bethesda guy. I call myself a Bethesda baby. Now, I haven't played their original games, and one day I would love to play them with all of you. I would love to check out Dragonfell or Dragonfall? I don't know. Dragon D's nuts. I don't know. But either way, I would love to check out some of those classics with all of you one day. But my Bethesda journey started with Morrowind, then Oblivion, then Fallout 3 and Skyrim, Fallout New Vegas, and then Fallout 4, but I never finished it. But I did get to the point in the story that there was a big twist, and I stopped playing it. So that's my history with Bethesda, and it's Daggerfell. That's what it's called. Yeah, Daggerfell. Have you checked out Crimson Desert? I haven't played it, but I've been keeping my eye on it, and I like it, dude. I want to play it. If I can stream it, I will. But I'm not going to be buying into the hype. And what I mean by that is I don't have any intentions of playing it right now just because it's hype. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Like, I'm just going to play it on my own time. Eventually I'll get to it, and I'd love to stream it for you all. It looks like a really fun exploration style game. I will say that I'm not quite as head over heels about it as I was when I first saw it. And it's because I'm not always in the mood for games with such intricate combat. I am, but just not always. So like that is kind of making me a little less interested. And really a better way to word it is it's making me have to be in the mood. Like I won't start Crimson Desert until I'm in the mood for a game that has a combat system that is going to require my brain. Aside from, a Zelda game, for example, right? Like, that doesn't require a ton of your brain. It's not too intricate. There's like 3 buttons, you press them, things happen. Done. Whereas Dark Souls and games like Crimson Desert are requiring your full brain to use that combat system. Even though Dark Souls might be a bad example, because those games are actually simple in a lot of ways. It's more about like patience and understanding. So anyways, I'm getting into the weeds. The point that I'm trying to make is Crimson Desert does seem to have a bit more of a complicated combat system. There's a lot more there. There's meat and potatoes and a whole stew. You know what I mean? It's all there. So I don't want to just like pick it up lightly. I want to be in the mindset to play something that's as thick as Crimson Desert, because that game is offering a 3-course meal, let alone a stew. That game's offering a 3-course meal, appetizer, hors d'oeuvres, the whole shebang. Like it's far from just a meal, like I need to be ready for a game like that for sure. Yeah, it gotta be thick. So I did miss a message. Everyone was saying congratulations. Let me go read it really quick. I'm officially closing my first home next Tuesday. Oh, wow. In 2026, cowabunga, and congratulations. Sweet asparagus. That's beautiful, man. Awesome. That's super cool, dude. We have our cats on a harness that in Leeds, they travel in 2 big cat car travel tents with a divider in the middle. We also adjust it into a flip backpack with a bubble for the cats to look out. It was expensive, but worth it. Yeah, that's the kind of thing I would like to have in the future. Maybe one day Midna will be comfortable enough with me to let me take her out of the habitat and, put her into an experience like that and take her out. And, I know people have cats that go on walks and that, keep collars on and keep harnesses on. And it's a real thing, it is a thing that can happen, and it's cute as heck. Maybe one day. It's okay if not. I have a very open mind, and I'm not trying to build any expectations up with my new cat Midna, because like that just doesn't feel fair to me. I want her to be her own being. I don't want to try to push what I want on her. I really want her to just have a free form life and just let her do whatever she wants within reason. I'm not going to let her get into trouble. I'm not going to let her be a punk, but yeah, we got a morning balloon in the Twitch chat today. All right, our shopping spree is over here. Let's go back to the castle town and drop stuff off, and then we can start our journey today of looking for new Pokemon. Somebody asked me this morning, do I have any legendaries? If you're still out there, yes, I do. I do have a couple legendaries. Just a couple. The 3 legendary birds is all I have right now, which are some of my favorites. I am a Gen 1 baby. Thank you, Alto Girl. I appreciate that, the knowledge there. Oh, let me go back and see if you replied to my question. I'm just trying to picture you taking your cat out of the house. It's cute. Is Gadget pretty good about leaving with you? He has a soft carrier I got for him. My dad picks me up. I do want to get that cat backpack. Yeah. Is Gadget seems like he would be that kind of cat because he loves climbing on you and stuff. So he seems like the kind of cat that would be chill enough to just throw in a bag and go on an adventure with. He seems like that kind of cat. Here, let's see if I can get some clay this morning, survey says. Also, we are going to be fixing the message with the balloons. I'm going to make it to where there only one material is given out and to everybody per balloon, so that the message isn't so messy. So just for those of you that care to hear that, yeah, I will be fixing up how the balloon works with the material add-on. Also, let's see if we get a rock. Nothing. Weak. Raina B got 10 clay. Sheesh. Give me some of that. So yeah, just a heads up. I'm going to make it to where whenever the balloon gives out a material, it gives out the exact same material to everybody, so that we don't have like 5 different material messages, because it is a little messier than I intended. So he's fine with traveling as long as I'm next to him. Oh, what a little cutie. He loves his mama. All right, nice. All right, we're back in action here. Let's go ahead and drop some stuff off in some chests. We are going to be doing some organization here soon, either on stream or off. So we're going to keep using a couple more junk chests, but not for too much longer here. And then once I get everything organized, my life will be a lot easier.
H day lurk, H day wiggle, H day love too.
It's not too bad. Right now, it would be about an hour to 2 hours of work. So we're not too far in the hole. Yo, thanks for the 22 months. H does wiggles. Get your wiggle on in the chat. Thank you so much, my dude. I appreciate that. All right, here we are back in Castle Town, aka Pallet Town, aka a big mess / nightmare. Oh, somebody else set up shop over here. Hey, what else you selling over here? What else you selling over here, dude? Snorlax got a gaming PC, a wooden plate, a community box. All right. Where I accidentally abandoned Eevee? Yeah. We all did that. You can't take her home until she checks herself before she wrecks herself. All right, let's go take a look at our challenges for the day. Good morning, Vanessa. I don't have a good stamp, or I would offer y'all. I got a booty stamp today. All right, we need to collect some twine, and we need to gather some ingots. We can go gather some ingots over here. And twine is going to come from like a spider Pokemon. I'm not sure. Does anybody know if you could just drop some twine on the ground and then pick it back up to cheese that quest? Because that would be super nice if we could just cheese it. Oh, picking up those ingots didn't work. I have beat the story. They want copper. They want me to get some copper. Okay. That's fine. They have to be smelted while the challenge is active. Oh. I do that far too often. I need to fix my little hole here. Yeah, story's been beat, and now we're on the quest to be the very best that ever was, aka filling up our Pokedex. All right, let me go grab my Fireman. Yeah, I'm gonna get your command going, Lizzie J. I know I left you hanging on that for a little bit, but we'll get you taken care of. Like I said, I was thinking about you, and I was gonna do it for your birthday, but I let it slip my mind again. I just gotta go find the file, the information in my notepad and copy paste it. Have you finished the new TCG set? I am 7 cards away. I'm right there with you. I was hoping for a 2 or 3 pack, but they give us this baby pack to hunt some shinies. Yeah, I'm like 7 away. All right, nice. Let's go ahead and today I want to work on some challenges. Because I realized that we could probably continue working towards getting all the EVs, and we could build some more stuff like this. So I wonder if demolishing something counts as building or not. We could build some more lifts, find some more Pokemon, make a couple more habitats, which I wonder if I could just put a bunch of grass around, or if they want different habitats. Let's go try putting some grass around real quick. Do I not have salad? What happened to my salads? I must have put them away on accident. Looks like it's referencing the habitat dex. Yeah, it does. I'm only at 172 out of the habitat dex. Maybe not. Let's go see. I built one. Let's go see. 175 out of 80. Yeah, I think you're right. It's definitely not going to just let me put a bunch of grass down. I can tell you that much. I didn't think it was going to be that easy. Yeah, I ended up putting salads away somewhere. And who knows where I put them away, right? It could be in any of my junk drawers. I think food appears in the top left when you organize, so I might not have to dig deep. I think no matter what, food appears in the top left. So if it's in here, it's just gonna be just a quick click away. All right, I might have put it back in the food chest. I'll just make some more. They were lepa berry salads. I guess I'll find them again one day. Oh, you know what? I put them away because I didn't need them for sweet food anymore. But I didn't realize I was gonna need them for my power-up ability. That's why. So let's go ahead and put away the carrot bread and make some spicy salads. Some crouton salads. And then that's how we'll fix that. Easy. All right, so carrot bread goes away. I need leaves. I need wheat. And I think that's all I need. So we need to make bread. Let's make 10 of these bad boys. And if it would be smarter for me to bring Chef Dente here, because you get a chance to double your cooked stuff with Chef Dente. But that's all right. What area are you in? So right now I'm in Pallet Town, which is just my own little custom area that I've designed. It's a big mess. All right, crouton salads are nice and spicy. All right, sick. Yo, good morning, Emmy Love. Sad I slept through the cat chats this morning. Oh, that's okay, Emmy Love. Yeah, we'll still be chatting about cats all throughout the stream, so if you'll be hanging out for a while. You know I'm not shy to talk about my cat. I love her already, so. There wasn't like a major update or anything, but I will tell you that I did get day 2 of Pets and Pats. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I did mix up a routine today though, because I tried to get her to eat her food in the kitchen. And I also simultaneously switched the type of cat food, not the type, but the flavor. So it was a little bit too much of a mix up, and she was just not about eating her wet food yesterday. So today I'll make sure she eats. Otherwise, she did still come and get a bunch of pets from me. And this time she came like into my office and like came up to me and like sat outside my door and watched me for a little while. So she's like definitely wanting to be around me and getting closer to me, which is super fun. And otherwise now I'm just playing this game and doing this journey of trying to get her to eat and trying to get her comfortable with eating wet food. I don't think she ate wet food before she was with me. And if she did, it was before she was in the kennel. Because we have a guaranteed 6 months where she was not eating wet food. So I'm trying to get her like comfortable again. So yeah, so another great day of her getting comfortable. And I've opened up most of the house to her now. So she's like really exploring all the spaces and still getting used to her journey. She had some more treats yesterday. So yeah, things are going well. Let me see here. How do I craft iron, concrete, and Tinka gear? Good, because I need a ton of these. I need 2, 4, 6. Is your door completely closed right now? No, not at all. No. I decided I'm not gonna, if I'm in my office, I have no problem with her coming in and out of my office. And I also have her new ramen noodles bed sitting right next to me. My goal is hopefully early on, she starts seeing this bed and she maybe starts laying in it over here. That would be really cute. But, you know, cats aren't necessarily like that, so we'll see. But I have her little bed sitting here, and I put one of my shirts in there, and I'm trying to get it used to my smell, so I'm hanging out. And I have the lid like half closed, because the ramen noodle bed comes with like a lid that you can half close so she can hide. And so, yeah, I got the ramen noodle bed. I have the door half open, because I want her to be comfortable coming into my office. I'm not trying to create any spaces that are off limits for her, unless it's like dangerous for her, obviously. So yeah, I'm very comfortable with her just doing her thing. Now, because I can close and lock the door when I'm not in here, I am doing that. Yeah, I am locking my office door when I'm not in here, just because there is a lot of cords and stuff, and she could get into some trouble in here. Ramen noodle bed, does it come with broth? She's the broth. It comes with everything else. How does this work? Is it gonna go through the tree? Let's see. Ah! Well. Yeah, what up, Cosmic? Good morning. Good to see you, Gers. Can we be friends in TCG Pocket? Yeah, feel free to add me, ! FC. I have a single space open right now, so I'll go ahead and I'll add you. I slowly rotate community members in, and as strangers or as people quit the game. Like if I notice somebody hasn't played the game for like 6 months, I'll just remove them from my friends list and add somebody from the community. You know, no offense, obviously. Dude, I've been getting a bunch of new songs. I got 2 new songs the past 2 days. I'm happy there's so many songs in the game. I'm just throwing a bunch of these down right now because the Pokemon can go exploring or whatever, but I just need to put them down for a challenge. So I'm just gonna throw these down for now until I actually start decorating out here. I wasn't gonna cheese these challenges originally. I was like, you know, I don't really need to do that. I'll just slowly decorate and then I'll fulfill the challenges over time. But I decided when I woke up this morning that I was gonna go ahead and do a couple cheesy maneuvers and cheese a couple of these challenges that I don't really plan to like do anytime soon. I'm unhappy. I have nowhere to put them all. Is there lavender? I haven't found lavender yet. Cheese is delicious. But it could be in the game, but I have yet to find it myself. Plus, there's a lot of water in this area, and I've noticed that in Pallet Town, I'll find 3 to 5 water spots by just swimming around in a couple areas every day. So now this is a part of my dailies, just to go swimming around, and I'll find a bunch of water spots in these areas. I always find like 3 to 5 out here. Yeah, I agree that it is kind of asking a lot of us. Wing fossil head, frick. How's paradise going? It's going well, man. How are you today? It's going well. Oh, wait, this is the twine right here. Gather twine. 4 out of 5. Frick, so close. Let me go get this other one. I don't want to destroy too many of these because I want to decorate with them, but I'm down to do it for this quest. Having collision is cooler than not. Oh, 100% agreed. I'm all for like semi-realism in video games. I don't expect all my games to be realistic, but I'm all for like a semi-realistic. See, look at all these. Look at it. Every time I come to this lake, there's 3 to 5 shiny spots. Every time. I don't know why. It's like because it's just so much water in one place or something. Hylian's Cloud Island YouTube has a Moltres stamp today. Ooh. So we discovered that there's a limit on how many people can visit you and collect stamps a day. Right, I think it's because it's fresh water, right? Look at that, 4 of them. Yeah, we discovered. So there's a limit. We don't know what the limit is, but only so many people can come visit you and get a stamp a day. We don't know like the rules of engagement, but have you heard the new Aesop? Are you talking about the new Lice album? The new Lice album goes hard. I love Lice. I discovered Homeboy Sandman. I discovered Homeboy Sandman solo, like separate from from Aesop, and the fact that they collabed blew my mind. Yeah, you're probably talking about Lice. Yeah, Miami Lice is so good, isn't it? Dude, Miami Lice goes hard. What did they put in the burgers? What are they putting in the burgers? Dude, dude, Miami Lice is actually really good, dude. It's really good, man. I love Miami Lice. It's good stuff. I think it's their best collab album. The other ones hit good, but like this one seems to be like, I don't know, there's something else about it that's better. Yeah, thanks for asking. I love when people bring up any Aesop content to me, no matter if I'm hip or not, especially if I'm not hip. But yeah, thank you so much for asking. Hope you enjoy it. Hope you enjoyed. If you haven't checked out Ace's work the past couple months, definitely do it. His past 3 albums, including Miami Lice, have been next level Ace. Superette, and I can't remember the name of the one after Superette, but his past 3 albums have just been so good, man. Holy heck. Can I get the transformations early in the game by making their habitat, or do I have to complete quest first? So you get the transformations via completing quest and via completing story arcs. Yeah, unfortunately, you do have to wait until the game gives you the abilities, basically. So for example, the way it's gonna work, and I'll just tell you about it. So you get Water Gun and Leafage, Scyther or Cut and Rock Smash, all, and Rototiller, all from the first area. So the game kind of gets you going pretty early. Right? I think Rototiller's in the first area. Then you're going to get Graveler from doing a quest in the Rocky Ridges, and you have to do a specific quest. You have to make a certain level of progression. You're going to get Camouflage and... Now, I wonder if some of these could actually be acquired out of a story. Like maybe Rototiller could be spawned in the Rocky Ridges. Maybe Camouflage could be spawned somewhere else, because it was just me spawning the little Zororu or whatever. And so, yeah, you might be onto something. There might be some abilities that you could get out of order. I'm not sure. But to answer your question, most of the main abilities, including Lapras and Dragonite, are abilities that you're going to be able to get once you unlock the zone, and seemingly once you finish the main quest in the zone for Lapras, but you might be able to get it sooner than that. Dragonite, you can get pretty much right when you enter the Skylands. So they're all kind of differently paced, and they all require a specific quest with a specific Pokemon, but they're not necessarily tied to the main story, which is why your question is very intriguing to me. Yeah, you might just be able to get some of the transformations as soon as you enter a new area. You might not have to do like the main story. You know, it's a pretty interesting question, actually. I'm not sure. I wonder how far one of these could go. Let's see if this can go across this water gap. There's no way, right? Like, this is going to be way too far. I got to do my Aesop homework. Yeah, no problem. Is the map in game a reference to any known map? No, it's hard to say. So each of the individual zones are... Oh my gosh. Okay, this isn't bad. I wonder if we can go the long way. Let's try over here. So to answer your question, every zone in the game is definitely a reference to a zone from Kanto. But the whole game's map as a whole would be a harder thing to gauge. Because the game, there is like a world map inside of the Poke Center. And it doesn't really look like anything. Some people think Unova. But none of that makes sense because... like Gen 1, right? So it's weird. So it's the individual maps are references, but the little map that they put inside of the Poke Center doesn't seem to reference anything. Dang, it's too far. Dang, I heard it's upside down. That makes sense. If it's upside down, then that's definitely Gen 1, dude, because yeah, I could see it in my brain already. I'll go to the Poke Center and show you guys what we're talking about in a second. I'm dying to get the foundation block recipe. I'm losing my mind. This game definitely gets you to log in every day looking for them recipes. Somebody in the chat mentioned that they have almost all the recipes in the game, which has to be so satisfying. That's insane. It is upside down. Ditto is illiterate. Hope you're having a good day today. What up, Shrimp Jola? I am having a good day. Thank you. How are you today? All right. Make it easier to get around completed. Done. Done, 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 done. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, let's go to the Poke Center and go talk about it real quick. I'm gonna drown. Get me out of here. Not the most graveler friendly place to be traveling. All right, here it is. So if people are saying that it's upside down, the way the map's drawn it's hard to say if that's true or not. Some of the trees look like they're right side up, but then some of them look like they could be upside down. It's weird. But if this is upside down, it would make sense, because if you look at the top right, you do have Cinnabar Island, and then you have the Seafoam Islands. Right? Like, in theory, it does feel right. Like, let's take a screenshot of it. And then I think we can maybe adjust it in here. Let's see, can we rotate it in here? Menu. No, I can't. The trees are upside down. It's hard to say. I don't know if I fully agree. Like, they are, but they aren't. You know what I mean? Like, the mountains at the bottom don't necessarily look upside down. And some of the trees look like they have brown stems coming down from the bottom. It's hard to say, but I do agree with you. Some of the trees do look like they could be upside down. I do agree with you, but it's like hard to say. That's Europe. What up, Weirdo of Kings? How are you today, buddy? I heart bald. Thank you. Thank you, Happy Chaos. You just got the cozy outfit? I don't know if I've seen the cozy outfit. Let me rotate it. Let me rotate the map. All right, I'm trying to keep my comic buffer up, but I really want to go play games. Wait, what are you doing? Are you comic buffer? Oh, nice, dude. Somebody took a dude. Dazabon took a screenshot and flipped me. Nice for dude. Thank you very much. All right, here we go. Now we can for sure see. What do y'all think? Is it Kanto? Hard to keep your concentration face in. Man glued his head on. What do y'all think? Is it Kanto? Is this like wilderness version of Kanto? It kind of works because Cinnabar, then you have a little bit of water, right? And then you have Pallet Town. Cinnabar would be bigger after multiple volcanic reactions, so it would be bigger. And then you have Seafoam. This big empty space in the middle is very confusing though. But again, you have to remember that this is like the Pangea effect. This has been a century potentially. It's been a century potentially, so it's not going to be 1 for 1. We also don't know when this map was taken. Obviously, the Pokemon didn't create the map, so maybe I'm making some assumptions here. But yeah, it's definitely Kanto. It looks like Kanto for sure. I'm gonna send you the game map from Let's Go. Oh wow, you son of a B word. It's 100% Kanto. It's 1 for 1. Wow. It's 1 for 1, dude. It's literally Kanto. Holy heck, is it 1 for 1, dude? Look. It's 1 for 1, dude. It's stupid dummy 1 for 1. Oh, wow, I see. This is why Cycling Road leaves Fuchsia. I see what they did here. I see. I guess I never visualized how close Cycling Road would be going to Pallet Town. Yeah, it really does go like right by Pallet Town, huh? Viridian. This is Pewter City and the museum. This is Mount Moon. It seems like they combined Mount Moon and Pewter City in this game. What do you all think? It seems like they combined Pewter City and Mount Moon in this game. I think they're combined. I think Mount Moon and Pewter City are in the same area in this game. That's what I think the caves that we're in. I think the caves are Mount Moon, maybe. It's a little bit far-fetched because like then why is the museum kind of in there? But like don't overthink it too much. You know, I do feel like Mount Moon is a part of the Rocky Ridges. I think it's all just like this whole area. Also, Pewter City is close to Victory Road. So it could even be Victory Road. But I think it would be Mount Moon, right? And then this is Cerulean City, and this is the power plant up here. This is Lavender and the underground. No, this is the power plant over here. Excuse me. This is the power plant over here, probably. Yeah, and this is the underground cave. This is Bill's house up top. This is Lavender Town. This is Saffron City and Silthco. This is Celadon. Right here is Vermilion. And then this is Fuchsia City that I'm building right now. Cool. I hope that we get all the towns as DLC. I want them to give me Cinnabar Island first. What do you guys want first? I want Cinnabar and Pallet Town to come in one DLC as 2 separate areas. And Pallet Town can be a little bit more boring because they give us 2 areas. Or maybe I would like Lavender as well. I don't know, man. But if they do, they have plenty of options on this map. Lavender Town DLC, Viridian, Celadon. Right. The DLC could be like 2 areas. It could be 1 at a time. It also could just be free updates for the small towns, and then the DLC's the big towns. Right? Like they could play around with it. Because like Pallet Town could totally just be a free update, because Pallet Town's not a lot. And you can't do a lot with Pallet Town. Right? It's like, so like that's an interesting, like they could do like some free updates. Because like Pallet Town's like not a lot. Same thing with like Viridian. Like unless they were to combine Viridian Forest with Viridian, that would make sense. And that would be really nice. Right? Because you want to think about combining stuff. Like, right? Like think about combining stuff. Like the way that they potentially combined Mount Moon and Pewter.
Good morning.
What else could they combine? Right? Cerulean and Bill. They can combine Lavender and like the underground cave and like all the stuff to the south of Lavender if they wanted. They could combine Celadon City. Celadon City would just be good by itself. It's massive. That, or even more Cycling Road. They could combine Viridian and the Forest. They could do Blaine. They could do Cinnabar and the Hidden Mansion. And even the Seafoam. Even Cinnabar and Seafoam would be perfect together. Now, they could also do Seafoam by itself because there's enough content there. It's like big, massive caves, right? Like that would work. And then we haven't talked about it, but what about the Indigo Plateau? Yes, Drizzy. Right? What about Indigo Plateau, Victory Road? All of that stuff could be pretty cool. Viridian and Victory Road, right? So there's like a handful of options here that they could cook. Isn't Johto loosely connected to Kanto? Yes. They could also introduce Johto. Don't say that. Don't get my hopes up. Imagine if they just skip the rest of the Kanto cities. Because, like, you know, who cares, right? We got the bulk of Kanto. And what if they just started introducing Johto? Oh my God. Imagine if the next DLC, what if the first DLC is like 3 Johto cities? I would freak the out. I would lose my like if they introduced like Goldenrod City, like Ekritik, the national park, it would be over. I would literally eat my shoe in front of you live. Yeah. How about the Safari Zone? Yeah, the Safari Zone would be a great ad, like on its own, because it's big enough. Like, yeah, right. Some areas I think are enough content on their own. I think the Seafoam Islands was such a great drop. Like, Seafoam Islands, a massive cave system with a bunch of introducing of ice Pokemon to the game. Right, like that would be a really nice drop by itself. I think some stuff would warrant a solo small DLC. $10, $20, maybe even $5, which I know, again, as Fliptoast said, imagine Pokemon and free in the same sentence or cheap in the same sentence. But I'm just trying to spitball here. I'm just saying, like, there could be minor DLC, there could be major DLC. That doesn't make too much sense because they can't sell too much stuff to us, all right? Because that's how that works. They can't sell, they can't turn it into microtransactions because that's not how DLC works. People won't buy it. This is like an age-old thing, by the way. We all say that we will. We all said that we would have bought 5 DLCs for Animal Crossing, but the truth is like we wouldn't have. And Nintendo knows that. So it's they play a marketing game. They think they know us better than we know ourselves. That comment was made to be like, I would have bought 5 DLCs for AC, and a lot of people would have, but the more you release, the less people buy. That's just how that works in the marketing world. So if we get DLC from this game, they're going to be large DLCs, or they're going to just be small, like 1 or 2, right? 1 or 2 DLCs. It's not going to be a lot. And like, and if it is a lot, it's going to be over years. But what I'm hoping out for is like patches or like small updates to the game for free. And again, I know I'm out of my mind, but that would be so sexy if they were like, here's a brand new area that we just adding to the game as a patch, or like, even if it was like a Dream Island reference, like for the next 3 weeks, you can visit the Seafoam Island, Dream Island, and there's gonna be ice Pokemon spawning there, and you can go there once a day, and it generates different ice Pokemon every day. So like they have some free content they could do. I think a lot of people would be okay with that. Would you guys be okay with just like a temporary Seafoam Island that was an event that you got maybe 5 to 10 ice Pokemon from, or you know, maybe like a temporary, like, oh, here's Mount Coronet as a Dream Island temporary update. You know what I mean? Like that would work. So I do think they have some wiggle room on how they approach content for this game. It doesn't have to just be DLCs. It can be updates, it could be patches, it could be events potentially. But I'm also out of my mind and overly optimistic, and they're gonna try to charge us everywhere they can. Yo, thank you, Pages Peaches, for 23. Can we get some love in the chat for a 23-month resub? Good morning, Dusty Bun. Man, they could be cooking for sure. So get this, Entei is on an island. I am now, probably because I have others. Yesterday I got Suicune, and the day before I got Mewtwo. I'm not used to this luck. I'm not used to this luck. Thank you so much for the love in the chat, and thank you. Good morning, Becktastic. It's good to see you here today. Amy Lee, joke's on you. I used to be a Sims player. Yeah, right. Exactly. All right, Chili Shaved Ice Habitat. What's up, Big Cat? How you been, Kate? Dude, one of my longest running supporters, dude. And just viewers and fans of the show. Good to see you today, man. Big Cat Kate. So yeah, there's a little bit of a kitty update. I talked about it a little bit this morning, which I know not all of you were here yet, but just more love-ins, more success with her getting comfortable. And I think the biggest thing to mention from yesterday, and I might talk more in depth about it later, was that I had my door open and I was sitting in here with headphones on, just listening to stuff. I had my phone was going and I'm just kind of hanging out. And she goes and she sits outside of my door, like right here, and she just sits there for 30 minutes, just relaxing, which is super cool. And I think she might have been hesitant to come in. Maybe she didn't think she was allowed because it was closed. She also just doesn't know this room that well. So I decided to open up a bag of treats because I've been keeping treats with me. Shout out to that advice. And I opened up some treats and put them down and kind of got her to come in. And then she came in and she got a full-on pet session from me. And so we got a second massive pet session in. Pet session. And I got 2 of those in yesterday total, which was awesome. And she's just been exploring the space. Like I've opened up the whole house to her at this point, and she's just exploring her space. So things are working out pretty well. And just a day at a time. I did try some different stuff yesterday. I mixed it up a little bit on her. Like I'm trying to get her to eat her food in the kitchen. So I'm trying to get her used to like feeding time, but then also to like come and look around the house for the food, because the first 2 or 3 days I was putting it right in front of where she's hiding. So I'm just kind of going through the process of trying to build healthy habits and good habits for her, which, you know, it takes a while. It's just like a thing. It's gonna be a while, you know. But all right, I need to build things, and I'm not sure what I want to build for these challenges. These are the challenges I might avoid, because I don't want to just build stuff aimlessly without knowing exactly what I'm doing with it. Powering up machines wouldn't be too hard to do though. So let's go ahead and just put a couple of devices down that need electricity. And we can also get Jolteon this morning, and then we'll stop there with the Jolteon quest. Because like, I'm not trying to like overdo this. I don't want to like do a bunch of decorating that I don't have any intentions to like keep right now, but I'm also trying to play the freaking game and not think so hard about the future of my island. With these types of games, you got to be careful, man, because you can kind of screw yourself. Does the CD player need electricity? I think it does. You got to be careful, because you could screw yourself. If you sit here and you're always looking for the perfect, like, oh, I'm not going to do anything until I know exactly what I need from something. It's like, you could put yourself in a position where you're like not having fun. You got to be careful. Like you gotta like have the blend of fun and future plans. If you go too hard on one or the other, you could totally just like ruin the game for yourself. Okay, that doesn't need electricity. That does. Okay, that doesn't need electricity. That does. Illuminated bench. Oh no, that changed the bench habitat. No, my Charge-a-Bug. No. Well, Charge-a-Bug's homeless now. Great. And he's nowhere to be seen. Awesome. We got a homeless charger bug on our hands. We got a homeless charger bug on our hands. Ay caramba. Do 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 do. Oh, Glaceon's already here to go, ready to go. Is it bad that I've been working on every area but Pallet Town since release? No, I don't think that's bad at all. I think Pallet Town's really meant to be like an end game feature. And I think Pallet Town's meant to be like the last place that you spend time in the game. Or maybe your very first. But I don't think it's something that you should be stressed out about. Right? Does that make sense? Like maybe your very first or maybe your very last. Like I don't think it's something that you're supposed to stress yourself out about. And here's the thing, you kind of get punished if you come to Pallet Town too early. And let me explain why. So why do I feel like you get punished for coming to Pallet Town early? Well, first off, if you come to Pallet Town early and you build your big shrines before you really know what you're doing here, you're just screwed. So why? Well, you see this flame altar over here and you see that in the distance? Once I build that, I can't move that. That's there. That's the only one I thought about. Thank goodness, and it looks awesome in the distance. However, this one over here, not really too upset where it's at, but it could have been somewhere way better. And now it's stuck, and you cannot move it. The frost shrine. It could have been somewhere so much better, somewhere way further away, somewhere in the corner, somewhere hidden, legendary, you know? And then, last but not least, my power plant. Now, I'm not too upset where I put my power plant, but again, like, I would have liked to have maybe thought a little harder about what I was doing here before I put these massive permanent structures down. So like, in my opinion, I think really you shouldn't be coming to Pallet Town until you're pretty well established in the game. And you have a really good idea what you're doing, what you want to accomplish. Then you show up to Pallet Town and you have a good time. Right? Because like that kind of sucks, right? Like I'm stuck. I would have to completely break those buildings down brick by brick and rebuild them if I wanted to move them. Nope, can't relocate them because you can't relocate Minecraft buildings. I don't think you can relocate this building. So once you put down a kit that's a Minecraft building, those can't be relocated. Those are different. Those are blocks. And once those blocks exist, they're just blocks and you have to take them down manually. So that's the problem, right? Because like if I want to move that power plant, I'm not moving it, I'm destroying it and then building it again by scratch. And you only get one of those kits in the game that we know of right now. So it's like, you want to think hard about that. You don't want to be showing up to Pallet Town, I think, too early and then making your later game maybe a little less interesting, you know? It's not that big of a deal, but I think it's worth mentioning for the players that don't know that. So. All right, here we go. Hi there, nice to meet you. Are you okay being so close to me? You're not too cold, are you? Oh, that's great. As you'd expect, my body is as cold as ice. I always get a bit worried when friends hang out with me. You don't seem to be the type to catch a cold easily, though, so maybe we can hang out even more. Now, I don't have all the information, to be clear, Dr. Roxo. Some of this is assumptions with only minimal testing, but still, I can pretty comfortably say you can't relocation kit anything that's a Minecraft style building. Only the prefabs, Poke Center, Pokemart, and the 3 different prefab types. That's the only stuff I believe. It can control its body temperature at will. This enables it to freeze the moisture in the atmosphere, creating flurries of diamond dust. Ooh, she's a trader. I think they all might be traders. You've earned a recipe as a reward for discovering lots of Pokemon. Yeah, those are Minecraft buildings, yeah. I tried to make my giant buildings look purposeful, but I do wish I moved them further away. Like they're right at the Pallet Town entrance, and I'll probably tear them down over time. Right. Like, unfortunately, you know, you might end up tearing one down. Yeah, I don't blame you, Bree. It's not that big of a deal. You know, once you get more comfortable with the game, you might be able to build your own. Have some fun, you know? All right, Jolteon's a personal favorite of mine, so I'm really happy about this. My original favorite was Jolteon, but then I slowly shifted over to Vaporeon. Then in Generation 2, I fell in love with Espeon and Umbreon, but Umbreon a little bit more. And that's pretty much it, besides for Leafeon. So my favorite evolutions are as follows. No specific order, but Leafeon, Vaporeon, and Umbreon. And then my top 5 would include Espeon and Jolteon. And that's my evolution favorites. I discovered yesterday's stream a little before you ended. It was great and useful. Hey, what's up? How you doing today, Monina? It's nice to meet you officially here today. You're welcome to come and hang out with us and lurk. I do have a full playlist of all of my Pokopia content, and it's all been pretty, not only informative, but also just fun and relaxing. And I'll add the next couple episodes to that playlist here soon, like the past 3 or 4. But yeah, welcome in. You're welcome to ask questions. It's nice to have you here today, and thank you so much for the kind words. I'm glad you enjoyed the show. And we just hit 270, y'all. Look at this. 270. We're 30 away. Let's go do our Dream Island, everybody. And if we're going to go do our Dream Island, I think y'all know what that means now, don't you? Oh, it's time for the morning prediction. We're lined up until you said Leafeon over Glaceon. Yeah. Today we're going to head over to a substitute island, another random island. We did Ditto yesterday. Substitute Island, will we get a legendary this morning? Let me go ahead and get that prediction opened up right now. Will we get a legendary on this island? Ladies and gentlemen, the tables are open. Taco Existential hitting us with a tier 2 for 55 months. Legend. Absolute legend. Dr. Roxo says, I tried to build my museum storage in the side of a cliff and underestimated how much space I needed. It's so crowded, dude. Same. I thought I was going to be building this small little underground base for storage, and I think I'm building a mansion. Thank you, Taco. Thanks for sticking with me, buddy. I got this super cute picture I'm about to be putting in my panels soon from Rainaby, and it has you, me, and M Bliss sitting around a campfire together. And it's super sick. It's so sick, dude. I'm gonna add it to my panels here that when I do some maintenance. I haven't done maintenance on my stream in a couple weeks. I'll do some maintenance soon. Yeah, shout out to M Bliss, the legend. Just in time for the Gamba. Sorry, YouTube chat. We don't have Gambas over there. We can run a poll, though. Would you guys like that? I could do that. No pressure to come and say hello or to chime in, but I do have access to polls on YouTube. It's a little different vibe, but... Yo, what's up, Aquana? Hey, welcome back. All right, will we get a legendary? Let's go. You know what? Do I have a search Pokemon available here real quick? Yesterday we said we would bring a search Pokemon with us and do some testing. Let's see. Let's see here real quick. We're going to go in here. We're going to filter. Go down to search. Let's see here. Do I have a search Pokemon living here that's a flyer? I do. I can bring Dracoloak with me. I believe Dracoloak lives here. Oh, why don't we bring our boy Arcanine? Let's bring the dog. Let's bring Arcanine, because that's just so on brand, right? That's beautiful. Even if it can't fly, who cares? I'm sorry, I'm not a hater, I'm a realist. All or nothing. Oh, that's okay. You're certainly silly if you think that I'm going to see a legendary today. That's for dang sure. With my track record. There you are. What's up, boyo? Come here, big boy. You're coming with me, dude. All right, let's go. Today's the day, I hope. Do you take photos of yourself with the legendaries? I have taken a bunch of photos with them, yeah. I have taken a bunch. I can show you my photo album here shortly. What's up, Bearded? Welcome back, bud. All right, we're off. Thank you, Big Drew, for 8 months. Big Drew coming through. Zallycat says they have faith over on YouTube. Good morning, LPK. Diamond Blade, nice. Linking up, dude. Enjoy the island game. We have no visitor today, 2 days in a row. I'm gonna fix that code in the future. All right, here we go. We're bringing our doggo with us today. I've never really brought many Pokemon here, and I love it. All right, let's go, Urcanine. You ready to find some treasures? Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Oh, I see it right over there. Who's a good boy? Come on. Are you going to be able to travel in the water, dude? I don't think you're going to be able to. We got a water island, and we brought a fire dog with us. Let's try. Let's see. Nope, he hates me. He's like, you suck, dude. All right, well, it was a short run. I'll be back, dude. I got work to do. I didn't know it was going to be this island, dude. Ditto used ocean. It was super effective. Why not make a bridge? That's what I was going to do. I just don't have the materials on me. Yeah. That's exactly what I came over here to do. Grab a couple of these flowers. Should be able to use extreme speed to pass. All right, that should be enough. Yeah, we're gonna build him a path. I need those red pipes. I used substitute, but it took me to the Pikachu Dao. This is the Pikachu Island, I believe. I believe this is Pika. Is where you want to be. All right, I wonder if one block is going to be enough for a big dog like this. First time tuning into a Pokopia stream. I'm as blind as ever about it. What up, Carmi? More so, I won't give in to get a Switch 2 just for one game. Yeah, you know, I've been talking to people a lot about that, and... Nope, he needs 2. I've been talking to a lot of people about that, you know, I do think that investing into the Switch for one game feels kind of silly. Unless you're, like, guaranteed that you're going to be buying future games. Right? But if you're guaranteed you're going to buy future games, then it would make more sense. But that's a hard guarantee for some of us, you know? And also, Oz, I appreciate that. I'm not sure, but thank you very much for the heads up. I know some people have gotten legendaries from Ditto and Substitute, so I'm just, like, not even sure how that works. I'm just not even sure. But I don't just go to Ditto or Substitute. I rotate. I rotate around. I'm trying to get these little weeds. Yes! Yellow-green shoots. Oh, those are going to be perfect for decorating. Yes! Yes! Perfect. Dun, dun, dun. All right. We don't need to pick everyone up, and we can always come back and get more. But it's cool to know that that works that way. If another Switch 2 exclusive comes out, you won't feel as bad. Yeah, that's a pretty good way to think about it. I think that's what most people just need Nintendo to show us why we need to buy this stuff. And Nintendo's not doing a good job. Like, the truth is that ask anybody, and I bet you most people are going to say to you, yep, Nintendo needs to do a direct. Like, I don't know what they're doing. I'm not convinced. You know, while they did have, you know, a pretty decent lineup for the Switch 2, it was a weird lineup. Donkey Kong fans are far and in between. Nobody wants to hear that, you know, but it's true. That's not that popular of a franchise, dude. So your major first game that comes out that is a Donkey Kong game, there's a lot of people who are looking at you like, what? Donkey Kong? Like, that's cool, but who cares? Right? And then you have Mario Kart World, okay, but then all the controversy around Mario Kart World kind of ruined it for people. So anybody who was excited about Mario Kart World, there's a chance that they were like less excited because of the controversy and the $80 price tag. So then you have that's two strikeouts, right? That's two strikeouts for like a lot of people. Boom. What's next? Kirby Air Riders. Like, no offense, but okay. And those are your 3 Switch 2 exclusives. Hyrule Warriors. Hyrule Warriors, unfortunately, deserves another one of these. You know what I mean? It's like, so you have these people who are like, I'm waiting to see what Nintendo releases for the Switch 2, and Switch 2's lineup so far has been a bunch of B games. Like, they're not bad games, but they're not A, they're B, right? Can we all agree with that? Every game that has been released has technically been the B team. And the only one that is arguing against that is Mario Kart. But Mario Kart had a massive controversy around it. Everyone blew up in frustration about the $80 price tag. And then the game got a bunch of terrible press around it, unfortunately. So the one game that was A tier that on release was the game that was shrouded in controversy. It's like they lost, dude. They just did not expect Mario Kart to get shrouded that way. So now we're finally starting to cook. Now we're entering our second year, and what do we got? Pokopia. Now everyone's going, wait a second. Uh-oh. Right? And now we have Pokopia. Then what do we have next? Yoshi's Mysterious Book. Switch to it. Okay, we're cooking. Yoshi's still pretty B tier. But okay, we're cooking. Pokemon, Yoshi, right? Like, now it's starting to cook, but it's like, it's still taking a while. Like, everyone's sitting around like, okay, take my money, but like, when are you going to release something? You know what I mean? Like, we're in a weird place with the Switch. Yeah. And Random 18, like, don't take what I'm saying personal, homie. Like, I'm not talking down on Kirby, and I don't need to defend myself. But since you're one of my moderators, I felt the need to say this. Like, yeah, like, I'm not talking down on Kirby, but I think it's hard to ignore the fact that Kirby is obviously the B team, dude. Sorry, but it is. It might not be for you, but it's B team. Like, I'm not trying to be the bad guy saying that out loud. You know what I mean? Like, it's just the truth. And like, I'm just trying to have a conversation that is good faith about the current state of the Switch 2 and why people aren't convinced to purchase it yet. Just a good faith conversation. I'm not trying to talk down on any games, but I think we can all agree that Donkey Kong Bonanza is a B tier game, dude. It's Donkey Kong. That's never been A tier for Nintendo. They tried to make Donkey Kong A tier, but it just didn't work, dude. Donkey Kong 64 didn't hit. The last time Donkey Kong was A tier was Donkey Kong Country on the Super Nintendo. That was 30 years ago. Like, I'm just speaking the truth, man. Like, yes, Donkey Kong is a favorite for a lot of people. But like, that's like, it's just not, they've only released one A tier game on the Switch 2 before Pokopia, and it was Mario Kart, and that's it. And then we finally got Pokopia, which is the next A tier game. Everything else has been Switch 2 upgrades, which are only so exciting, And that's it. Like, we're all just kind of waiting, you know? I guess I'm confused where Nintendo's mind was releasing the Switch 2, especially not having bangers on release. Right, well, and that's the thing. Remember, bangers is per person. That Random 18 had his bangers. So bangers is per person. Right? To an extent, right? That's subjective. But your question is still super healthy. It's like they are managing here's the reason I'm making a difference between that. Like here's what I'm trying to say. Sorry, I got lost in the sauce. Here's what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is that the Nintendo Switch 2's lineup wasn't bad. It just wasn't filled with system sellers. But it wasn't bad, right? That's the thing. That's the difference. Like, Kirby Air Riders was a banger, dude. That's a deep cult game for a lot of people. That's a huge banger just for a small amount of people. Mario Kart World is a banger for a large amount of people, and it just got controversial. Donkey Kong Bonanza is a banger! Game of the Year candidate. It's just not for everybody. The conversation isn't that they didn't release good games and that they didn't have a good lineup. The conversation is that they didn't release with very popular bangers. They didn't release with like the games that sell consoles. And that is confusing. That is like really weird. It's like, what are you doing? Like, people want games. Like it's weird. It's just weird. It's just weird. Yeah. But the reason I just had to make that distinction real quick, because we had this conversation not too long ago, and I accidentally made it sound like I was saying that the Switch 2 lineups was bad. And I just want to make it clear. I think there's a difference between the lineup being bad and the lineup just not hitting hard for the masses. That's the difference. Like, every game that was released for the Switch 2 was very niche. They released a Zelda game that was niche. They released a Kirby game that was niche. They released a Donkey Kong game that was niche. So yeah, it is confusing. It's super weird because the 3 of 4 of the games they released were like niche, like weird side experimental, just not quite main games. And then Metroid Prime 4 happened. But Metroid Prime 4 is massive, right? Like, that's, again, like another banger. Just not the biggest banger because there's not actually that many Metroid fans out there. That's the truth. Like, go ask around. Not everyone's a Metroid fan. You know, like, so it's like, and then I did forget about ZA. Thank you. I did forget about ZA. ZA would have been considered a banger. Right? So now that you mentioned that, you want to know what's really funny? Why are Pokemon fans eating so good with the Switch 2, but no one else right now? Wait a second. Why are Pokemon fans eating so good right now on the Switch 2, and everyone else is kind of just nibbling? Because like ZA was great, and Pokopia is great, and they've already revealed Wind and Waves, and that's next year, and that's gonna be great. And all the Pokemon fans are like, ooh-wee! Oh yeah, ZA wasn't exclusive. That's why I didn't bring it up. Thank you. That's why I didn't bring it up, because it wasn't exclusive. Correct. And that's the point I was trying to make, was exclusives. Yes, that's why I didn't bring it up. Thank you for the reminder. Yeah, we're talking exclusives right now, but ZA was still a good drop for the Switch 2, if you owned a Switch 2. Yeah. The biggest issue with ZA was they made it backwards compatibility. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, chat just said that. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree. I think if ZA was a Switch 2 exclusive, I think it would have hit harder, but that's assuming that the game would have been better. like substantially better if it wasn't held back. And that's a bold assumption that none of us can make. We don't know that. We don't know that it would have been so much better that it would have been like breathtaking on the Switch 2. We don't know that. We really don't. Like, so like, yeah, assuming that if they made it Switch 2 exclusive, it would have been really good, then I do agree with you that they made a mistake making it Switch 1 as well. Then now when I say mistake, I just mean it didn't help build hype for the Switch 2 because people could just buy it on the Switch 1. What about Hyrule Warriors? Hyrule Warriors is a great game, but it's far from its niche, man. How many people do you think bought that game? How many people do you think realistically purchased Hyrule Warriors? I can answer the question for you, not a lot. So that's the problem. And like the conversation we're having is about the fact that they've failed to put out really popular games on the Switch 2 so far. Outside of Pokopia and maybe Metroid Prime and then, you know, and then Mario Kart, right? Like yeah, it's like not many people care about Warriors, man. Like, so that's like the point that we're trying to talk about here is the fact that there isn't any popular games out. 1 million sales of his January. Now that's not a little, by the way. 1 million sales for a game is great, but in the grand scheme of things, that's nothing. Pokemon's hitting all of their demographics. Legends EAs for the modern Pokemon fans, Fire Red, Leaf Green, Gale of Darkness for the nostalgia heads, Pokopia for the cozy builder community, Champions for the competitive. Yeah, they're hitting all of the itches, dude. Yeah, right. So just use the fluffy bread with Moslax and got the last 8 mysterious slates within 20 minutes of treasure hunting. Burmy Bookworm? Is that why I got so many mysterious slates the other day when I did fluffy bread? I did almost finish my whole mysterious slate journey that day. Earlier this week, I got like, I only have 5 left to find. That's crazy. It's crazy how good the buff system is. It was fun to play. Dude, I loved playing Hyrule Warriors. Thanks for saying that, Dad Baby. Anyways, you know, this conversation's like almost unnecessary. We're just yapping to yap, everybody. But Carmi just mentioned a good point, and I thought it was fun to dive into it a little bit. Like, yeah, dude. And, you know, and same thing with, was it Zella Zephyra as well? It's like, yeah, there is a little bit of confusion around Nintendo right now. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. All right, now just real quick. I haven't talked to him, have I? Watch this. Let's go ahead. Let's restore our filter. And let's just kind of scroll around here, right? Now, we've already met Raikou. Technically, Raikou's already in our Pokedex, right? So, in theory, he should be down here somewhere, right? So, here he is. Look at here. He's just hanging out. Oh, he's in my Pokedex. All right, cool. So, now let's say if I go to filter. Remember, guys, 5 steps. Step 1, open the Pokedex. Step 2, press Y. Step 3, press all under registration status. Step 4, press in this area. Step 5, press the Y button again. And look who appears in the list. Five steps. I promise you this works. I know a lot of people are kind of throwing some information around like it doesn't, but like I am 99% sure this system works exactly as we've talked about for the past 3 weeks, 2 weeks. I am very confident. So if you are not finding this to work, you need to follow the 5-step rule. All right, I'll show you guys one more time. So let me reset the filters so that we can go from scratch. Step 1, open the Pokédex. Step 2, press the Y button to access the filters. Step 3, press the All button under registration status. Step 4, press the In This Area button under location. Step 5, and this is very important, press the Y button again. If you press B, it doesn't save. And I have a sneaking suspicion this is most people's problem. I swear to you, I know humans. Press the Y button to save it. And if you want to know how it works, if you look at the bottom, it says active filter. In orange, that means like you have a filter activated. Boom. And this is how you can see if a legendary has spawned on a dream island without having to search for it. So when you spawn into a dream island, all right, I'm going to show you guys right now. Look. When you spawn into a dream island, there's a chance that a legendary could be there. Arcanine agrees. Look at him. You see him shaking his head? So you're here, but let's say you don't have the time to look. Or let's say that you are not sure if you could find him. Let's say you're digging around and you're like, man, I don't see anything. What you can do to make sure that it works, that the Pokemon is there, or, all right, is, again, 5 steps. Go into the Pokédex, and I'm going to reset the filter real quick so you can see what it looks like beforehand. So it's just my Pokédex. I'm going to go into the filter, and I'm going to say all in this area, and the legendary Pokemon will appear as one of the Pokemon in the area. It'll either be a question mark or like a silhouette or something if you've never actually met them before. So Entei and Suicune are going to be question marks for you because we have not seen those in the game. They're going to be mysteries. But Raikou we've met and Mewtwo we've met. Well, I have because I finished the story. So because I've met Mewtwo and Raikou, they're actually already registered in my Pokédex. But for you, it would likely be a question mark if you've never met them in the game. But that's it. You would likely just see Ditto, Drifloon, and the Pokemon. The only reason I'm seeing Arcanine is because I brought him with me today. But you would likely just see Ditto, Drifloon, and then the Pokemon if they're there. If you only see Ditto and Drifloon, there is no legendary, and you could technically just leave. And you don't even have to actually search. People have been doing this like a shiny hunt, everybody. You can do this and switch the date on your Switch, and you can just grind out the islands. Go visit an island, check for a legendary. You could leave, switch to the next day, check for a legendary, leave, switch to the next day. People have been doing this and farming these legendaries because it's all RNG. It's all like a % chance to happen. And we don't even know the percentage. So there's this is something that people have been using to gamify hunting down the legendaries. So this is a very strong system that definitely works to my knowledge now, as well as many others in the chat. However, I do encourage you to kind of still look around. And the only reason I even say this is because we still don't have an 100% foolproof definitive answer if this works. Technically we don't. Is that fair? Technically we do not. We have maybe about 100, let's say about 50 to 100 use case scenarios where it has worked. And now I have one of my own as well. But we do not have a definitive answer if this technique works. So we have to keep that in mind. We have to always assume that there could be more to the story that meets the eye. There could be more to the situation. We're not sure. So just keep that in mind as you go forward. And hopefully this does actually 100% chance work, and that this is a thing that you can gamify. So the reason I'm saying all of this is I want to be clear to you. Make sure that you are still looking, because until we can give you the 100%, yes, this is a feature in the game that works, I would hate for you to leave an island and not find the legendary that's there. That would suck, right? Like that would blow. So like double and triple check yourselves and make sure that you're like, you know, not losing out on something. That would suck, right? So Joe, just make sure you're still kind of doing your own little research, your own little exploring, and but once you get comfortable with the system, you could very well game it if you want. Would we actually be able to get 100% sure without data mining? No, but we could get a little bit more sure the more people that confirm, and if somebody like Joe from Cerebi does some experiments for us. You know what I mean? Like if somebody would take the time to do an actual experiment, like going to 100 dream islands and testing it every time, that would really help us, right? One person, minimal variables, maybe have two people, one be a control, you know, true experiments. That's what's required for us to get that 99% okay. We need a true experiment. We need somebody to sit down with 100 back to back and test it every time. Because as of right now, we have 100, right? But it's 100 separate people. And that doesn't help anybody. So we need one individual to sit down and do this for like a day and like really collect some data. Then we would be able to say like, okay, thumbs up, like this works, you know? But for now, it's like a 90%, 95%. Still pretty high in my opinion. But that 100's out of reach right now. All right, dude, we got him, dude. Oh, there was a cutscene. I knew it. That's why I didn't walk in there. Yes. Yes. We're bringing home our first legendary from a dream island. Oh, the believers. A beautiful upset this morning. A beautiful upset this morning. The believers are getting paid today, dude. Oh, I love this theme. Oh, hey, bud. I've been watching your adventures. You've been working hard, watering plants and making lots of stuff for everybody. Looks like you're having a blast. Yeah, watching you puts a real smile on my face, bud. I bet I could see even more fun stuff if I was right down here with you. How do you feel about taking me where you live? You got it. Awesome. Thanks, bud. I'll follow your lead then. Head back to Drifloon with Raikou? No, not yet. Let me get this loot, baby. 3 rare Pokemetal ingots. Oh man, I'm so excited, dude. Dun, dun, dun. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I finally got the boy. Poor Arcanine, I know. I'm getting ready. Did you have to bring a Pokemon with you or can you find him alone? I think you can find him alone, but there was somebody in the chat, lights come on, that was theory crafting that it was because I brought Arcanine with me. So you better believe that I'm bringing Arcanine with me every day from here on out, just as a superstitious. I might not be superstitious, but I'm a little stitious. So Arcanine's my new best friend. Make a TikTok about it. It's definitely a causality that people need to know about. Yeah. Oh, he can't get through here. Raikou's like, dude, you need to make this hole bigger, homie. I got you, dude. Hold on. All right. That's the Pokedex level lore. Yeah. All right, you good? All right, dude. My boy, dude. He's my favorite of the legendary dogs. He's my favorite. He's always been my favorite of the legendary dogs because he was the first I ever got. So for me, Arcanine agrees. Look, yeah, 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 Roro, Roro, yeah, 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 Roro, yeah, yeah. He was the first I ever got, dude. When I was a kid and I played Pokemon Gold, so I didn't play because Crystal, they give you Suicune, right? But in Gold, it doesn't work that way. So I played Gold and all the legendary dogs scattered, and I kid you not, within the next week, Raikou showed up in grass right by Mom's house, like right over by New Bark Town. And I'm like, what? And I whipped a fastball at him because I don't think quick balls were even in the game yet. I don't even think quick balls were in the game yet in Gen 2. So I whipped a fastball at him. That's why a white apricorn fastball that just was supposed to catch Pokemon at a higher rate who were fast. And I got him one-tapped. I one-tapped him. I somehow one-tapped Raikou with a fastball in Generation 2 Gold. And I freaked out. And I had him in my team for the rest of my playthrough. It was sick, dude. It was sick. So I have like this legendary moment in my heart where with Raikou, that dude, he's been with me ever since. Whoa, that gave me a jolt. Don't spark up a conversation with me out of nowhere like that, okay? I may not look it, but I'm pretty jumpy. Oh, and be extra careful around me in bad weather. Because if I cry out in surprise, sometimes lightning will come shooting down in a flash. And then the sound of lightning will startle me so much that I cry out again. Oh, the snake that eats its own tail. A sensitive Pokemon that easily becomes sad or angry. Every time its mood changes, it charges power. I didn't know Jolteon was moody. Yeah, Game Boy Color era, that's right. Yeah, Pokemon Gold was Game Boy Color. Pokemon Gold was Game Boy Color, and then Ruby and Sapphire was Game Boy Advance. Now, in Pokemon Crystal, they gave you a chance, they gave you a free encounter with Suicune. So they made it a little bit easier. All right, everyone. We just got a legendary dog. Let's put him in a grass patch. Yo, you want to move in? That's your new pet. You're a god Pokemon, and now you live in this grass. Yep. Welcome to your new life. You might want to put Jolteon in a home if it becomes angry easily, yeah. You gotta humble Raikou out a bit, yeah. You love to put legendaries in grass patches? I do. I do. Did anybody see that they might be remaking Ocarina of Time? Yeah, it's a rumor right now, but it's a rumor from a very faithful leaker. Faithful leaker is just a way to say a leaker that's been relatively accurate for most of his journey. A guy named by the name of Nate the Hate. He's actually laid out all of Nintendo's the whole rest of the year. He straight up just laid out the whole rest of the year for Nintendo, which is just so insane. You have to wonder that even if he's even remotely correct, you have to imagine that pisses Nintendo off. Or Nintendo's doing this. And that's always like a fun little conversation to have. Like, oh, well, Nintendo could be doing it on purpose so they could drum up some hype. And as much as I usually agree with those conspiracy theories, I do want to say something to that. Why not just do a direct? So, like, I don't know about that. I don't think that they did this on purpose. Because it's not like they just had a direct or something. Like, if they wanted to drum up some hype, they would give us a fucking direct, because we've been waiting all year so far. So, like, I don't even think that that's even real. I think that's completely fake. And I think what's going on here is that this is either a legitimate leak and Nate the Hate just has, you know, so Spawn Wave had a theory. Spawn Wave's theory is that Nate the Hate has multiple sources. And he waits until multiple sources confirm the same thing until he says anything. And that's why he's so accurate about stuff. And if you really think about it, that actually makes a lot of sense. Think about that. Like, that makes a lot of sense. Like, he probably has multiple sources. And the reason he's so accurate is because he doesn't say a word until it gets confirmed from multiple sources. Then he comes out and says, okay, this is happening. I'm telling you, I'm telling you, that's probably what's going on. And that's why this dude has been so quote unquote accurate since like his conception, essentially, right? Like, so here, let me show you all the actual tweet, and then I have a fun Pokemon Pokopia tweet for you as well. You guys ready? So first off, I'm gonna throw up some tunes for a second. This was the actual tweet here, and it said, "What's next for Nintendo Switch 2? Here's what we know. 3D Mario release. We know the direct timing," which I don't know what it is, but apparently they know when the next direct's happening. I'm sure that information might be somewhere. He might have like commented further in his tweet. This is not his original tweet, obviously. Summer lineup, new Star Fox, Zelda, and more. And then in this tweet, he goes further down the line to say that the Zelda game is going to be Ocarina of Time remake. And he also fleshes out some of these other comments as well. So if this is true, 3D Mario release this year, or not this year, just what's next for Switch 2? 3D Mario, which makes sense. The direct, that's probably going to happen from now to June. I'm guessing next month. Summer lineup, which they always release a couple games in the summer. New Star Fox, which is likely a couple years out. Zelda, which is, if it's Ocarina, it's probably a couple years out, if I had to guess. Now, to be fair, they've been releasing a Zelda game every year for the past like decade, besides for like 1 year or two. So let me re-say that. Like, over the past decade, there has only been 1 or 2 years that there wasn't some form of Zelda product released. So I've been saying this, there is going to be a Zelda product this year. That's just how that works, most likely. What will the product be? Will it be Ocarina? Will it be the Oracle games? Will it be Wind Waker, Twilight Princess? It could be anything. It could just be a throwaway game. It could be another side game. It could finally be the Zelda farming game we've all been waiting for. Who knows? But there is likely going to be some Zelda content this year. And, you know, maybe it's Ocarina. I would imagine that, I imagine that's going to be a big deal release that's going to get announced early, way in advance. But I don't know. We'll see. So otherwise, I want to show you this. Chat's been talking about this a lot. So somebody went and built a maximum security prison for Mr. Mime. Take a look at some of the creativity of Pokopia, and this is only scratching the surface. Take a look at the maximum security prison for Mr. Mime. Take a look at this. It's seriously perfect. Just keep watching. Watch when you see Mr. Mime in the distance. It's hilarious. Watch. Like when you see him like in the distance in the cell, it's like, oh my God, he belongs in there. He belongs in there, dude. He like really does. Like he really does. Listen, if y'all find anything cool like this, please share it in the Discord. We have a Pokopia channel. If you find anything cool like that and you want me to check it out, maybe on stream or just off stream, share that stuff, all right? Yeah, don't be shy. Somebody was talking about it like 2 days ago, so I just so happened to see it. So, also, did anybody hear about this? Doesn't this incense burner have a special ability? I swear I heard that this thing like helps Pokemon spawn or something. I don't know, man. I swear I heard a rumor about the wheezing, the coughing item. Oh, I'm playing some hide and seek. No, some look that way. Okay. Oh, okay, buddy. Come on, let me get that next win, baby. Oh, got him. All right, 1 and 1. Let's go. One more. Oh, what happens if you beat a Haxorus in chess? Does he rip your arms off like a Wookiee? Because he looks like he would. He looks like he would eat my heart if I beat him and looked that way. I'm kind of glad I lost. Mr. Mime hate is wild. I agree. I like Mr. Mime. I think it's funny though. I heard that if you put this item near a habitat, it helps Pokemon spawn. And I swear it might just be some fake BS, but I heard that, dude. I don't know if it's true. Do not enter, Mr. Mime. Do not feed the Do not feed the mimes. Do you have a Pokemon at the TV? It's static. The blue lines are normal. The blue lines are normal. But just in case, let's go ahead and put a photo up. So somebody asked earlier, do I have photos with the legendaries? I do, yeah. I took a photo with Mewtwo. I took a photo. I never took one with Kyogre or Volcanon, so I still need to get those. But I do got one with Mewtwo, and I do got one with Ho-Oh and with Lugia. I never got one with the legendary birds yet. I probably need to do that. All right, where's Sexy Machoke at? You know what we do around here. Sexy Machoke all day, every day. Which are the DAOs that go to islands for chance for legendary dogs? So, Eevee for Raikou, Withered Wastelands. Pikachu for... Sorry. Eevee for Suicune, Withered Wastelands. Pikachu for Raikou. Arcanine for Entei. And Dragonite for Mewtwo. So the only one that you want to avoid to be safe is Clefairy, and I still don't even know if that's true. I think Mewtwo can spawn at Clefairy or Dragonite. I also am not even sure if none of that even matters, and if any legendary can spawn at any island. I don't think that's true. This is all just theories right now. Last but not least, Ditto and Substitute DAO take you to random islands. However, if Clefairy doesn't have a legendary, then you might want to be careful using Substitute DAO and Ditto. Think about it. Maybe that's what Oz was talking about. Maybe all this time when people were saying that Ditto and Substitute DAO equal no legendaries, maybe what's actually happening is that they're getting taken to Clefairy, which in theory does not have a legendary attached to it. In theory. So I'm just going to throw that out there. Maybe that's what's going on. Maybe that's why Substitute Ditto doesn't work. I think it does. It clearly does, because I just used the Substitute DAO and I just got a legendary. So maybe instead, it's not that Substitute and Ditto doesn't work, and it's that it takes you to Clefairy, and Clefairy is bad for legendaries. And again, that's just a theory. I'm not sure, but as of right now, I believe there's only 4 legendary Pokemon that you can get from Dream Islands. And that's Eevee, Pikachu, Arcanine, Dragonite. Which means, in theory, the Clefairy DAO takes you to nothing. It just takes you to a mountain biome and you get some loot. I'm not sure. All right, let's go hunt down some mysterious slates and see if we can finish up our slates. We have one here. So we'll do some mysterious slate hunting. I also want to do some designing today, and I would like to start cleaning up Pallet Town sometime soon, which is a project that I'm just not even able to wrap my head around yet. So while we wait for these habitats to spawn, we've done our dailies. Every day I log in, I want to go do my challenges so I can build up my coin stock again. So we've done our 3 challenges. However, what we haven't done is gone to our Cloud Island to get our challenges there. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to visit my Cloud Island. And I'm going to go see if I got some challenges to do here real quick. That won't take me too long. Also, I can get myself a second stamp from here. And we did find out that there might be some stamp fatigue in the game, meaning you can only give away so many stamps per host. And Lily Tazi confirmed this yesterday because they showed up to my Dream Island to get a stamp, and guess what? They didn't get one. It turned them down. Yo, good morning, Doomslayer, and good morning, Burned Remains, and good morning, Michael Bush. What's up, Michael? So I'm sorry I lost my YouTube chat for a second. I know that's weird. Just hear me out. I'm still learning how to navigate everything. So if you're still out there, Zally Cat, I'm actually mainly on Twitch. That is where I built my stream over the past couple years, and you can find my Twitch link in the description. And I always encourage people to come over to the Twitch just because it is like my main platform. But I provide the YouTube for a reason, so that you can enjoy my content wherever you see fit. Thank you for your patience, Zally. Burned Remains, good morning. They said, I ran into Entei on my very first Arcanine Dow run, Raikou on my second Pikachu. Crazy luck there, but my Habitat Dex was nearly done as well as my regular Dex. I suspect this sort of forced the spawns. Burned Remains might be cooking. Interesting. What if the further along your Dex is, it starts forcing spawns? I have a feeling there could be a system like that, like a safety net for players who struggle to get their Dex completed. Right? Like a safety net where the game goes, okay, you're struggling, let's help you out. Also, Michael, welcome to the show, by the way. You saw the build, yeah. And then last but not least, good morning, Doomslayer. And they have some updates for us. And I didn't get a chance to check them out off stream, so I'm going to check them out right now. Let's go check out your updates real quick. So we got a couple messages here to poke through. I see Baxter here this morning. Baxter says, finally finished my work at the Ridges. Oh, wow. Oh my gosh, you fixed the whole building with the restaurant. Wow. I'm going to have to come and see this in person. That's nice. Some people are looking for some Mew stamps this morning, if anybody has any. All right. And then my first build in Pallet Town, I followed a tutorial. I'm bad with custom buildings. It's still a work in progress. Oh, wow. So this is their first build. They did their own custom building, our friend Anna's Bananas. So let's go ahead and take a quick poke through and see what they accomplished. So this is going to give me inspiration because I have yet to build my own building. And the first one that I'm going to do is my gym. So this is like, I'm a little scared about this as well. So I'm happy to see people taking on. I know Dankroot Hydra has done a gym as well. I might want to come see theirs. All right, let's go inside. Quick question for online play, but is it possible for visiting players to pick up dropped items? Yes, but when they leave, you can dig into their inventory and take it back anyways. And that all depends on if you have spectator mode on Pallet Town. So if you invite somebody over to Pallet Town and they have spectator mode on, or you have spectator mode on, they can't do anything. But if you don't have spectator mode on, they can totally pick stuff up off the ground, I'm pretty sure. However, when they leave, you can just go dig it back up again because there's an option to go into players' inventories that have visited you. So, quick answer, spectator mode, I think, stops all of that. Turn that off, and they can totally mess up your stuff. They might even be able to destroy buildings and stuff. So be careful about that. You really do not want to be inviting anybody to your Pallet Town with permissions that you don't know. Can we just make that a rule of thumb to protect yourselves, everybody? Do not invite someone to your Pallet Town without spectator mode if you do not know them. Because in theory, they could just destroy your buildings and everything. and they could just grief the heck out of you. And Pallet Town doesn't have a reset button, I don't think. It might, but I don't know if it does. The Cloud Islands are different. The Cloud Islands are like a completely different experience. So that's separate. That's annoying. It's a prize thing. I kind of want to make them pick it up without touching the builds. Ah, see, I don't know if you can have both, dude. Good question. I don't think you can have both. That would be really cool, though. I see what you're cooking over there. And a beautiful build here. Anna's Bananas. Thank you for sharing with us, man. I loved it. And there's a whole building tutorial as well. I'm going to pin this one because it's a little tutorial as well. I like it. And then here is Amy Lee's work in progress of the abandoned mansion for some ghost Pokemon. Okay, are we even playing the same game, y'all? Are we even playing the same game? Good morning, Cero Nacho. Are we even playing the same game? This is so nice. Look at this. An old mansion for ghost Pokemon. Oh, the outside's an old graveyard. Okay, the graveyard got me, dude. All right, here's Doomslayer's progress. They're unearthing the dojo. Wow, homie. How much food did you eat to do this? That's the dojo, everybody. That was inside of a cliff. Yeah, in Skylands. Look at this. Wow, homie is opening up the whole dojo, dude. Nice, dude. Nice. Now the question is he going to turn it into a pussy palace or not? All right. Anyways, nice. Thanks for sharing. I'll actually get into the Discord and I will like look at stuff and comment later. I don't want to do too much of that stuff right now, but I'll do some comments later. What? It's a song, chat. I'm sorry. I know that was crass. Sorry. It's a song. I don't. Yo, by the way, there's a Moltres stamp over at my island today, if you guys want. Here's the code. I'll leave it on the screen for a second. Let me know if you can't get a stamp and we can learn more about the fatigue. It's a song. Did I hear that right? Yeah, it's a song. Some UK lady put out a song that was, I don't know. I'm not even going to go any further. It's just a song about a guy who was not faithful in his relationship, but we don't know the whole story. So like, who even knows? The guy was Hopper from Stranger Things. So Hopper from Stranger Things got caught up in like a mini controversy, and his wife put out a song about how he wasn't faithful, and it was like a whole thing. Yeah, just go look into it. It's pretty funny. We don't know the story though. Like she could have been terrible too. You know what I mean? Like we don't know, but all we know is that she put some song out and it was hilarious. Oh, my daily challenges are the same per area. Okay, that makes sense. I didn't realize how this worked. I remember you talking about that. Yeah. All right. I thought the shops and stuff were going to be different. So I think we're good. It's all the same. Okay. So we're really only coming here for stamps every day. Also, who spawned in a Squirtle? Cute. I need to go listen to Afro Man songs about, yeah, I know. I saw that whole thing. I watched a whole video about that. I need to listen to those songs as well. No family tag XP. Yeah, dude. What's up? How you doing, Doxy? So Jason says, I have a question for chat and you. If I create a habitat and I get a Pokemon from that habitat, but I keep that habitat as this home, why do I continue to get other Pokemon from that habitat? Or will? I'm not sure. So I can give you an answer roughly. And it's this. When you build a habitat for a Pokemon, some habitats have multiple Pokemon that spawn out of it. So ideally, for most habitats, when you spawn a Pokemon in, you want to take them out of that habitat and put them somewhere else temporarily. All right. Your code says you're not currently public. Weird. What a weird interaction. Yeah. So you want to build another one and move them out. You didn't get it? So what, did it just deny you? Now, Gemini, can I ask you a question? Did you already go and get some stamps today? You closed it too fast? Oh no, you could still go to my island even if I'm not there. Yeah, you should still be able to go to Cloud Islands even if the player's not available. Yeah, it does switch host, but it kicked you out. Oh, I think I kicked all the players out. Oops, you could just rejoin. That's my bad. When I left, I said kick all the players out. I'm so sorry about that. You could just rejoin. You're good. You're good. That was just my bad. Here, I'll bring up the code again for you just in case. Here's the code. Here's the code just in case. FHBHPYS5. Yeah, my bad. There's an option when you leave an island as the host to either end the session for everybody completely or to just leave and transfer the host. And I wasn't paying attention. That's my bad. I just wasn't paying attention. I thought it would be weird if I have to have you save 5 habitats for 4 tall grass. Okay, thanks. I think that's what I was understanding as well. Yeah, you're good, Jason. You're good. Yeah, it's a little confusing, but once you get a grip on it, so basically, some habitats you want to free up, right? Like, for example, if I spawned a Pokemon into 4 pieces of elevated tall grass, I would want to move that Pokemon out of the grass so I had a chance to spawn the next one. Right. I thought it was a user error on my end. Yeah, dude, my bad. I just booted y'all out like a punk. Psych. I haven't thought about the word psych in a while. Psych. All right. We still haven't had any luck spawning in Clodsire. He really doesn't want to be here. I wonder if Clodsire requires a specific area. Like maybe he requires the Withered Waste or something. No, he's just 2-star rare. This is his 2-star rare. Is there a 1-star rare option for him? No, he's 2-star rare no matter what. So I'm just having bad luck. I guess if I wanted to increase my odds, I could put some yellow grass here as well, huh? Right? I guess if I want to increase my odds, but it seems like I'm just having bad luck with them. That's okay. I'm not expecting everything to come right away. I still haven't seen Crobat since the first time he showed up, and I didn't talk to him right away. Hopefully Homie comes back. Now it's full. It'll empty up soon. Yeah. Sorry about that. That was all so confusing. Go get Spicy Snorlax. I got Spicy Snorlax going, so hopefully it's just a matter of time here. As I get smaller Pokedex entries required, it's getting harder and harder. I have 30 Pokemon left to spawn into the game. Oh, speaking of Crobat, hey! Speak and you shall receive, dude. Sick! You're coming with me over to... This is gonna be the Pokemon that's in Koga's gym. Crobat and Muck, his big boys. Whoa, you found me. And here I was hoping to ambush anyone who came by and suck their blood. I must be losing my touch. Wait, no. Maybe you have a super keen senses. You don't look like you do, but that's the feeling I'm getting. Like your looks are deceiving or something. Well, let's be friends, yeah? Ugh, I'm getting so hungry. Uh-oh. Is anyone going to watch the Artemis 2 launch on April 1st? NASA manned moon flight? Why are they doing it on April 1st? It just feels like they're joking. Like they're going to be like, April Fools! The moon doesn't exist! Got him! It flies so silently through the dark on its 4 wings that it may not be noticed even when nearby. All right, you're coming with me. All right, off to the withered waste. Off to the withered wastelands. The withered wastelands. Crobat's a vampire? Sure is. Sure is getting a little vampy on us. All right, let's see if there's any recipes we can purchase that we need. Not yet. To be fair, I don't need any of these purchases right now, like need for my builds or something. Not really. So we're not stressed. I will go ahead and buy this. Yeah, everything that I have unlocked in here is stuff that I have enough of just like laying around. The berry wall decoration's cute though. All right, I'll save the rest of my coins for now. I don't want to be broke. Delayed twice, 2 months total. Was supposed to be on Valentine's Day originally. Oh yeah, because I forgot. They get delayed all the time due to weather conditions. So it just all lined up that way, huh? That makes sense. I am a big space head myself, so I really do like seeing that kind of stuff. I can't say right this moment if I will check it out. I guess I want to buy this for the pattern, yeah? So if I take pattern items to Smirguru, he's going to learn the pattern, right? So let's go ahead and poke around and see what junk I have laying around. And then we can go to Vespiquen and purchase some stuff as well. So apparently, if you take an item that you get from Vespiquen with a rare pattern to Smirguru, he'll learn the pattern forever. I didn't realize that this was a mechanic, so I wasn't doing that. I wasn't like bringing him stuff. So now I'm gonna go through here and find all the patterns that I'm not using right now and see what we can go teach Smirguru here this morning. Muck found. Nice. They got a free NASA app to monitor the entire mission. Oh, dude, I'm gonna have to go download the app. Yeah, I love that kind of stuff. Did you hear about the meteor that hit hit Cleveland, Ohio not too long ago? I live in Ohio, so I heard the meteor strike. It was crazy. Icy rock. Does this make stuff like frozen? I haven't tried using the icy rock. I think it could actually be true what was said earlier about legendary Pokemon spawning. I'm at 288 total right now. Yesterday I had Entei and today I have Mewtwo. I think you might be onto something, chat room. Chat room is cooking right now. I think you might be onto something. I wonder if the game has a safety net implemented where if you struggle to finish your Pokedex, the game's like, all right, this dude's put the work in. Let's not make him struggle any harder, you know? Which would be totally fair for the game to do that, because they are asking us to appease to RNG systems, right? Like, you're asking me to finish the Pokedex, and then you're giving me a system that's completely random. Like, it's not like I have any control over, you know, getting these Pokemon. So it would make sense to me if they put, like, a safety net in place. You're in Cleveland, too? Dude, nice, yeah. I'm in Ohio. I'm in the greater Cleveland area. I don't like to give out my exact location, you know, obviously, but... I was just in Cleveland the other day because it's the biggest animal pound in the area. There's a bunch of small ones in different cities, but it was the one that had the most options, and that's where I found Midna. I keep looking over to see if she's at the door. Pretty sure she sleeps all day. Pretty sure my new cat sleeps all day because she was at the pound for so long. I like to think that she just got into the habit of sleeping while all the humans scurried about like heathens. I'm just kidding. We heard about it. We didn't hear anything in Cincinnati. Like a pity proc? Right, a pity proc. Icy rock works for Pokemon who like it cold. It just makes the area colder. Thank you, chat room. Southeast above Florida here. What's up, Maddie Kitten? My island isn't all that, but I have a code. If anyone wants to come and get a stamp, it's Growlith. Do I post it in the Discord? You can post it in the chat and in the Discord if you want. Now, I will tell you, Tiff, Growlith isn't the most valuable stamp because it's just a regular circle. And so I'll give you a quick tutorial on the stamp system, if you don't mind. So I just giving you a heads up, like if you don't get many hits today, he's not the biggest, you know. So just a heads up. But thank you for offering. Thank you for being so kind and thinking of us, and thanks for offering, dude. How goes it? How do? I'm doing well today. I can give you all a cat update this morning. So here is so the system is circle, lowest. Then you have legendary. I call it a shimmer. And if you look at it, it kind of shimmers. That's the third tier. In between that is the star. I call this the star tier. So it goes circle, star, shimmer. All the shimmers are legendaries. And then Mew has its own tier. If you ever get Mew is like the rarest one you can receive in the game. But yeah, I just wanted to let you know, Tiff Trilla. But yeah. You can always share your codes here, or you could share them in the Discord. Yeah, I just wanted to let you know. I just wanted to let you know so that you weren't expecting people to come for the stamp, you know. The more you call her Midna, the harder it's going to be to call her another name. Yeah, Midna just fits so well, man. I'm struggling finding anything else. Not struggling, that's such a harsh word. I'm very comfortable with Midna. It rolls off the tongue. I've also been using B as well. Because somebody in the...
No CH.
Whoa, hey, what's up, lemons and limes? It's the limes and the lemons. What up, baby? So somebody in the chat said that cats are naturally prone to relate to the sound of E, like multiple E's. E. So I've actually been, we made the joke about calling her Beatrice the other day, right? And I've been calling her B when I'm like, try to get her attention. So I'm just like, hey, come here, B. Come here, little B. So like, I am kind of leaning into B as well. I do kind of like B short for Beatrice. I've been calling her B and Midna. I've been going back and forth between them. But Midna is definitely coming out more for sure. Like when I just naturally speak and don't think about it. Our days are cats' nights. Yeah, right, exactly. Midna B, full government name. Going full govy on him. So yeah, little cat update today. So I didn't take any new pictures or anything, you know, just kind of chilling out today. But I'm just going through the journey of getting her comfortable eating again. And like, you know, obviously she was only eating dry food in the kennel, probably only once a day feedings. So her whole system is just very, you know, out of whack in that sense. So I'm going through the arduous but fulfilling battle of getting her to start eating on like a timer. Like I want her to eat at 6 a.m. She is already in bed by then most mornings, seemingly. She's not even replying to like snacks or anything at 6 a.m. So she just might not be a 6 a.m. cat, which is totally fine. I'm going to keep trying for a couple more days and I'll probably give up. But she is responding to 6 p.m. However, yesterday I decided to move her cat food into the kitchen after opening the can to try to get her to go hunting for it, because she has successfully hunted for food overnight and eaten dry food out of the kitchen. And I didn't have any success. I also kind of stupidly, but you know, not being hard on myself, decided to try a different type, like different flavor food as well. So who knows, right? Like a couple too many variables mixed up at once. And it could have been the flavor that she didn't like. It could have been, oh no, she did eat a little bit. Oh, my bad. I can't believe this whole time I've been saying she didn't eat. She did eat. She did eat, yeah. So here's what I did. I put the food out and at 6 p.m. and at first she didn't respond. And I was like nervous, right? And I'm like, oh. So at 6:25, 6:30, I got up and I was like, all right, I'm gonna try again. So I went back out to the living room and I put the food bowl down in front of her and I wafted it into her den, just like I've been doing. I was like, let's go, let's get her hungry. And then I took it out, put it next to her dry food bowl, which unfortunately had food still in it. I've learned now that you don't want to offer 2 different foods at once. It's confusing. And I laid in my bed, which I have an eye shot of the kitchen. And she did come and eat just a very little bit, but she didn't like eat a lot. And she's just not a big eater right now. And it could be the texture. It could be the flavor. It could be that she's just not used to wet food. So, but she ate a teeny bit, but just not a lot. I tried to get her to eat more. She just wasn't into it. Then we proceeded to have a normal night where she just relaxed with me at one point, and this was the only victory that's like really worth owning. I had my office door wide open because I'm getting her comfortable with the rest of the house. And I was sitting here with headphones on so she doesn't hear my like YouTube videos and stuff. So she's like getting used to my voice. I had my phone over here. I'm doing FaceTime and I'm just relaxing quietly. And I go to my lady friend and I'm like, man, I wouldn't even know if she's out there right now because it's completely pitch black out of the room. And she laughs and I look over and I'm like, wait a second. And I see her white tuft and nothing else. And she's just lounging right outside of my door, just relaxing. She probably had been there for 10, 15 minutes and she stayed there for another 30 minutes, just doing nothing. Just being close to me, wanting to see what I'm up to, relaxing near me, near enough, right? It's like, it's not too close, but it's close enough. And then I decided to open up some treats because I'm keeping treats nearby. And I got her to come into the room. I was like, hey, come on in. You're allowed in here. You know, I'm talking to her. I'm like, you're allowed in here. She's not used to this room yet. This is like the last room I've been opening up to her. So she's not used to it yet. So I'm like, come on in here, get some snacks. And she came in and then she let me give her another massage rub down. They're so satisfying. Let me get in there. And I'm giving her all sorts of love. She's purring a bunch and it's just so perfect. And then she eventually got sick of it and she got out of here. Then she got a little mischievous and she's trying to like, I think she's picking at this board that's a maintenance hole for the house that's nailed shut. But the left side's not fully nailed. And I think she's picking at it because, you know, she's not declawed. So I keep hearing her clawing at this little door. She wants to see what's in this little maintenance hole. And I can't let her in there. And I'm happy it's mostly nailed. I'm probably going to nail the other side. And after doing it 2 times, I decided to open up this closet so I could see the next time she goes in there. Because I can't tell if she's going after my old equipment. Because you have to understand, my old equipment might smell like mice and stuff because it's my old house had a mice problem and they could have peed on stuff, you know? So I'm wondering if she's like attracted to the closet because of that. Like there could be stuff in there that's like, she's like, ooh, there's something in here. And like, she's like looking for food or something. I don't know. Either way, I have some theories. But so the second time she went in there, I'm like, okay, I can't have you in there. Like whatever you're doing in there, I can't have you in there. Right. So I got up to go see what she was doing, and she's like a little mischievous rat. She's like, oh, and she darts out of the room and she gets all scared and hides. And then to make things even funnier, all right, so I'll do some work while I'm talking. To make things even funnier, so she goes, like, listen to this. She's such a goofball. So then she's hiding right by the front door because I stupidly have this mattress set up where she can kind of like be right by the front door. And I can't have that because I'm trying to go out to the front door to get her new bag of litter. So then I'm like looking at her and she's just staring at me and she knows that's the front door. And I'm just like, thankfully there's a hallway between my front door and the outside. So I would be fine if she ran out, but still. And I'm like, I need you to move. Like, can you get out of here for just a second? And so I decided to like open the bed, like move the bed off the wall. And she jumped for the first time. She straight jumped to get away from me. because she was like, oh, he's moving around too much, you know what I mean? And she straight hopped. And that was pretty cool to see her like active, right? Because she's a little older. So I'm like really happy that she's like hopping around, right? Which is awesome. But I did kind of scare her a little too. And I'm in such this like phase of like trying to earn her love and respect that like I get a little sad when she like feels the need to run from me. And I have to remind myself that that's just the nature of cats, no matter how comfortable they are with you. But like, I still like, I don't want to give her any kind of scares because I don't know what her life was like, man. Like I hate to think that she had an owner that was like yelling and stuff to her all the time. I would hate, like, because I know that's how owners can be sometimes, yelling and like screaming at cats. And it's like, so I don't want her to have that energy from me. I really want her to like, I don't want to give her too many scare moments. I really want to like be as easy with her as she gets comfortable with me so that she doesn't have that feeling. It just in case she did come from a home that was like always screaming and stomping, right? Call of Duty player. So I'm not sure, but I was a little sad that she got scared of me, right? And I was like, all right, that's fine. That's just cat stuff. I got to remember that I'm only 5 days deep and the 333 I'm in the second 3 now. And it's going to take a couple weeks. I got to remind myself. I'm just kind of giving you guys the story. So then otherwise, I got her new cat box set up. Today, I'm going to build her cat post that comes with a scratch post. We have a cat tower and a scratch post. So yep, Toad, I got one ready for her. I'm going to build it today. And hopefully she can start using her claws. Right now, she's kind of just using her claws in my carpet because my carpet's real cheap. And like, she's just sitting there clawing into the carpet a little bit. And I'm like, oh, well, at least it's cheap carpet, right? But I'm like, I gotta get this scratch post set up for her. I do have a scratch box for her, like those cardboard scratch kits, but she hasn't quite figured out how to use it yet. But I do have a cardboard one for her. So it's just about getting her comfortable and getting her using the stuff, right? Like letting her know like, hey, this is for you, use this, right? So we'll get there. But yeah, I'm building the scratch post and tower today. I got her second litter box going yesterday, so baby steps. Yeah, I'm gonna oh, good idea. I don't actually have any catnip. I only have catnip toys. I need to buy a little bit of catnip. You're right, I didn't think about that. I only have toys. I need a little catnip so I can kind of lead her into the cat tower and get her to do things. Yeah, okay, I'll go pick some up today. Yeah, sure. I don't think I have any, unless someone's on the throne that might have gotten delivered, because I haven't opened every box because y'all are hooligans. And all of a sudden, there was like 20 boxes outside of my house. My neighbors must think I'm insane. So thank you, everybody, by the way. So yeah. So I got a tower and a scratch post I'm building today, and I'm gonna try to get her comfortable using it. Hopefully I can give her some more hiding spots. Oh, I didn't tell you guys, I have her ramen noodle bed set up. Her ramen noodle bed is set up, and it's right in the office. I'm from the start, I'm gonna leave it in here, and I'm gonna try to get her comfortable with it. My dream is that she uses the little bed next to me to sleep. Like maybe during the day or just in the evening. So that would be really cool. So I put my shirt inside of the ramen noodle bed. I put my shirt in there and like a sock, and I put a catnip toy in there, and she hasn't used it yet that I've seen, but it has like a lid that you can half close because it's like a ramen noodle cup. And I'm hoping that I can get her to use it slowly, like slowly, but surely I'm going to get her to use it. That'd be sick. It'll take some time though, but the catnip will also relax her. Yeah, she's been playing with the catnip toys, thankfully. She was playing with the catnip toys, thankfully, so she's still been getting her fix. I just don't have the raw stuff, which is really useful now that you guys mention it. You also learn that sometimes the beds will be good and the cats will never use them. Yeah, right. Like, I'm not expecting her to use any of the stuff that I'm getting for her, right? You should make her some catnip tea. That sounds great. Yeah, so yeah, that's it. That's your update. So she's really warming up to me. And as the chat asked, did you ever think that she would warm up to you this fast? No, dude. It's been beautiful. And I want to take some pride in that because I feel like it's because I really made a point to give her her space. She's taken over my whole living room and dining room. I haven't used my living room and dining room for a week. I haven't turned my TV on once. I haven't sat on my chair. She just owns the room. And I think that really helped her get comfortable. You know, stuff like just laying in bed, like just feeding her and just laying there next to her. All your guys' tips. It all worked out. So I think I just did a really good job, and she's really comfortable, and I'm super proud. And and to answer that question, I would have never dreamed that she was going to get that comfortable with me that fast. So still plenty of work though, right? Like I'm starting to learn more about her personality. Like I'm wondering if her old owners never let her sit in their lap, or what if there's a universe where the old owners never let her jump on tables? Because sometimes people are like that as cat owners. They're like, no tables, no counters, right? So she hasn't showed any signs of any interest of laps, counters, tables, and that's all probably just due to her still being uncomfortable. It's literally day 5. But I'm just thinking, I'm thinking a lot. I have a lot to think about with the new cat, and I'm just like, I'm wondering about her past journey a lot, and I'm just like, I wonder if she's going to be the kind of cat that's going to be okay with jumping in a lap, or maybe she's never going to want to do that. Maybe that's just never been her life. Either way, I can tell you one thing I got going for me, everybody. I'm a warm dude. I'm really warm. I am a space heater, and that's going to help me out in the long run for my lap cat, potentially. Yeah, like if there's one lap that's a good lap for a cat, it's my lap. I'm a space heater. So maybe, maybe she'll warm up. Maybe she'll want some extra heat. We'll see. So, a hottie, if you will. Meow. You also have a beard, and cats love beards. What's up, 13th Blade? Time to turn down the heat next time it's cold. Yeah, that's funny. So yeah. We got lots of time. Nice little victory dances and some stuff to be happy about. I do have churros, by the way. I saw that recommendation in the chat. I do have churros. She's eaten 2 full tubes of churros since she's been home. All from my hand, which is awesome. I don't want to use churros as bait to get her to eat or anything yet. I want to try to build good, healthy practices with her, but if she doesn't eat enough food today, I think I'm going to put a little bit of churro out, maybe like right in front of her food area, to kind of entice her to come in and eat some more food. So I definitely have the churros, and I definitely have the churro game. Like I know what's up with the churros. I know that the cats are crazy about them. In fact, that's probably been a part of the success with the bonding, because they're so irresistible to them. But I will say this, if you guys remember yesterday, I was saying that I thought the churros were a big part of her coming up to me and wanting pets. And somebody in the chat even said, like, that's probably not completely true. They were like, you should have a little bit more like faith in yourself. And guess what? You're right. Because yesterday I only used dry treats, and she wasn't even eating them. She didn't even really want the dry treats. She ate them like later. She came up to me full on for pets. She started purring for pets. So that was cool, and that really built my confidence up as a cat dad, because I was kind of like, I don't care what the chat says, it's the churros that are doing this. Nah, man, she actually is really coming up to me for pets and stuff, and she realizes I'm safe. So it definitely built my confidence up pretty heavily. I was like, oh, nice. Like, made me feel real good about the whole process. I'm not only just her feeder. Even though that's mostly the role, yeah. I have a feeling she does. I think she understands the energy I'm projecting towards her of comfort and just letting her know that she's safe now. Like I that's like what I'm constantly thinking when I'm around her, and that's what I say to her out loud a lot. Because like we said, whether or not cats are truly understanding human language, I think energy is understood by every living creature. That's how you get guys like Bob Ross that can handle a squirrel and feed him. That's how you get guys that train hawks to come fly to them, and how people get birds to like come and hang out and just sit on their shoulder. That's energy, dude. That's training and that's energy. And like, that's animals are trees. All of nature is susceptible to this stuff. I don't care what you say. You can disagree with me, obviously, but that's just of my belief. So yeah, like the whole time I'm interacting with her, I'm projecting comforting energy her way, and I'm thinking those types of thoughts, and I'm saying out loud, like, you know, you're safe now, homie. Like, you're okay. Like, go ahead and explore, do your thing, you know. So they understand and they choose to ignore you. Yeah. She's gonna be a sassy one, I can tell, and I'm here for it. She's gonna be a sasster. I can tell you guys right now, I can tell she's sassy. She's sassy. I can tell she's gonna be like, I only want you when I only want you. Like, she's gonna be very much, I think, one of those cats that are in their own worlds and we're just living in it kind of vibes. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay. Like, I'm completely content with that. Like, that's chill. Yeah, she's gonna be sassy natured. Yeah. Yeah, we hung out a little bit more yesterday. Not like hangouts as much as just a bunch of pets and stuff. But yeah, she's not necessarily interested in like laying right next to me more so than pets. And it seems like once I'm done giving her pets, she usually walks away to like shake herself off. And then, she has been hanging out like near me. So she's still keeping a couple feet distance, but she has been actively laying near me, which is a massive victory, you know, so. Yeah, Biji's a near cat, not on cat. Right. So we got a lot of victories, even if she's not like full on trying to be like all up my butt or anything like that. I think I want to cut this down. I gotta be careful. I might do a little bit more than I need to here. So yeah, here, let me catch up on chat a little bit, and then uploaded another update. Nice. Doomslayer. Humans can pack bond with anything. True. That is a very human thing, yeah. Dojo updates are being posted in the Discord. Good morning, Gil Wen. Good morning, Brittany BCH. Leave her an Amazon box. Should I leave her a box, y'all? I haven't left her out a box yet, but I should. I'll leave a box out for her. Yeah, I'll do it. I just got to make sure it doesn't have any strings or like old tape and stuff on it. That's like the only thing I was worried about. So I haven't been leaving boxes out for her. Put catnip in an old clean sock and tie it up and let ours play with it. It'll last a while. Okay, cool. Thank you, everybody. What's up, Secret Reverie, by the way? And good morning to the follows coming in. And welcome again, Lemons and Limes. And Mike, good to see you back in here, Mike. She's 7 years old. Exclamation point cat will tell you a little bit more information about everything we're talking about here. Yeah, I will be doing a cat cam at some point. I think so. Yeah, there could even be a reality where we do a cat feeding cam. And I put her on a schedule where I maybe leave some food out in the middle of my stream every day, like maybe noon. Because like I said earlier, she's not responding to my 6 a.m. feeding. So it's either because she's only used to eating once a day, or it's that she's just already asleep. So we'll see. Like, there is a future potentially where I could get her to like eat maybe like noon every day, and then we could do like a feeding cam, something fun. So yeah, we'll get there. It's all slowly but surely. Ramen noodle cam. Ramen noodle cam. Ramen noodle bucket cam. When I was a kid, they called me the puppy whisperer because I could get all the little puppers to fall asleep in my arms. Aw. How are you, by the way, Tater Tot? Eventually, y'all will see I destroyed all the mysterious stones where you find Polyrath. I know some people may say why, but those look good, but I'm going to put them back in a slick way. Nice. Nice. I can't wait to hear what you do. I'm my cat's favorite person. When we adopted her, she had been separated from her bonded pair and she looked so miserable that we had to bring her home. When we were in the intake room, she immediately jumped into my lap. She was still a kitten when I got her, and we brought her home, and she slept on the hood of my hoodie for a solid 6 hours. Aw. Yo, Townov was telling a story about how they had their cat's story is similar, where like their cat just instantly took to them. And I thought that was a cool story. I don't know. Maybe we want to put that dirt back. I'm trying to figure out exactly how I'm going to structure this pathway. Bam, 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 bam. So I'm just going to till this. She'll be 7 in August. According to the pound, she was 6 years and 1 month old when they got her an intake. And she sat there since September, which is like what, 6-7 months. I said a year, but I was way off the other day. About 6-7 months. And so they called her birthday. Again, it's all like speculative, but her birthday is September 22nd, her day of intake. So that's the birthday we're going to go with. So she'll be turning 7 this September. Or sorry, yeah, we'll just say that because I just gave you mixed information. But yeah, she'll be 7 this September, period. We'll just leave it at that. Not August. Doom, doom, doom. Okay, let me go ahead and pull up my... Oh, I hear a special item near me. Is it under me? I hear a special item. It's got to be under me, right? Do, 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 do. Whoa, what? Okay. Just trying to get a feel for what I'm doing over here. Okay. She's 7 now? No, she'll be 7 in September. She's 6 and some change right now. To be clear. She's 6 and some change at the moment. 7-year dungeon cat? 7-year dungeon cat. All right, we don't have the dirt that I want to use for my pathing here, so we're not going to do pathing yet. That's not too old. No, she's... In cat terms, apparently she's like just entering senior cat years. Like she's just starting to enter the senior years where, you know, cats start to get a little older and a little less active and stuff like that. So I know a lot of people consider 10 to be senior. And I guess it's just according to the school of thought, if you will. But yeah. Soon she will give you a side quest and sell you wares. Khajiit. My cat Ariel is my birthday twin. I found her on a blunt cruise when I was 16. It's sick. What a sick way to find a cat. Cruising a blunt. I seen a free kitten sign and I just wanted to pet kittens, but when I found her out, her birthday was the same as mine. I brought her home. She'll be 20 in June, and I think, aw, pineapple. That's such a bittersweet thing to say. Aw, cheers to Ariel. That's so pretty. What a beautiful thing. They're calling my baby a senior at 9. I'm like, excuse me, she's a baby. I found Mewtwo. Yo, hype in the chat, dude. Congratulations on the Mewtwo. All right, so this is going to be all dirt path leading up to this area. And then this whole cliff, we're going to start putting trees on and we're going to design. And then this area right here, I'm also going to put trees in between and design as well. The in-between area. So I do want to fill these gaps for now. Let me grab Magnemite. My boy's 7, he'll be zooming. Well, that's why I was saying earlier, it made me happy to see her jumping. Because it was the most active I've seen her personally. Like hopping and jumping around. It's like, oh, good. She's still got some youth left in her. Like, she's far from old, you know what I mean? And that made me super happy because I do wanna see her hopping around and, you know, being a goober in my house. Oh, hey, legendary. All right, we got our path figured out. Do we have regular grass to put down? We don't. We'll do all that later. But at least we got this path built. And that's going to go over to Route 15. Meanwhile, we have to tear this cliff down. No. We have to move a habitat. Let's do that real quick. Don't let a cat's age or size fool you. When they need to move, they can fly. That's good to know. That makes me happy. Follow me. So it's got to be fresh water for artifact spots in the water, huh? For rare spots in the water. Are we, is that a thing that we're kind of confirming? Right, like that's... Pretty sure I've never seen them in the ocean. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen them in the ocean either. Yeah, I think you're right. So it would be smart to set up a bunch of freshwater farms. I think I'm going to do that today. I think I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to set up a bunch of freshwater farms. Like a bunch of 2x2 spaces of fresh water. And just a bunch of them. Like a big grid of them. To see if we could like force some spawns. Wouldn't that be kind of cool? Now the problem is I would want to do that in Pallet Town, but Pallet Town has so much fresh water already that I'm like, I almost would rather do that in like the Bleak Beach, because the Bleak Beach doesn't have a ton of fresh water. I've seen a little bit of the underwater stuff people have been building. Yeah, just a little bit. I saw one that was in a very shallow area linked to the ocean. Oh, you're playing some Hades, dude? Oh, I love Hades, dude. Do we love a good low energy day, man? Yeah, I'm having a couple low energy days myself. I've just been thinking so hard about the cat, and I don't know, man. I'm waking up at 5:30 every day and I'm still not quite going. I just got the brick bridge recipe set. Let's go. That is a massive find. Nice, dude. All right, let's go check all of our fresh water around here. Let's do a quick freshwater check. Let's just go look for some spots real quick. Yeah, brick bridge recipe set. Yeah, dude, enjoy Hades, man. A good low energy day is healthy. What I was saying was I've just been in a weird funk, but like not a bad funk, just a weird funk where like I like didn't really get time to decompress after my little weekend away. Like, you know, decompressing from decompressing. You all know how it works. And then like I brought a cat into my life, and then like I just haven't really been like thinking too hard about anything else, and just like waking up at 5:30 every day but not going to bed early enough. I did get a solid 7 hours of sleep last night, which was great. Yeah, I've been able to I've given the cat 2 or 3 full like pet massage sessions where she just went full on per machine and just wouldn't leave me alone until she had her fill. It's pretty nice. So yeah, we're definitely, the bonding process is happening, to be sure. So now we've entered the 3 weeks, 3 days, 3 weeks, 3 months. So we're entering 3 weeks, and now these next couple weeks will just be bonding and her getting more comfortable, learning me, and I'll be learning her, right? We have to learn each other. So that's what we'll be doing. Feeling like Bilbo, butter scraped over too much bread. Ooh, is this a fossil we need? Nope. So yeah, I'm definitely trying to take it easy this weekend. Wondering if my buddies are going to get together. I might have to turn them down. But I think one of my oldest lifelong friends are coming into town this weekend. And my buddy Danny. So up here. Here it is. Here's the text. So I might go ahead and actually go out for just a little bit to see my buddy Danny. He doesn't live in Ohio and he comes and visits sometimes. But I didn't plan on I wanted to just keep hanging out with my cat, you know, and just keep bonding with her. But it might be nice to just leave the house because I've only left for walks in the grocery store. It might be nice to leave for a couple hours and just let her do her thing. But it's like, my cat's my priority, kind of, you know? It's like, I'm trying to build a routine with her and I want to feed her at 6 p.m. every day. I want to get her used to it. But usually they're hanging out around 6 p.m. and I'm like, oh, I want to see my boys, but I also want to feed my cat at 6 p.m. Maybe I can figure out how to do both. We'll see. Bow, 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 bow. Gotta tell the homies all about her. Yeah, for sure. Dang, homies messaged me yesterday or on Thursday. I made him wait 2 days. Oops. Bow, 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 bow. All right, so get an automatic feeder at one point. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna probably consider something like that. My life isn't so busy that I need something like that. Let's get a little funky, y'all. Y'all down for some Saturday funk here this morning? Thanks for the 35 likes on YouTube. Welcome to the show. And if you're hanging out here on Twitch on a Saturday, spending time with me, I appreciate that. Welcome to the broadcast as well. I got the funk playlist ready to go. We're gonna do the vibe playlist for a little bit. A little bit of vibe in here this morning. I'm actually going to go ahead and keep the sound effects on. I haven't done this yet in game. And then we'll turn the music back on later. Because I love sound effects. Anybody else a sound effect freak in video games? I am a sound effect freak. I don't like playing video games without sound effects. And music as well, but I can handle no music. That's fine. But sound effects are so important to me. I love sound effects in games, dude. Doom 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 boom doom boom 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 boom. We have a toy for my nephew and it's all about animal sounds. One of them is a rabbit and it literally makes the Toontown voice for a rabbit. That's so good. They probably got it from some kind of library of sounds. There's a lot of that out there. The more you learn about content creation, the more you realize that there's just massive libraries of sounds, music, videos, pictures out there that you can just pick at when you're making content and stuff. Just massive libraries. Game companies use them, movies use them. Everyone uses these massive libraries of sounds and stuff. Random Zero, yeah. Some Nintendo games cross into the voice acting, but it's definitely a rare thing. I think voice acting can be a really important part of a video game, and I do get surprised sometimes when a big budget game comes out and there isn't there isn't voice acting. I'm like, It's a little weird. I feel like voice acting is pretty powerful. It's not the biggest deal, but it totally makes a game feel more fleshed out. There's a mat-like item made for cats to scratch furniture and walls right now. I'm in the middle of a project, but I will before the end of the day. Try to post in the Discord in the pet section, and you can attach it to walls and corners. Nice, dude. That sounds great. Aw, tater tot soup. The white tuft. The domestic short hair. The videos of how they make sound effects in games are crazy. Oh yeah, dude. There's a bunch of really cool videos on how they make sound effects and stuff. So I recently was watching this documentary type thing, and they were talking about how way back in the day when Hollywood first made the sounds of horses, they used, you know, the coconuts and the clip-clomp coconuts. But then, because people got so used to this fake horse walking, that when they had real horses on set, they still had to use the coconut clip-clomps, because people were so used to them that people didn't think that the real horse sounds were real horse sounds. And like even on like beach scenes, they still feel the need to use the coconuts because people are expecting to hear horses. So they're like kind of forced to use these fake sounds always, because like that's what people expect. And when people see a horse and there's not a clip-clomp classic coconut sound, people get put off. They're like, what? This doesn't sound like a horse. When in all reality, most people have never heard what a horse sounds like ever in their life. And we all just assume that movies are horse sounds, which is actually not true at all. Isn't that insane? And it's stuff like that that makes you really laugh at like these big sound libraries and like just how that all that stuff works. Like, it's just so interesting. Like, wow, like we've all been listening to the fake horse sounds our whole life. And to the point to where most of us wouldn't even know what a real horse sounds like. We would be put off if we had to hear one, you know? Like, it's just such a goofy thing. Makes me think about how Monty Python Holy Grail and how that movie was made. That was the video I was watching. Yeah, it was about Monty Python. And like, I don't know, they were like innovators in a lot of ways. Yeah, it was like a weird documentary or something. It might have been a YouTube video. Yeah, Monty Python made fun of that fact. That's what it was. Yeah. I think I was watching a YouTube video about facts about movies. And they brought up the fact that Monty Python made fun of like the fake horse sounds. Yeah, that's exactly what it was now that I think about it. Doom, 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 doom. Dooba-doo, doop, doop, doop. Doop, 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 doop. A doo-doo-doo, dooba-doo, doop, 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 bow, bow, bow. A doo-doo-doo, bow, bow, doop, doop, bow, bow, doop, bow, bow, bow. Ooh, let me shuffle this so we don't hear all the same stuff. Let me shuffle this playlist. Yeah, there we go. Now we're locked in. That movie's hilarious. Yeah, I love Holy Grail. Everyone should watch Monty Python, Airplane, and Ernest movies. Ernest movies are good. That's not a bad lineup of movies. I'll give you that. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Also throw in the Naked Gun series. Do. A lot of people never considered Pokemon being non-voiced acted could help the younger audience learn reading comprehension. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. I think I grew up playing so many games that required me to learn words and stuff that I agree with that. I think there is like actually something maybe positive towards non-voice acted stuff. Sure. Yeah, I think it's an interesting take, and it's something that I've always thought of. I've always considered the kiddos and the idea that there is actually like knowledge to be gained from playing video games. It helps certain areas of our brains develop. It helps all sorts of things. And like, you know, it doesn't get talked about a lot, but like video games have never been like quote unquote outright just bad. Yeah, I totally agree. Like there's always been positives to gamers and like to solving puzzles and figuring stuff out, and for kids even more so. You know, yeah, sure. Older audiences, games tend to be voice acted. Right, that makes sense. I see what you're saying there, because the older audiences are not as, they don't need it. So because they're not learning, the older audiences are more inclined to want voice acting. And that's the thing that's happening to Pokemon, right? Because here's the thing that's happening to Pokemon. There's all these people who are critical of Pokemon. They're all adults. We've had this talk. Everyone who's critical of Pokemon are all adults, aren't they? Fun fact. You don't see kids getting online and going, Pokemon stinks. There's a reason for that. So all the people who are hypercritical of Pokemon are big babies who are asking for games that are targeted to all audiences, including kids, that to have the you know, the industry requirements for an adult game. And you know why this is happening? Because Pokemon fans are now adults. For the first time in gaming history, for Pokemon, we are seeing a generation of adults playing Pokemon. We've never seen that before because Pokemon grew up with us. So now the Pokemon company's making Pokemon games, but there's a bunch of adults that want to play the Pokemon games. A bunch of adults that are trying to relive their childhood. A bunch of me's trying to play these cute games. But it's like you have to realize though that like you can't hold the games to the same exact standards, because that's not quite how that works. Just because you are a Pokemon fan that's an adult doesn't mean that the games are made for adults. You know what I mean? Now, this is also just easily could be an excuse for Pokemon to keep putting out terrible looking games and all of that, right? I'm getting into that territory where I'm sure somebody out there is thinking that's just an excuse. They're putting out bad games. Right. I'm not trying to make excuses for Pokemon making bad games. Hear me out. Like, not at all. They put out some pretty terrible products and we can all judge them for it. But I do think there is a conversation to be had about the expectations that we're putting on quote unquote children's games. Oh, Pokemon, like when ZA came out, everyone was dogging it for not being voice acted. Well, like, is that really a requirement for a Pokemon game? This isn't God of War. Now, as a gamer, I'd say yes. As a gamer, I'd say voice acting always makes gaming feel better. And I would argue that, like, as a gamer, voice acting always feels good in a game. So it should be utilized more often. I think so. But, like, that's just because I've been playing video games my whole life. I'm a video game critic. So yeah, of course I think that would be nice, you know, but you know, I think, but as like, if you really think about it though, like, are we putting these expectations down? Like, that's weird. I think maybe we're being a little weird. Maybe we're not reminding ourselves that like, we're older Pokemon fans, but we're not the demographic that's being targeted to anymore. And that's like a real bitter pill for people to swallow. Right? A lot of people don't want to hear the words, you're old, shut up, and nobody cares about what you think. Right? That's like the harsh way to say it, right? Like, nobody wants to hear that. Nobody wants to hear, you're old and Pokemon games aren't for you anymore. You're just so happen to be somebody buying Pokemon games. You know what I mean? Like kids are the target of Pokemon. Now that doesn't mean adults can't buy and enjoy Pokemon games. But there's a difference between the target and not. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's like, it's a weird conversation and not everyone wants to hear it or even entertain it. Now, again, I would argue that there are a ton of adult Pokemon fans, and I think that that should be respected. And it's not fair that they're not respecting that, right? I do agree with that. Exactly, Coordinator. It's like, I think what a lot of us millennials and older Pokemon fans have to come to terms with is that, like, it is unfair. I agree. I do agree that it's not fair that we get ignored, and it's not fair that we don't get the respect because we grew up on these games. And how dare you abandon us? Here we are giving you money. You should be thinking of us, the older Pokemon fans, the Neanderthals who don't want to be a little kid anymore in a Pokemon game. Why are we still little kids, and why can't I have an adult hiker character with a beard? Why not? Why can't I be an adult in a Pokemon game? Like, that's a problem, I think. I don't think that's fair. I really don't. I really do agree with people who complain about that. Why not? Why have you not stepped up and given us the option to be a grown adult as a Pokemon trainer? You know that us 35-year-olds are out here playing these games. You have the demographics. Why are you disrespecting us? Give me a fucking beard. Give me a full-grown character. Let me make a big chubby hiker character. Why are all the characters little children? So, like, you see, so there is a fair conversation to have here about them ignoring the adult community, and like it is kind of unfair. But you also need to have a real conversation with yourself that these games aren't made for us, even though we are the fans and we have been playing them our whole life. They're not made for us. They're made for kids. We are just the byproduct. We are just the people who can't stop buying the games. But we aren't the ones that are paying the bills for them in that sense. Like, even though we are the ones with the money buying all the games, we're not the ones that are like being sold the games. And it's just like kind of like not fair. It's a weird, some of it is an excuse. Some of it is an excuse for them to not have to write a second story or to not have to spend a little bit more time putting assets into a game for adults. A lot of it is excuses, for sure. A lot of it is just laziness, in my opinion. It's laziness, it's excuses. You know, I'm gonna be real with you, and this might be a bold take, but I'm gonna say it. You guys ready? If it were still 1999, we would have adults in Pokemon games by now. So, like, that's confusing, but let me explain. Because back in 1999, they were putting a level of effort into video games that we have lost nowadays. Because it wasn't about the next big money cash grab. It was about an art form. It was about them putting so much love and passion into games. They were chock full of content. They were chock full of love. So if it were still 1999, I believe that these games would be more fleshed out. And that's really what pisses people off, and that's what starts the internet rage. Because we know what we had in the past, and we know that there was that extra care went a long way. And now they care less, and now we're just expected to not, oh, just deal with it. It's a kid's game, and it's like, that's not really a fair thing, right? So that's the point I'm trying to, if you guys notice, I've gone back and forth between agreeing that it's a kid's game, get over it, but also not. Why? Because I'm trying to show to all of you that there's two sides to this conversation, and both should be considered. I don't know what the right or wrong answer is. All I know is that there's two sides to this conversation. There's the laziness side and the kind of BS side, and then there's the truth that it is a kid's game and it's not quite for us. And we do need to remember that E for everyone is not necessarily for us. Like, so you have to be, you can criticize them, but not turn it into an ish flinging you know, like game. Like we can criticize them, but also remember, like, yeah, but you know, these games aren't for you necessarily. Like, take a deep breath, you know. Also, let's go Sonic Track, yeah. Meanwhile, I'm liking that you can see the cloud shadows. You want to know something even better, Planet Kitties? If I have a Pokemon that really likes it to be bright and they walk into the shadow of the cloud, there's been reports that they'll temporarily get pissed off. They'll be like, oh, it's too dark around here. Well, what happened? It's so dark. And that's a real thing that can happen in the game, dude. That's super funny. Yeah, I agree with you, Doomslayer. I agree so much with you, right? It's funny though, because if you stand under a cloud and look at the sun, it's not blocked off, really. All right. We got some beautiful building happening here. We have the structure for the building up here that I want to create. We need to close this cave up, and we have the materials to do it, so let's go ahead and do it now. Which means that we are going to lose electricity, but whatever. Shell Dog, that's some toddler-ish. Oh, no, these are still connected to the wheel over here. Okay, cool. Yeah, there's two sides to the conversation, man. It's not as black and white as we would want. It's not as simple as companies lazy, they suck. But, you know, people would be willing to give them more patience if they were putting out better products, because companies that put out really great products get away with murder. And like Pokemon Company gets away with murder for different reasons. You know what I mean? Like for example, like if Grand Theft Auto is $100, they're gonna get away with it. And you want to know why? Because everyone's gonna go, well, it's Grand Theft Auto, it's worth it, bro. I could have said the same thing about Mario Kart. Are you kidding? I've been playing Mario Kart, you hear this music, since I was a toddler on a Super Nintendo. So I could have argued that Mario Kart World was worth $80 as well. Anybody can argue that anything's worth any amount of money. So it's like so funny, right? Like people will justify, they will justify the price of Grand Theft Auto no matter what it is. No matter what it is, dude. They could charge $200 and everyone would be like, well, it's Grand Theft Auto. So it's like when you are putting out like a really good product, you can just get away with murder. And that's the difference between Pokemon and everyone else, is that Pokemon's products have been a little dicey, so people aren't letting them get away with it, and people are pissed. So if they can just figure out how to like start putting out some better games, which they're working on it, right? This game's great. Scarlet and Violet was like, had the right concepts, they just need to execute better. And Winds and Waves looks really good. So only time will tell. And I also thought that ZA was great. I loved ZA personally, but that one's controversial because of Windows. Imagine that sentence out loud. Yo, well, this game was controversial because of Windows. Yep. Might as well as be IGN and the water thing again. You guys know about that meme where IGN gave a Pokemon game a bad rating and said too much water? That's how I felt about ZA. Oh, well, the Windows! Like, okay, guys. Okay, IGN. Like, okay, dude. Hoenn games, 7 out of 10. So I'm filling up a cave right now because I don't want this path anymore. I'm gonna force a different path here. Window gate, yeah. The freaking windows. I get it, man. Everyone's entitled to their opinion, you know. I'm just joking. We're not hating. I love this game, but I've learned I'm not creative enough for it. That's fair, dude. So I will say that I feel like you can still get some satisfaction out of this game, building the cities and stuff, just using the kits. So like, I do think that this game solves the lack of creativity problem for some people. I do think so. I'm not trying to convince you, by the way, but I'm just saying, like, on a side note, I do think they solved that problem with the kits. So there's like all these kits in the game that build illustrious, like massive, like they allow you to build like these massive, like elaborate structures, and you don't have to lay a finger. You just have to have your Pokemon build it for you. So like, yeah, like I do think that they tried to solve that problem, even if that might not be enough for everybody. Whereas like some of us are going mega creative, and you got to remember that the stuff that you see online is like the minority, right? Like people that are doing stuff online, I can tell you right now, let's say that I have 300 people playing Pokopia, you know, that's not the case. But let's just say there's 300 people here right now playing Pokopia. I could guarantee you that like 5 of them are maybe building stuff by hand. Don't forget that. The internet makes you feel like you're the minority, but you're not. 5 of them are probably building stuff by hand. Like, that's not what you're seeing on the internet. Is the people who are just super creative and who go nuts. You know what I mean? Like most of us here are chilling, dude. Most of us are playing this game like a casual little Pokemon game with a twist, you know? Yo, good to see you, Crimson King. So yeah, don't forget that, man. Don't forget that. Like, most of us ain't doing all that. Boom, 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 boom. And then you have people like me who are tearing down mountains and replacing them. This game definitely speaks to a lot of different type of gamers. Boom, 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 boom. So I'm doing it for content. Yeah, exactly. Right. Like I'm part of that camp. You know, I don't know how hard I would be going in this game if I wasn't streaming it. I think I would still be doing some building, but I don't think I would have given myself such big projects. Or if I did, I wouldn't be this far along. That's a better way to word it. If I would have been like, oh, I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do that, and then I would have proceeded to get distracted and not do any of it. Stream keeps me humble. Stream keeps me humble, and I try to be a little bit more realistic about my goals as a streamer here. Do 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 do. You're putting so many blocks down at a time. Yeah, welcome to Magnemite. You can do 3x3 blocks at a time. Welcome to Magnemite. Yeah. This is why people are recommending you finish the game before you start decorating, because the quality of life gets insane after a while. This is exactly why people are saying work on the story first, because this makes your life so much better. This is what allows you. This is the tool that allows you to do stuff like tear down full mountains and then rebuild them. Boom, 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 boom. I want to up my environments and get all the recipes before I build too much. That's smart. That's what I did. I got all my environments to 10 before I tried doing any kind of decorating. What's the command you have to change the number? What is the command you have to change the number to place? I'm not sure, OBC. I'm not sure. If anybody can help me answer that question, feel free. You can eat as Magnemite, and I keep forgetting. Thank you. Up on D-pad. There it is. Thank you very much. My brain could not process the question. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. My brain was just not processing the question. Thank you, chat. And then down on the D-pad changes the orientation, right? So I can do like this. And I can do like that. Boom. And then let's go ahead and pull out our handy bag so we can stop going into our inventory. Boom, go over here, grab this, go down to 1. And then here's the cool part. You can press ZL to turn it to grid mode. So you see how I'm moving right now? You see how I'm moving, right? This is cool, but look at this. If you hold ZL, you go into grid mode. So watch what happens in grid mode. If I press A, and if I press left once, I move a single square to the left. This works down, or back, forward. If I press B once, I go up. If I press L once, I go down. So grid mode allows you to be really precise and do stuff fast without falling out of line or making mistakes. So like, for example, I can like plop a bunch of bricks down, right? So I can grab these. And I can do that without making mistakes, right? So then I can up it to 4, go back. That's me just holding ZL and holding right. Boom. So grid mode plus Magnemite is even more useful, right? You can use grid mode outside of Magnemite, but I just wanted to show that off. Like grid mode plus Magnemite is even more useful. It kind of changes everything as well. I made a discovery. If you play a second time or start over, the level 5 rewards are the same, but the regular unlock rewards are slightly different. Interesting. Everybody's playthrough is going to be a little different. How do you use that Pokemon? So Magnemite gets unlocked after the story. So once you complete the story, like right after, you have access to, let's say like there's a building you have access to. And that building has a Magnemite walking around in it. And then it's up to you to go talk to him and then create him a home. He has a quest. And if you create him a home and give him his quest, then he will give you the ability to turn into Magnemite. So it's basically the reward for the end of the game. Do 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 do. All right, I don't want to cover up my building too much because I still need to switch the blocks out and decorate it. One day I'll play Sonic Colors again, and I'll give it a real chance because I played it at 4 in the morning during a 24-hour stream. And the game frustrated me more than anything else. And the Switch port wasn't the best, and I was expecting a regular Sonic game, and like, it was just a very different style Sonic game. It was a lot slower, and it was like, there was a lot more momentum breaks, and like, it was just a different game. It just wasn't quite the same style Sonic game I was used to. It was like they were experimenting a little bit, but also going back to their roots. Either way, I just remember not really liking the game, and I think it was just the circumstance. Because I'm a pretty big Sonic fan. Rarely do I walk out of a Sonic game feeling like I didn't get something out of it. Like, rarely. Like, obviously that statement reveals that I've never played Sonic 06, but again, rarely, all right? Did you ever beat or finish Pokemon Leaf Green? No, we're still kind of picking at it. We're still kind of picking at Leaf Green. I almost loaded it up today, but I'm just so obsessed with this game, I can't stop right now. I'm just gonna be real, dude. I almost loaded it up today, and I was just like, you know, I'm not gonna force myself, you know? It's like, I'm just not gonna force myself to play something just because I feel like I should. So we'll get to it. We'll get to some Leaf Green. Leaf green would be good for a game switch if I could get myself in game switch mindset. All right, replacement mode, please. All right, cool. Get those replaced. Do. So I'm rebuilding this cliff to make it look cliff-like again. We got it. And then we're also going to be rebuilding this cliff over the building once I actually get the blocks in place that are going to be the building's blocks. So we're going to rebuild this cliff as well. And then we're going to be rebuilding these cliffs also, but we're not going to be rebuilding them completely. What I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of cut them up and I'm going to create like a natural tiered forest cliff. So, you know, when I say natural, you see how there's like this straight flat line down? I'm going to trim that up and I'm going to make it feel like it's naturally a cliff, like going up. So it's not just such a straight line. So we'll clean up this area right here. We do have a lot of work to do on this cliff and this one as well. We have to kind of make this all feel a lot more natural. We'll add some cliff face and stuff like that. Same thing over here. We need to redo all this area as well and kind of clean up this area. So we have a lot of like nature tasks that we're going to be doing. Cleaning up all this stuff. We need a lot of trees. We're going to need so many trees for my build in the end. So many trees. I feel like I'm playing Animal Crossing again. We're going to need so many trees. Bam. Doom 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 doom. All right. I actually want this fence to go to a raised tier. I didn't realize that. So let me get some blocks here. I need to trim my nose. My nose hairs are itching me today, dude. We got to get a nose trim going, man. Stop it. Regular or evergreen? A blend of both, but evergreen would be ideal, I suppose. A blend of both, but I think evergreen would be ideal. Have you been stealing trees from Dream Islands? Yeah, but this conversation has made me realize I'm not stealing enough. We need to start yoking up trees everywhere. Yeah, isn't that cool? Abby likes nachos? I agree. There's no regular trees without berries other than pine. Yeah, I might have to go with lumberries because lumberries are the most covert. Is that fair? The lumberries are the ones that are the most covert. Fill your starter jacket pockets. Dude, you're bringing me back to my childhood and how often I stole things in my starter jacket. Welcome to Mario Kart! Anybody else instantly hear that? Let me do that again for y'all. Anybody else instantly hear that? Here we go again. Welcome to Mario Kart! Anybody else instantly hear that, dude? Holy heck, am I trained by Nintendo? Do, 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 do. Does anybody even still play ZA? Really? Have people stopped playing it? I took a break from ZA and I just didn't get a chance to go back to it, man. The truth is like, I like the game and I want to play the DLC, but the DLC was just enough apart from the game to lose me interest. Here's the thing about DLCs. DLCs that are too close to the point in the game where you get a little burnt out is the worst position for right? Like, think about it. Think about where they placed the DLC for ZA. Right about that point where people start to get burned out from grinding the game for too long. Think about it. Like, all right, we've been playing the game for 2 months. We're trying to grind 1,000 battles up. All right, you know what? I'm getting a little bored. All right, here's this DLC. They were thinking that the DLC was going to keep us playing. I think the reverse happened for me. I think the reverse for me was I was still feeling the burnout and I needed a breather from the game. And then they dropped this DLC in the middle of burnout. And I'm like, dude, like, I'm not quite ready to like keep playing. Like, dude, like, I'm sorry. Like, the DLC didn't bring enough to the table for me to like get me super excited to keep playing. And I was just like, I'm just gonna go do something else. So it got me, dude. And then it didn't help that literally a month later, Animal Crossing dropped an update. So think about it. Here comes the DLC. Christmas time. I'm trying to balance my show. I'm playing Metroid. I'm doing 12 games of Christmas. And then all of a sudden, Animal Crossing announces and drops an update. So like, it was just a perfect storm for me to just get kind of burnt out, dude. So like, I think about the game a lot. I just want to be clear. Like, I think about the game a ton. I would love to play the game again. I would love to finish it. I would love to finish the DLC. I just needed a break. I just didn't have enough time to do everything, you know? So my problem is unique to being a streamer. I imagine most people played and enjoyed the DLC, yeah? I think Jessica was mostly talking about content creators, by the way. Just for the record. I don't think Jessica was saying nobody plays the game. I think they were saying streamers have backed off a bit, which is probably true. If I had to translate what they were saying a bit. All of a sudden the beacons were lit. Right. So like for me as a streamer, it was like, I just like couldn't keep up, dude. I just was like, I got too much going on. All right, I'm gonna demolish. I wonder if part of it was due to needing the new Mega Evolutions available for champions. Yeah, that makes sense. Either way, I think DLC should be spaced out a little bit more. That's what I was trying to say. What I was trying to say is that I think if you're gonna put out DLC for a game, you have to wait about 3 to 6 months, maybe 4 to 6 months. Not too long. Don't wait a year, because then we're kind of over it. But even though a lot of us are still pretty happy, but don't do it a month later. It was literally a month and a week later. And then everyone was like, what? Like, a lot of people are like, okay, at that point, this was just content that should have been in the game. Like, even though that's not how that works, you know, even though it feels that way, right? It was just weird. It was just weird timing. That game just kind of threw me off. It was just weird timing, dude. I think they could have waited a couple more months. Like, if the ZA DLC would have dropped in February, like maybe, let's say like the first month of February, the first week of February, and then we all could have had like 4 weeks to play it before Pokopia, I think that would have hit. I think that personally would have been like perfect, right? Drop it the first week of February, and then all the Pokemon fans are jamming, and then all of a sudden 5 weeks later Pokopia comes out. Like, that would have been like perfect, right? Like, I just feel like they didn't handle that DLC well. They were trying to get it out before Christmas. They were trying to get it out as fast as possible for a assortment of reasons, and it just kind of fell flat for some people. And again, mostly I have streamer problems. I'm not even a regular human anymore. So like, it's hard for me to have conversations about this, because it's like my perspective is so different from your average gamers. That, you know what I mean? Like, I'm a content creator. It's just so different. I'm not sure what the gamers, but it seems like a lot of y'all stuck with it and enjoyed it. Dazabon says most of the shiny hunters are blaming the game for the burnout because the game became more of a reset until you get the perfect donut simulator. Oh, shiny hunters grinded the game into the ground. That's interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah, turning the game into a reset journey could hurt for sure. Oh, nice friendship gift. Thank you. It's our $20 donation song. Let's get it, baby. It's the full song this time, though. You're one of those shiny hunters. What's up, April? Is Charmander in here? Come on here, Charmander. Leaf Green, Fire Red dropping, so we didn't want to release too much in one window. Oh, you're right. I forgot about Leaf Green and Fire Red. Yeah, maybe they scheduled around that, just expecting that to be enough, which it was. I'm sure people who got a little sick of ZA were just playing Leaf Green, Fire Red. That, you know, that was me. I'm still playing it. I forgot. I keep forgetting about that. All right, we need to go get a crusher. So we're going to go back to Castletown and see if we can get a crusher. And then while we're there, we might be able to grab some materials. I wonder how many bricks we have and if we're ready to start crafting bricks. I think we are. Yeah, the Gale of Darkness as well. Yeah. Would y'all like to watch me play Gale of Darkness? Can I get a show of HDes goods or Yaz? And if you don't care, you don't have to say anything, I guess. Or you could say no or HDes bad. I kind of want to play Gale of Darkness. I've never played it before. I watched my old best friend play it when I was a kid. And that was the closest I ever got to it. Do 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 do. What's up, T-Tar, baby? Come with me if you want to live. Ooh, all my berries got smashed. Look. Nice. We got so much paint now. All right, let's go see if I have the ability to craft. I need to craft brick liners. Here we go. Let's just do 100 each. Let's just do 100 each. And then we'll see where we're at from there. $550 resets for Shiny Charmander. Dude, you got this, homie. Oh my gosh. The dedication. What is it? It's a game. It's an old Pokemon GameCube game that's really unique and really obscure. So Pokemon Gale of Darkness is this weird take on the Pokemon franchise that was almost designed for like teenagers versus kids. It was as if they had in mind that Pokemon fans had grown up a little bit and that they wanted a little bit more of an edgy game. So Gale of Darkness appears and it's a little edgy. The writing is a little edgier. The writing is a little older, and the presentation of the game is more of a traditional RPG than it is of a Pokemon game. And in this game, there's a way smaller Pokedex, and there's a mechanic where there's Pokemon have shadow versions of themselves. So there's like shadow Pokemon, and this was the introduction of them. I see the comment about Go in the chat. So shadow Pokemon, and you had to like cleanse them, and it was like a traditional RPG game. It really was. Like, it was like you were playing through the Final Fantasy of the Pokemon universe, and you had a story to follow that was rich and kind of deep and a little bit edgy, and it wasn't just fun, cute, you know, go to the gym, you know. So, but it had a lot smaller of a Pokedex, and it was a very limited in scope game. So it's very unconventional Pokemon. A lot of us are used to like hundreds of Pokemon. The Pokedex was only like 50 big or something. It's like maybe 100 or 200. I don't remember, but it's small because that wasn't the focus of the game. The focus of the game was an RPG. It was telling a story, and they wanted you to pay attention to that story. So it's a super special take on the Pokemon universe. It's not something we've ever really seen, and we haven't seen it since. They haven't really ever followed it up. Not really, not the way that Gale of Darkness was definitely a one-off Pokemon game that is a one-of-a-kind that we're probably never going to see again, right? Probably. I never realized how strange the character models looked until I played it again on the NSO. Yeah, we're talking about Gale of Darkness XD. Yeah. What's up, freaking? Oh, it was like 380. Okay, so it did have a big Pokedex. I misspoke about that. I thought it had a very tiny Pokedex. I am excited for Winds and Waves. Yeah, I think it's going to be great. I think it's going to be awesome. I did finish the Zelda hack. Yeah, you can find it on YouTube. I got to get it in a playlist for you. Oh, so wait, was Colosseum and Gale of Darkness sequels and prequels to each other? I forgot about that. Yeah, so there was 2 games that had a similar vibe then, I imagine. I imagine they both had a pretty similar vibe. So yeah, there was 2 games. I think... I remember watching a Did You Know Gaming video about the budget for the game. I remember watching a Did You Know Gaming video about the budget for the game. And how, like, they were surprised they even got greenlit for a second game. Stuff like that. The game's playing me. The game's messing with me right now. Every once in a while, when you go to do a project, look, it's not letting me use Tinkaton as the bulldozer, even though, like, that's their job. Hold on, let me just double check. But yeah, it's like weird. It's like Tinkaton, they've done this to me before. It's like a weird bug. So she's an engineer. She's not a bulldozer. And I understand that. But like, it's just weird. I had this weird bug in Withered Wastelands where like, is it Heracross? Like where they like took a Pokemon out of a role that I put in a role and like won't let me use them for the role again. It's weird. Like, look at like Heracross is a bulldozer, but they won't let me use him as a bulldozer. No, he's not either. Weird. Okay, never mind. But I swear, like, I had this, the reason I'm questioning this is because I had this weird bug once where, like, it wouldn't let me use certain Pokemon in certain roles, and it kept making me take them out and put them back in, and I don't know, it was weird. Like, all I know is that when I left for Pallet Town, all it said I needed was a Crusher and then a regular Pokemon. And now it's saying I need a Bulldozer, but you didn't need that a minute ago? Like, it's just, what is going on here? Just weird. So let me go spawn, let me go find Onyx. I can't decide one thing with the dojo. Wrong redeem, you're okay. Can't decide one thing with the dojo. Do I restore it to what it would look like before it caved in under the hills, or do I move the Pokemon in there, Poliwrath, Lucario, and somewhere else? Good question. I feel like maybe the restoration is the play, and you can just let them live there and be like dojo students. Oh, Onyx can't make it to the other side. Can he? Is this door big enough for him? He can. We're good. We're cruising. Yo, happy Saturday. What up, Pessimosaurus? I figured out the house I built yesterday was 1 brick too long, and that's why it wasn't registering as a house. 1 brick too long. Colosseum came first and has the smaller Pokedex. Look, it won't let me use Onyx as the bulldoze. Look. That's what I'm saying. It did this to me before. It's like, what? Why not? Is it because there's not enough space around the house for him to work? He's on strike. Let me clear up some space around the house. Can you water everything or use water blocks for mass watering? Yeah, you totally could. You could totally drop a water block and just mass water everything. That's a good idea. They're unionizing. Yeah, this happened to me once before, and like I had to go into a whole nother zone to drag a whole another Pokemon here just because Onyx didn't want to work. Super weird. Dun, 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 dun. All right, so I'm sure I have another Bulldoze Pokemon here somewhere. Super weird stuff. I'm not sure what's going on. This has happened to me before though, so it's whatever. Just trying to get this house demolished. I have to say thank you. I've been playing with Pokemon Cries turned up, and I've found 15 feathers since. Yeah, dude. We don't get many Pokemon games that have volume options. Yeah, take advantage of it. I do have Steelix. Is he a bulldozer as well? Do 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 do. All right, bulldoze. All right, let's grab Flygon. Sure, that sounds fun. Ooh, there might be some new shops set up that I haven't interacted with yet. Follow me, buddy. Come help me bulldoze things. They always run up to me like, yo, quick, come look at the shop. Come look at the shop. I'm like, I gotta go, I gotta go. Hey, here's a stick. Yeah. Actually, the cool part about this song playing is that you guys, there is a channel point redemption for the song, but that it doesn't play the bridge, and the bridge is great. Do 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 do. Yeah, I remember that. And now look, I just want to show you something. Look, now for some reason on the way back, Tinkaton turns back into the bulldozer, back into her role, and now I just brought Flygon here for no reason. It's like a weird bug, dude. It's like it wasn't acknowledging her until I left and came back or something. Okay, thanks. I've had the same thing happen to me before when I was playing off stream. It has to be just some kind of weird bug. Get trolled, nerd. They're making fun of you. I was looking on Reddit, and Onyx specifically seems to have a problem in general with a lot of people. Oh, it could be an Onyx problem. Ah, okay. You want to know what's really cool to keep in thought of? You mentioned yesterday briefly the fact that Ditto gets to interact with all these kinds of Pokemon. You think it wouldn't interact with like legendaries or even Pokemon like Flygon? Yeah, dude, I love that. This game is just Ditto's quest. Is it possible to put all your Pokemon on your Pallet Town Island? You could, yeah. I think in theory you could. So the way it works, Crimson King, is that you can have any Pokemon you want. All right, so here's how it works, I'm pretty sure. You can have as many Pokemon as you want in one area, but you can only have 20 Pokemon visible at any given time. And the way the game does it is it naturally rotates Pokemon that are visible walking around so that you get a little bit of a spice of life as you play the game. So if you have 21 Pokemon living in an area, you're going to see them all over time. Cool. So I can give you a first-hand experience. Over here, I have roughly 80 to 90 Pokemon living here. Look at this. 129 Pokemon live in my pallet town right now. So in my experience, there is no limit to how many Pokemon live in an area, and you're good. However, again, only 20 are going to be visible in an area at any time. I don't know if it's a radius thing. Like, for example, if you were to move a Pokemon all the way to this corner of the map here, would you have more appear here? I don't know. But as of right now, it's 20 total visible walking around, and the game just naturally rotates them. And then remember, you have the power of honey to summon any Pokemon you want at any time to make up for only 20 walking around. All right, so yeah, you should be able to move them all. And just a quick disclaimer, because the chat mentioned it and they're right. If you do plan to move all your Pokemon to Pallet Town, you're going to lose your environment level in all the other zones. Now, the environment level only matters so much, my dude. It's not that big of a deal once you've purchased all of the recipes, right? It's not that big of a deal. It might affect a daily rotating recipe. Some of them have requirements. So you might want to be careful about completely gutting all of your areas. However, I do have some tips for you, Crimson. I have multiple areas that barely have 20 Pokemon each, and they have level 10 environments. So I am of the belief that you don't need many Pokemon to make a perfect environment. Not at all. If you have 10 Pokemon living in an area and all 10 of them are amazing status, you might actually be fine. So you might just be able to move all but a couple if you're really worried about your environment level, right? So I'll go over here and I'll quickly show you what I got cooking over here. So my Withered Wastelands is a level 10 environment. We currently have 47 Pokemon here, and 12 of them are awesome. So this is a pretty extreme option. So now let's go quickly look at the area I played in the least technically. And let's go see, I have a level 10 here as well, and I bet you I have half the Pokemon. Let's go take a quick look. You play games off stream too? Yeah, sometimes. Not often, but some. Like, I haven't played a game off stream for about a week and a half. I played a little while the other night for like an hour. I've just been busy. I've just been trying to fix things in my life. Just get out of the computer room, go on walks, touch grass. Not for the sake of touching grass, mostly for the sake of moving my body. So I haven't been gaming the past week and a half. I took a break. I do this often though. I'll take a break from gaming, try to focus on stuff, then I'll get back and I'll fall into a hole and I'll game for 2 weeks straight and I won't really do anything and I just go back and forth. All right, let's go ahead and check real quick. My niece Addie got a Slowking by accident in Pokopia. Nice. She's playing Pokopia. So here's another example where I have 35 Pokemon. I only have 6 awesome. And we have a level 10 environment. So I just kind of wanted to show you, like, you might not need to move them all. You might want to leave maybe 10, maybe 15 if you care about your environment level. However, if you don't care about your environment level, then obviously don't think too hard about what we're all saying right now and just go do your thing, baby. You can stop whenever you want, huh? Uh-huh. If you spread them out, do you get more to show? Yeah, no, I'm not sure, right? Like, that's the thing that I was speculating on. I'm speculating that if you spread them out enough, you might be able to get more to show up. there could be like a distance system. It might not be per zone. It might be a distance-based thing, which would be ideal. That would be the best case scenario. That would be amazing. Yo, what's up, Belser? Yo, Hardy welcomes in the chat. HDes waves. Hey, we got a new Pokemon. Hey! Finally, little Snivy joins my ranks. Snivy? Ah, what a great nap! Wait, where am I? Wherever it is, it sure is comfy. Huh? Did you make this place for me? That's amazing! I better do something nice for you too, then. If I can help you with anything, just ask me anytime. Sick. The grass snake Pokemon. The leaf on Snivy's tail generates energy that, when exposed to sunlight, making Snivy swifter and adding an edge to its moves. I just realized I never got my second cup of coffee today. I have something really neat here. I'll give it to you. Wait, what? Potatoes and potato seeds. Aw. You can get potatoes by bringing Snivy to the game. And he tells you about making potato hamburger steaks. Who would have known that there was a tutorial built into Snivy? Who would have known there was a tutorial built into Snivy? What? I had no clue. He gives you potatoes and teaches you about hamburger steaks. That's really useful information, I'm gonna be honest. Because I'm setting up a town on my Cloud Island. I plan to be building something good looking in the other corner and to move my Poke Center there later. Yeah, you could probably do some testing and see if you can get more than 20 Pokemon to show then, yeah. All right, I want to go heat up some coffee in the microwave. I really wanted that second cup of coffee, but this game just consumes me. All right, I'm actually here just looking for... I'm actually just here looking for secrets real quick. I've realized that fresh water seems to be the best source of rare spots. And if I want recipes, I need to be doing freshwater hunts every day. Also, I have a theory that if you were to take all the fresh water out of every zone and then put it in its own little neat area, you wouldn't have to work so hard to farm this stuff. Are you guys kind of following what I'm saying? Can you picture what I'm saying? Like, imagine you take the fresh water out of every zone, and then you create a massive grid or a massive lake in one spot, and you just put a bunch of fresh water in one area. I think the game would force all of the rare water spot spawns in that one area. Does this make sense? This is a theory right now. So that it would force all of those rare water spawns in the one area because there's nowhere else in the zone for that water to spawn. Like for that stuff to spawn. I'm wondering if you can kind of gamify the system and like force your rare water drop spawns to be in one spot every day and every time you revisit an area. So you're not like looking around like a hooligan flying around the whole map like, oh, where's my water spawns? You know what I mean? Like this could work. All right, whatever. I forgot to press the B button. I panicked. I don't want to talk about what just happened. Just I feel bad about putting this song in my playlist because it's really good. I feel bad about putting this song in my playlist because it's really good. Ooh, automatic doors. But it's also the credit music that plays when you beat Mario 64. And I firmly believe that credit music is sacred. And I don't think you should ever be hearing credit music unless you're beating a video game. Because like, then when you go and beat Mario 64, you're going to think about how Hylian Descent ruined it for you because you weren't hearing the music for the first time. Sorry about that. Right? Like that sucks because credit music is really sacred. That's a hot take. I don't think that it's fair for anybody to ever play credit music outside of the credits of a game because you're ruining an experience for somebody. I think so because like I cry when I hear credit music. Anybody else? I literally cry. I shed tears when credit music plays. Like, it's a very iconic moment in a video game. Like, you know, like, yeah, that baby, exactly. See? So I don't know, man. I've thought hard about that, and I'm thinking about taking this song out of the playlist. I don't want to take away people's journeys of gaming. I play every game with sound off, so I wouldn't know which songs are credit music. Minus 45. Minus 54. Who hurt you? Who hurt you, dude? Me too? Too overstimulating? I gotta take a break. I can't handle this. I'll be right back. I'm getting sick to my stomach. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I just needed to get some coffee, y'all. I'm just joking. I know, 2 days without an NPC. That's not supposed to work that way, y'all. Good morning, Clover. Island gamers, that's actually not how it's supposed to be coded, but my code's wrong. I coded it to where it's supposed to have... I thought I coded my game to where it always has an NPC after the day there's not an NPC. But my code is wrong, and I have to go figure out why. I have to go and figure out why. My code is inaccurate. Something's not doing what it should be doing. So I just haven't had time to fix it, but I'll fix it eventually. Depends on the game. I might listen, I might not. Dude, honestly, my best friend growing up didn't listen to game music either, and I also said the same thing to him back then. So, like, yeah, just joking. Just joking. You know, however you enjoy video games, enjoy games, you know? Obviously, I was cheesing. I think most people understand. I'm not going to tell y'all how to game, you know. I do think that video game music and video game sound effects are like really special. But I would never tell anybody how to enjoy video games. Are you kidding me? Some people are playing video games for the same reason some people play puzzles. Think about that for a second. Some people play video games for the same reason that people woodwork, whittle wood. Some people play video games for the same reason you might like do some sort of very quiet, calm, relaxing hobby. And if you put it in perspective that way, then you realize quickly, like, they're not playing the game for the same reason. They're playing it for a different reason. It's tickling a different part of their brain. They don't need the extra stimulation. That's fine. The same way that a wood whittler doesn't need music playing, or that, you know, some other hobbies are, you know, are simpler, and we all engage in our hobbies for different reasons. You know what I mean? Playing in silence reminds me of old PC games. Some people play video games only for the sound. Now Hilly Bear's cooking. Where are those people at? Because I want them. They're my new best friends. All right, there's some water down here, and then we're out of here. Oh, and there's a spot. Let's see if we can get another recipe today. One city den kit. All right, let's get out of here. All right, back to Withered Waste to put down some brick pathing today. I'm glad the Cloud Island recipe I get are shared with my main game. Yes, isn't that really nice? So that you can spend time at the Cloud Island and it's still kind of appealing to your main save file. And I think that's really interesting. I do like that. I'm a sound person. I'm frequently playing a game, watching a stream on my laptop and TV. Yeah, same. I'm like, I wasn't always this way, but the modern era has gotten me. I'm actually trying to cut back. But I'm very much at a point in my life now where, like, I usually am on a phone call while watching a YouTube video, while playing a game. And, like, I've started like cutting that off. Like the other night, I loaded up World of Warcraft and I shut every other screen off my monitor. And I only sat and watched the one monitor for an hour. I turned all the WoW sounds up in the music and I immersed myself for an hour. And, you know, maybe partook in a sandwich while I was at it. This was like a couple weeks ago. And I just like zoned in for like an hour. And I was just like, I'm gonna do this. And I didn't want any outside stimulation. I didn't want to take away from the experience. You know what I mean? Like, I do that a lot. I am trying to do more of that because I realized I've stopped doing that in my life. I have realized that. I'm like, oh, I need to do more of it. I need to make sure that I'm... All right, we got our stone cottage kit back, and we got our stone and our brick and our iron. Dude, this game doesn't punish you for changing your mind. This game doesn't stop you from changing your mind. How beautiful is that? This game is amazing. What's up, Taco? Star Wars Old Republic's one of the best games for total immersion. Dude, I fucking love Old Republic. That game was a good Star Wars game. It's unfortunate that they tried to be World of Warcraft when they could have just been the Old Republic. I think that game would have went down in history as one of the best games if there was just a little bit better interactions around it. Like, the game was like a little bit too strong for people's PC on release, including mine. And it just had this unfortunate stigma because it was trying to be WoW. Like, the WoW era forced these companies to like try so hard to be WoW. And it's like, dude, you didn't have to do that. You didn't have to be World of Warcraft. Old Republic could have figured it out. I hate this so much. Ah! I gotta figure out the buttons. This is all confusing me. I want to hide the handy bag because it's messing with me. Rip Wildstar. I remember Wildstar, yeah. Do-do-do-do-do. Now I want to play KOTOR again. Me too. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Thoughts on these rampant OOT remake rumors? I think it's probably true. So you might not know this because, you know, you would have to be tuned into every one of my shows to hear all my takes. You know what I mean? And that's not the case, right? But I've been kind of calling out that Ocarina of Time's going to get a remake for a long time. But like, not just like, oh, Ocarina of Time remake. Like, no, like I've been saying like soon, like we are getting an Ocarina of Time remake. It makes the most sense in my gamer brain. And here we are around the rumor mill again. And I'm sitting here like standing back, kind of laughing like I've been saying it for a long time, dude. I think it's so obvious that it's going to happen. Yeah, we're talking a proper remake. That's what I've been talking about personally. But there's two options. I believe they either do a super lazy port of the 3DS version and we're all kind of disappointed, but whatever. Or they do a from the ground up remake and they do like everything modern. So like, yeah, I think there is two timelines. I think there is two timelines here, but I guess we'll have to figure out which timeline we're in, you know? To be fair, Ocarina hasn't aged well. Correct, it has not. And this is why I feel so confidently about this. Yes, dude, because Ocarina has not aged well. It hasn't. And you know, it's tough to say this to Zelda fans because a lot of times Zelda fans don't want to hear this. It's like, dude, I'm sorry. Ocarina of Time is the GOAT. No one's saying it's not the GOAT. But it has not aged well, man. You can't expect modern people to play Ocarina, dude. It's hard to play. It's hard to play, dude. Yo, we'll see you later, Aelith. If you're not an old soul, Ocarina is not going to hit the same, dude. If you're not an old soul and you're not willing to enjoy old video games, Ocarina is not going to hit. It's just too old. You know, I was just watching Spawnwave talk about this with his kids. Listen to this. So Spawnwave was talking about his kids and like, he has like children, and maybe some of you have children and you can relate to this. And he's talking about how his kids interact with video games. And he makes this offhanded comment about how if a game looks too visually old, his kids don't want to touch it. He made this like, he was like, yeah, like if a game looks too old, kids don't want to play it. And he was talking about Jak and Dexter, but he's right. Like, think about that. I want you guys to take video games out of the conversation for a second, and let's just go to movies for a second. You cannot tell me that it's off-putting for some people, maybe you, when they're when you turn on a movie and the movie just looks old. Right? When the movie just like looks old, it's like, dude, you can tell this movie is from 1940 and you're just like, oh my God. That's not necessarily a positive feeling all the time. Some people, sure, some people are old souls, but not everybody wants to watch a quote unquote old, dusty looking movie. Now apply that to kids in video games. Not every kid is trying to play some polygon ass looking game, dude. No, man, those kids aren't trying to do that, dude. They're kids. They're not trying to play some game that looks like it came out of 1947. There's the rare kid, right? There is the rare child that's gonna be just an older soul, and he's gonna be like, sure, I'll check this out. But that's not common, man. That's not how that goes. And now, you want to know why I'm so right about this, and I know I'm right? You guys ready? I'll tell you why I know I'm right. Because I was that kid. Dude, when I was a kid, try to hand me Galactica, and I'm gonna look at you like you're stupid. I didn't want to play that trash. I didn't want to play Pac-Man. I thought that stuff was dusty, dude. I'm gonna be real, man. I was a 90s kid, and the first video game I was introduced to was a Sega Genesis. If you thought I was playing anything that looked older than a Sega Genesis, you're joking. No, dude, that stuff was a joke. I'd play it for 10 minutes and I'd be like, yeah, this is stupid. I was bored out of my mind. You try to hand me Galactica? I'm laughing at you. This is dumb, I said to myself. Dig Dug, no. I didn't want to. I played those games for 5 minutes each. I'd load up Dig Dug for 5 minutes and I'd Dig Dug my ass back to my Super Nintendo playing Super Mario World, Earthworm Jim. I Dig Dug my ass back to playing my PlayStation. You think I'm playing Dig Dug, dude? Like, really think about that for a second. It's like, it takes a certain mindset to be able to play old games, dude. I got a Sega Master for my 13th birthday and I fell in love with it. That's when I realized that I was kind of like an old soul. I was like, you know, I can appreciate this. I remember saying it to myself. I was like, wow, this is interesting. And I kept playing it. I got a box of games. It was super novelty. It was great. But that's the key. It was novelty. Right? I sat there and played Putt Putt Goes to the Moon and Putt Putt Goes to the Race and Putt Putt Goes to the Zoo and Saves the Zoo and I played Pajama Sam and all the humongous games. Love those games. But if you tried to put an arcade machine in front of me with Galactica, I'm gonna be real, the game didn't seem good to me. If you tried to put an arcade like pinball, dude, I didn't like pinball arcade machines, dude. I'm gonna be real. I did not like, now I did like Space Cadet pinball on my computer, but we all have to admit that that's different, isn't it? Isn't it? So it's like, I didn't want to play an arcade machine, dude. I didn't want to do that. I thought that was dumb. Give me a Game Boy and let me play Pokemon is what I told my parents. I said, give me a Game Boy and let me play Pokemon. Why are you trying to make me play this garbage? Give me a Game Boy and let me play Zelda. I don't want to play pinball. Like, I disrespected that stuff as a kid a lot. That's the point I'm trying to make. Now, apply that to modern kids real quick. You think a kid's trying to play anything but Fortnite after they see Fortnite? You think a kid's gonna be like open to playing a game that doesn't look like Fortnite after Fortnite's the game they've been introduced to? You think they're gonna really be interested in going back in time and playing a crusty Sega Genesis game with a controller that has 3 buttons, that's this, you have to sit this close to the TV? What? Doesn't that sound just absurd to even expect a modern kid to like that? Like, that's not really how that works. My kid went from Fortnite to Minecraft. Yeah, because Minecraft is a modern game. I know that I know Minecraft's old, but Minecraft has had multiple graphic updates. And Minecraft's very much a modern game. You know, now try to have that same kid go play Stardew Valley and see what happens. Now, again, I don't know your kid, but now try to get your kid to go play Stardew Valley after Minecraft. Try to get your kid to go play Terraria after playing Minecraft. Try to get your kid to go play Core Keeper after playing Minecraft and see if it sticks. Right? Minecraft, Terraria, Core Keeper, these are all similar games, but 2 of them look like pixels and 1 of them looks like Minecraft. How would your kid actually sit down and play Terraria after playing Minecraft? That's a really hard leap for a kid. That's a really hard leap because you're asking them to jump back in time to an era they didn't grow up in. You know what I mean? Like, and that's kind of the point, right? Like, Minecraft makes sense. Minecraft is modern. It's still very popular. That makes sense. You know what I mean? Even though I do kind of understand why you said that, because like Minecraft doesn't look anything like Fortnite. Yeah, true. Yeah, you kind of got me there. But the point is like asking a kid to go back in time and play Ocarina of Time is absurd. Right? If you think you're going to get your kid who has been introduced to gaming with Roblox, Minecraft, and Fortnite to go sit down and pick up a controller and play Ocarina, that's a super hard thing for that kid to swallow. Right? Your average kid. We're just saying average kid. Right? I know a lot of, you know, parents are different, kids are different, but like, just for the conversation, hear me out. You have to agree with me, correct? You can bring up 1,000 variables if you want, but you have to agree that your average kid is not going to make that leap well. Just period. Yeah, there's a lot of determining factors, and we can have the conversation all day about that, right? Like, oh, well, if the parents are different, then it doesn't matter. Dude, that all of that is important, and it isn't, you know, it matters, but like, let's just be real. At the end of the day, your average kid's not going to be as easily taking to those types of games. Like, that's just how that works. Like, unless you're just really, really, really good at getting your kids into stuff. You know, and again, every kid's different. And sure, I'm sure there are kids out there that are totally interested in playing old games because whether their parents were awesome about it or maybe they just have an open mind. Kids are like cats. They're all different. You know, sure, you know, but I'm a 1999 baby. My dad bought me a PS2 when it came out. Fell in love with Nintendo after getting a Game Boy with Street Fighter, old Pokemon, and a few Spider-Man games at 9. Nice. What up, King Room? As someone who teaches teenagers every day, I'd say that you're not wrong with the 1998 Polygon Ocarina of Time, but I don't think they are as turned off from Ocarina of Time 3D, which is surprisingly old in itself. I would agree that the 3DS is probably more approachable. I would agree that the 3DS is likely more approachable than a Nintendo 64, sure. That makes so much sense to me. Because while the 3DS is old, like you pointed out, can we talk about how much older the Ocarina of Time is? So while sure, you pointed out that the 3DS is still in itself pretty old, but we're talking about 1996 compared to 2010 right now. We're not even having the same conversation, are we? So yeah, sure. Like Ocarina of Time 3DS is like a little bit more approachable, but like that's not even the same conversation. We're talking about a whole generation prior, dude. Like talking about a whole generation prior. It's like it's very different. To be fair, once I had my Game Boy, I didn't want to play things like Pong or Asteroids anymore. As an adult playing Pokopia, I still don't want to play those games either. Yeah, me either, really, to be honest. I'm not much of a Pong Galactica kind of guy, even as an adult. And that is something funny to mention, because I didn't say that. I was mostly talking about as a kid. You know what I mean? But like, yeah, true. Actually, as an adult, I'm not really interested in those games still. But I will play them just to kind of get a taste of the past, you know? I wanted so much to love Stardew Valley, but as an adult who came into gaming later in life, I just can't get past the graphics. I hear that all the time. Like, Here's a really fun thing to put into perspective, everybody. To drive a point home that doesn't need to be drove home anymore, because you know, I'm just yapping. Thank you for the 5 months, by the way, Tomato Nick. So let me give you guys this real quick. Let me give you guys this perspective just really quick. So let's say that you have a kid right now that is 15 years old. All right. All right. 15 years old. That kid's first console. That kid's first console was an Xbox 360, a PlayStation 3, a Wii. Think about that for a second. Put that in perspective. The first video games that kid could have potentially ever played, ever been introduced to, was Xbox One. Imagine that there are kids today, right now, that their first ever video game was like Halo 5 on Xbox One. And now tell me those kids are going to go back and play Ocarina of Time. Those kids are going to look at a Nintendo 64 controller and they're going to cringe. They're going to look at a Nintendo 64 controller and they're going to go, "What the do you expect me to do with that?" They're going to look at it and they're going to go, no. What is that?" You know what I mean? Like that's, you got to put it in perspective. Like, we're talking about generational gaps of insanity. Like, there are kids out there whose first console was a PlayStation 4. Yeah, let alone going back to a 3DS. Like, and even that, like, again, 3DS isn't really that outdated. It's old, but it's really not outdated. So it has a lot of staying power. The 3DS was an immaculate piece of technology, though, that they really like figured out, you know, like, yeah, like the 3DS doesn't feel old. It doesn't feel as old as it is. And I think it's because the technology is just so good, right? It doesn't feel as old as it is, but it's old, you know? I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing here. Do I want to have grass running up the side of this and do a 2x2 path? Or do I want to have a 3x3 path? Do I want to have grass running up the side of this or not? I can't decide. Do I want to have grass? I think I want to have grass running up the side of this. I don't think I want... But I also want this to be a 3x3 path. I want both. I want my cake and I want to eat it too. I'm not sure. Oh, sorry, little Clover. I didn't mean to age you today. My 10-year-old likes playing Pokemon Leaf Green on our Switch, but she keeps forgetting to manually save. Aw, that's so sad, but also awesome. Yeah, on that note, there is like a massive movement happening with Generation Z, which is not kids. They're like 20-year-olds. And they're going like, so there's, I read an article recently and the article was titled Generation Z, which again, I think they're like hitting 20 right now. They're like Generation Z is saving physical media because they're going back to their roots. And they're going back into retro gaming, and they're getting back into DVD players, and they're getting back into VHSs, and they're sick of Netflix subscriptions. They're like late 20s. Is that what it is? And I almost felt called out as a millennial because they almost make it sound like millennials are the problem. That we're as a millennial are all stuck on Netflix and stuff, and we need to stop, and the Gen Zers are saving us. And I'm like laughing about it because I'm like, dude, every single millennial I know has given up physical media. Every single one of them that I know in life. All of them are subscription addicts. Every single one of them. And I'm just like, dude, like Gen Z might be saving the day for us because we can't get off our ass and stop the subscriptions. Like we got fed this system. We're stuck in the system. The Gen Zers are seeing a way out of the system, and they're looking at us like we're the problem. And it's like, damn. like, and it's funny because there's a little bit of truth to it. Like, every single millennial here's every millennial that I know. I hate subscriptions, but they all have 15 subscriptions. Every millennial I know, I hate subscriptions. They're the worst, but they have a subscription to Hulu, Netflix, Spotify, and they walk around with their arms crossed like they're mad. And I'm like, you can't, like, you gotta like, you gotta do something. Then you can't just be mad. Like, I've been sitting over here. I barely even had data on my phone until 5 years ago. I just got my first ever Netflix, Hulu, whatever subscription, literally 2 years ago. My first ever one. And I shut it down within a month. The only subscription I've ever had was Spotify, and then stuff for my job. So it's like really funny because I've been kind of sitting here personally waiting for people to stop, like always wondering how people could afford to have 1,000 subscriptions. And I'm like, what do you do? Like, how are you even doing this? And I've always been the dude personally who's like very, very against that stuff. Like, I will say that becoming a streamer has changed me a lot though. Like, I've bought a lot more digital games than I ever thought I would going into streaming because it's so much easier for my show. So I will say, like, I'm very digital heavy with my gaming right now. I'm not even necessarily happy about that either, but but it is what it is. Do. It's funny because, like, I told somebody in my stream not too long ago that I was going back to doing all of my scheduling and budgeting and stuff via notebooks. And they're an older person than me. I'm not gonna call them out. And I remember their response to me was like, what? You don't want everything to be on digital? And they're like a little bit older than me. They're probably still millennials, but maybe like bottom of the gen, above me. What is it, X? And I remember this conversation with this person in my chat because I was like, yeah, I think I'm gonna try to just go back to like journals, and like, I don't really like using my phone. I've never been a phone guy. I don't really like using phones. I've just like never been a phone guy. I like either massive computer screens in front of me, or I don't want a computer at all. Like, I don't want a phone at all. I'm just not a phone guy. So like, it was funny because this person's like a little bit older than me, and they were like so shocked that I wasn't interested in like having all of the phone kind of be like my scheduler. I was like, nah, man, I want to write in books, and I want to like, I don't know. That's just who I am. Like, I would prefer that. I think it helps me better manage everything because I don't know. I couldn't even tell you why. I really couldn't. I just think for me, it makes more sense to write stuff down. So I do find this conversation fascinating because of that. I wish I wasn't so scared of pirating. Dude, I'm thinking about getting back into pirating. I might start sailing the seven seas again. I'm sick of ads and I'm sick of trying to watch stuff. And I hate it. I hate it so much. I don't watch anything ever anymore. And it's all because watching stuff sucks. I just like don't watch stuff, man. Like I just can't. It's like I tried to watch the Fallout show the other day on my TV instead of on my computer with ad blocker. And they put like an ad like every 10 minutes during the Fallout show. I'm like, dude, how can you even enjoy the show? Like, how are you even vibing? They're interrupting the vibe every 2 minutes. Like, I'm like, dude, this sucks. I was so frustrated. I was so frustrated that I stopped watching. I just stopped. I was like, I'm done. And I just turned off the TV and sat there and on my phone. I was so mad. All I was trying to do was vibe and watch some Fallout. And I just got so mad. I was like, whatever, dude. But now, like, on my computer, it's not as big of a problem because, like, I have ad blockers. But, man. Do, 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 do. But I agree with L. Rob. I don't think it's millennials' problem at all. I don't think you can point the blame at anybody specifically, but I do believe that Gen Z are still our heroes right now. Is that fair? I do think that. I do think that there's some truth to that. Because like I said earlier, I do know most of the people in my life have started doing away with physical. And I do know mostly older people. And if it wasn't for this stream, I really would have the opinion that most people don't care about digital or physical. But because of this stream, I'm always reminded that my worldview is limited. And that you all always wonderfully remind me that, like, just because my little bubble is nothing compared to, like, the real world. So I love being a stream. I love all of y'all being here, you know? Because I know in all reality, like, that's not true. Like, there's plenty of people that are done with subscriptions, and you all just proved it over the past couple minutes, right? The chat blew up, you know? But it's interesting. I do think Gen Z is, like, kind of stepping up to the plate, which is pretty cool, you know? Mm-mm. Boom, boom. I think it's just that millennials don't have enough capital to force companies to change, but Gen Z is finally pushing that point. I agree with that. I do. I think that's the difference, is like millennials are a little more tired, and we've been fighting the fight for a long time, and it's about time somebody else steps up. Yeah, I think that's more of the conversation. It's like, we're tired, dude. We've been talking about this stuff for a long time, and we just got completely screwed for a long time. And now it's like, so a lot of us are just kind of like, whatever, we're over it. We're trying to live our lives. We're just over it. We're just like over the whole conversation. We're not even thinking about it. We're just trying to move on. Trying to like pick the pieces up. Meanwhile, the Gen Z's like, you know what? They're like stepping up, you know?
Placing pads in AC was this fast.
Yo, thank you, Lady Scientist. Yeah, dude. Don't even get me started on how beautiful these systems would be in Animal Crossing, I know.
This is epic.
I need help with an idea for making a haunted house for all ghost types, but I can't decide on where would be the best place to put it. I do have a great idea for you, Losterish. You down? All right, now I can't help you with exactly what zone, but I want you to do this. This is the advice I got for you. Zoomers don't have capital either. True. We're all broke. All right. So here's my advice. So at the edge of the map, the game naturally gets foggy. I saw online that somebody built a haunted mansion right here, so that there was this natural fog around the mansion, and it looked super spooky and creepy. So no matter where you build it, I highly recommend you go up into the mountains, you go to the edge of the map, and you build somewhere there. and you can create like a spooky graveyard, and then when you're walking around the graveyard, it's gonna be like this spooky fog around you, and like it could be kind of cool, even if it's just like a little bit of fog. It doesn't have to be a lot, right? Because like even if you get kind of far away, like even if I'm standing right here, if I'm looking in this direction, there's a lot of fog. Where if I look in this direction, there's a little less. So you want to do the build where you're walking into the house, into the fog, into the edge of the map. That's how you want to do it, because then you're going to really lock the fog in. Make sure it's facing, like however you do it, you want to make it to where you're walking into the fog, however you handle it. Yeah. Hopefully that helps. As far as what zone though, I'm not sure, you know. I think maybe Pewter City has some pretty welcoming vibes for a ghost city, a ghost building. Maybe Withered Wastelands. Boom. Yo, thank you Prog Time for the 5 gifted subs. Can we get some love in the chat? And again, Tomato Nick, thanks for the 5, man, and thanks for sparking a wonderful discussion, by the way. And you know, I did see your comment, and I do agree that the amount of time between remakes really does lock in and solidify even more so how overdue Ocarina of Time is for a remake. Yeah, I agree, because what was it, like 11 years between original and remake, and then now it's been like 15 years since then. I do agree with that statement. I did read that. I get a chance to comment on it though. Do 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 do. Nice. We're 3 likes away from 50 over on YouTube. I just want to say thank you everyone for being an immaculate audience here today. Thank you so much for hanging out, and it's been a beautiful show. We've just been yapping, chatting. To say to you who got a year older and is having cake that is going to get eating later. Yo, UK Net's your birthday today, buddy? Dude, happy birthday, UK Net. But do also King Rune. I'm catching up on your second message as well. Yeah, I'm gonna start pirating shows, I think, and putting them on a hard drive. I think I'm gonna do it. I think I'm gonna start pirating again. Yo, what up, Dan? I think I'm gonna start pirating again, and I'm gonna start putting it all on external hard drives. Okay, sick. Sorry, I don't do this too often during my stream, but I got to here. Do 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 do. Sick. Right, one of my buddies are coming into town for the first time since Christmas, and I just reconnected with him after a decade, and I want a chance to see him. Yeah, I want a chance to see my buddy Dan. That's actually what reminded me was a person named Dan, and that just came into the chat, and I was like, oh, I gotta reply to that text. So yeah, I just replied to the buddies, and I'm like, I'd love to get a chance to see Danny today, but I'm gonna head over a little later myself. I think instead of usually I get a ride there. I think today I'm just gonna Uber over so that I can go on my own terms and I can spend some time with my cat, because that's my priority right now, to be fair. I think everyone understands that, you know. All right, how do I get this relic, you think? All right, I need to go into Magnemite mode and put a brick down here. Hold on. I'm gonna figure this out. Got it. How's Midnight? She's doing well. She We had like some like just real like cat owner interactions yesterday, which were awesome. She got another dose of pets and rubs and a couple times yesterday, and I'm still figuring out her food. You know, the big thing right now is the challenge of figuring out her food, because, you know, I can assume that she was only getting fed once a day dry food probably. And I'm trying to kind of like figure that out. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to call the kennel and try to get more information. They were busy the other day when I tried, because I would like to know. I think they only feed one time a day. It doesn't really matter, but I'm just kind of curious. But anyways, to get to my point, I'm just like figuring that all out, right? I think that it's obvious to me now that I've been with her for a week-ish, 5 days, that she was getting fed around 6 p.m. every night, because she's very susceptible to that feeding time. She also likes to eat throughout the night, so they were probably just dumping dry food into her bowl at 6 p.m. and then they just left because the place closes at 7. And I imagine she just ate slowly throughout the night. So like she's definitely in like free feed mode, and I'm trying to break her away from that a little bit. I would like her to eat wet food every night at a certain time, and I'm trying to build that routine with her. But I am okay if she wants to free feed during the night when I sleep. I'm okay with that, right? But I do want her to have at least one feeding time. And that's what I'm trying to battle through right now. I'm trying to just get her at least one feeding time a day if I can. 6 p.m. I would like that, right? And then I can give her dry food before I go to bed around 9, 10 p.m. and she can just graze, you know? But she definitely seems like a grazer, because even when she does get out of her cage, her little area, not a cage, but her den, I'm calling it. And even when she does get out of her den, right? She does acknowledge the food. She only eats a little bit, and then she cleans herself, and then she might go back and pick at it a little bit more, and then she walks away. So she's definitely exhibiting, like showcasing signs of being a grazer. And that's the current conclusion I've come up to. Yeah, like she seems like she's a grazer and she doesn't really want to have a time. I'm still going to try, you know, I'm still going to keep putting the effort in and see if I can get her to acknowledge the 6 p.m. time slot. But, you know, in the end, in the long run, it's totally okay if she doesn't. I have a very open mind. Like, I don't care either way. I'm just trying right now. So we'll see. We'll see. All right, we got all of our brick paths lined finally. These are the only brick paths that are going to be in this place. You know, even though Fuchsia City has a lot of brick paths, let me go ahead and show y'all my... Let me show y'all my my thing here. So I only need the brick paths for these parts of the map. So then once we go up here, it's all dirt. Over here, it's all dirt. And over here, it's all dirt. So in all reality, once we go past the fence that's not there yet, it's all dirt roads. So I'm done. I'm done putting down brick pathing, and I'm done putting down brick lining. We're done with brick. So from here, we just need to continue to clean up the city. Yeah, things are starting to look good. I wonder if she was in a position where there wasn't constant food available, so she's trying to make it last. Dude, yes. Yes, I wonder. Yeah, maybe they didn't leave it in their cage. Maybe they only fed her and then took it out or something. You know what I mean? Like, who knows? So yeah, we're still learning her little habits. She's such a little queen in the best way possible. Still gonna learn her little habits. And also, I'm battling with cats are picky and they don't like every food and every flavor and every brand. You know what I mean? So like, I'm also battling the whole like, what if she just doesn't like this brand? Or what if she just doesn't like this type of food? Or what if she doesn't like this flavor, you know? So it's like, there's so many moving parts. I'm so early on this journey. I'm just taking it one day at a time. You know, I'm gonna try everything I can for a couple weeks, see what sticks, see what doesn't stick. I'm literally taking notes. Just so I don't have to remember all this. I'm like literally taking notes. I have notes like this brand, this flavor, she picked at. This brand, this flavor, she completely ignored. This brand, this flavor, she completely ignored. Because I want to like make sure I have long-term notes, because I can't remember all this stuff. I got a job that takes a lot of my brain power. I'm always thinking about my show. I got, you know, my regular life I'm trying to keep somewhat normal. Like, I can't remember all this stuff. So I got some notes going to kind of help me remember everything. And hopefully she comes around. And like you guys said, you know, she just might not be a wet fooder, or she just might not be a grazer. I will say this though, I just got some broths to try out next. And I'm pretty excited. So shout out to the chat for hooking me up on the throne, because you guys really helped with me getting some experimental stuff, so that it's not so, let's just be real, like it's not hurting my wallet so much, because it's expensive, you know? So seriously, thank you so much, everybody, for all the support, because I have some freedom to experiment a little bit before I commit and purchase stuff, you know. So hope she likes them. Here, I'll go grab the brand really quick, because I want to ask how to serve it. I actually don't know how to serve it. I want if you guys could give me some tips. Give me just a quick second. Give me like 2 seconds. All right. Yeah, because I'm not sure even how to serve this to her. I don't even know what's going on, but so I got these. So these ones aren't broths. These are little soups. I don't have any broths yet, but we can put some on the throne, or I can just go pick up some myself. So these are soups. They're Friskies little soups. And this is it. It just came in these little individual packages. And like, do I just, I don't know, what do I do with it? Do I just like open it up and just put it on a plate? Or do I scoop it out? Do I put it in a bowl? What do you guys think? Shake them first. Yeah, what do I don't know. I really have no clue how to serve this. I really am just asking. Put it in a bowl. I don't care for Friskies. Yeah, we're just testing stuff out right now. I know there's a lot of different types of cat food out there, and some of them might not be as good as others, for sure. Shake them up and open them. Put them on a flat plate. You could put it in a bowl or leave it in a container. Okay, cool. Thank you, guys. I was a little bit worried about opening it and leaving it, and here's why. Because she has a little bit of a quirk. When she goes to eat food, she kind of like pushes her face into it a little bit. Like a little bit. And like with dry food, she like pushes it until she gets it in her mouth. With wet food, she can kind of like lick it a little bit. But so I was worried if I just put this on the plate, she's going to be pushing it around potentially. And that's annoying. That's why I was like, I think I need to take it out and put it in like a bowl or something. It might be a little bit easier for her to eat. Can cats eat out of bowls because of their whiskers? So here, let me show you something else. Hold on. Hold on. This is what I got for her. So this is the bowl that I got for her. So I looked these up online and I did a bunch of research, and I found out that cats like raised bowls and they like them tilted, because otherwise they can get a thing called whisker fatigue, and it's like not good for them because their whiskers are important. So I think if you are going to do a bowl, you're supposed to do something like this. Ceramic or steel, no plastic, and it's got to be tilted and raised so they're not putting their head down. However, I'm even starting to think that this is too deep and this isn't wide enough. So I'm going to be real. I'm not even sure if this is actually as good as it could be. Because I'm like, this is actually kind of deep. And I'm wondering if like I could get an even more shallow one that's a little bit bigger. She's used it well. Yeah, she's been using it. She's been eating all of her dry food out of this all night. And she's been eating her wet food out of it as well. So it seems like it's working really well. But I am questioning it just because I'm questioning everything, because I just love this little rascal. You know what I mean? It's like, so For dry food, it's great. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm gonna stop putting her wet food in there because I'm wondering if she would be more susceptible to wet food if it was on a plate. So I actually am already thinking of that. I'm thinking maybe we switch wet food to a plate that's flat so that she can like really get at it just in case. And then I'm gonna keep using the bowls for dry. And I don't have to put water in here because I have a fountain, because the beautiful community blessed me with a water fountain. So, and don't worry, I will be keeping the fountain clean. Minimum 1 day a week. I will be completely scrubbing it out. But I do like the fountain. I've heard a lot of success stories with cats getting more hydrated. Cats apparently have a big problem hydrating. And if you don't mix it into their wets, or if they eat only dry, there's a lot of tricks you can do to get more water in their diet. But the water fighting legitimately is like something a lot of people are like, it helps them stay hydrated. And I'll tell you, my little rascal is peeing pretty often. So like, I like healthily. So I think it really is. I think she might be picking at the water fountain overnight, which is awesome. I hope she is, because I don't have water anywhere else for her. So I put water in my cat's wet food. See, I'm starting to think that I'm going to do that as well. I think I'm going to start putting her a little bit of water in her wet food to loosen it up, because again, the way that she eats seems like she has a little bit of trouble getting food into her mouth because of she had some teeth issues, and she kind of tilts her head a little bit. So I'm wondering if I loosen the wet food up a little bit, just loosen it up just a little bit, it might really help her, you know, get in there and eat that food up. So I keep a mug of water at my nightstand. Oh, that's really nice of you. Yeah, she's missing teeth. Yep. When she got pulled into intake, they had to pull a couple teeth out of her mouth. She's for sure missing teeth. Yeah. So that's why, like, I'm trying to, like, she might have a couple extra special needs because of that. She's fine, you know, and cats can go with 0 teeth and still eat hard food. Why do you have the bird following me? Because I just love Pidgeotto. And yeah, really, it's just because I love Pidgeotto. I know that's a little dorky, right, Duck? Yo, can we get some love in the chat for Sim Cetera for 44, baby? What up, Sim? Also, so how far away should I have the water from the food? Because I have them in the same room, but across the room. Is that good? I've been hearing that a lot. They're in the same kitchen, but it's just like across the room from each other. I think that's far. Yeah, okay. I'm just making sure. I didn't know if you guys meant like it has to be like separate rooms, or if you guys were saying just like don't put them next to each other. Okay, cool. Because I'm also not trying to lose my whole house to her. You know, I know that's inevitable, but I'm trying to build some good practices early. And like, I don't want to like I told you guys last night, like I'm moving her food to the kitchen. You know, she got coddled a little bit when she came here and I was feeding her in the living room, but I'm not gonna like, I don't want that to be permanent. So I'm trying to get her comfortable with some changes now while she's still adjusting. So I'm like, nah, the food and the drinks gotta be in the kitchen. Like that's not, I don't want to have it in the living room, you know, it just doesn't make any sense. Try to think how they are naturally in the wild. Sick. What up, Krusty? Dealing with my English bulldog being unable to digest food lately. Aw. The vet is expensive. Aw. Yo, can we get some love for Mug? And I don't have an established vet yet. I didn't get a chance to call them yesterday. I don't even know if they're open today, but I'm going to do it Monday, everybody. I was a little worried because I didn't want to take her out of the house because I thought she was going to be mega like skittish, but she came around really fast. And now I'm pretty confident that I'm going to be okay to get her in a carrier to a vet. Because I was like worried. I'm like, dude, it could be 2 weeks before she wants to do anything. So I'm going to go ahead and call the vet tomorrow, or sorry, Monday, the latest, unless I can do it this weekend. And I'm going to get the vet established. I'm going to get my free appointment. And thankfully, there's 2 or 3 vet places in the city I live in. I think my city is very pet friendly. So I have my choice of pick. And one of them's nice and close. I'll still be taking an Uber though. So we're good. We're good. We're good. I have a couple ideas. I know not all vets are in network, but all the ones I already looked into them and all 3 are, so we're good. Yeah, so I'll be getting her established and vetted up. I'm gonna call Monday and I'm gonna ask them to extend my free voucher for 1 extra week. So technically she would be going to the vet the following Monday or anywhere around that. You know, there has to be appointments open, which is pretty good. About 2-3 weeks since she came home. I think we'll be okay. And especially since she's not showing any signs of like needing a vet visit right away, which really helps with peace of mind as well, so. Getting her into her carrier can be rough. I know. That's why I waited to set it a little bit. I'm a little worried because, you know, I just care about her so much. Like, I don't want her to be pissed off. But that's a part of being a cat dad. That's a part of being a real dad. You know, sometimes you got to piss your kids off for the good of them, you know? So I'm going to do my best. I have the cat carrier sitting in the living room, getting used to like the smells of the house and stuff. So like that, you know what I mean? Like I'm doing everything I can. Hopefully she is like cool in a week or 2 and she's comfortable with me to get in there. And it sucks because here's the cherry on the cake that scares me. And I really am scared about it, but like I'm just being vulnerable with y'all, but like it's not that big of a deal. I don't drive yet. So unless I call a friend to help me, I do have to take an Uber to the vet, and it just makes the whole process even harder for her. You know what I mean? Like we're not in a comfortable car. I can't control the temperature. So I'm just like, this is going to be a bit of a process. She's going to be pretty pissed. But you know what? I might actually call my buddy and ask, because this is something that I think is worth asking for help. You know, I'm a guy that never asks for help. It's like almost to a fault. I'll be real with y'all. But I think I'm going to suck it up because I'm like, this is important to me, man. Like, can you please just come help me out? So I'm going to set the appointment and I'm going to call my buddy, or I have 2 buddies around me that drive, and just be like, hey man, can you just come help me out? Because I really don't want to do an Uber for this. Yeah, you can look into mobile vets. I was considering it, and I think in the future that might be something, but I figure with this first vet visit, I'm just going to go to the vet. Because it would be healthy for me to kind of get established with this process, right? Meet the vet in person, kind of just get the whole vibe. So I'm gonna kind of do that. But I have heard about mobile vets. They're a lot more expensive, and they might not be a part of my free voucher, but in the future when I'm paying for the visits, it might make more sense. Plus I did get pet insurance, and my pet insurance pays, I get reimbursed for like 2 mobile pet visits per year, which is sick. So I get reimbursed for up to 2 emergency home visits a year. Or like per fiscal, whatever. Just 2 though. But yeah, for like emergencies. So like technically I'm actually kind of okay. I still have to pay up front, right? But I get reimbursed the money back. So it's like I still have to have the money put aside and all that, but yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty nice. So like I made a point to kind of get some decent pet insurance for now. I did only pay for 4 months of it, but I made a point to get it because I figured early on, this is going to be the times where she's most prone to having a problem. So I figure I'm going to pay for the decent stuff for 4 months. And then from there, I'll lower it probably, or get something a little lighter that's better for my wallet. But for these first 4 months, I'm like, dude, this is the crucial period where she is making a big change in her life. You know, what if we discover there's some kind of weird stuff in the air in my house? You know, you just never know. So for this first quarter, I'm going full on, you know, giving her some decent insurance. Plus you get a deal if you pay for a little bit longer at a time. You guys know how that goes. They're out here gouging us. It's actually kind of brutal what they do to you. So after I go through the whole adoption process, after the cat is sitting next to me in a freaking box because they ignored the carrier I brought. All of a sudden, this guy with long hair walks up to me and he goes, "I'm here to talk to you about pet insurance. We all love our pets so much, and we all might want to consider a little bit of insurance." And I'm just like, okay, dude, like, come on, dude. Like, obviously I'm gonna say yes. Like, obviously, like I'm crying over here. Like, dude, come on. Like, they're so rude. Like, of course, like, I'm not gonna be the guy to say no. Like, come on, dude. Look into care credit as a thing to pair with insurance. Oh, thank you, dude. Thank you, Sundog. I will look into that, yeah. Yeah, right now I'm using whatever came with the company. I'll tell you guys what I'm using. It's called Fetch Pet Insurance. It was just the stuff they offered me when I was there. It's called Fetch. So I don't know if I'm paying too much or too little, but it was not a ton. It wasn't a budget breaker, and it was worth it for peace of mind. It may be after 5. I'm still waiting on confirmation. I'll let you know. I just want to feed the cat at 6. So that's when I'll leave and head over. Most likely. Awesome. I'm actually really happy that I decided to do this because I was like super nervous. I was like, man, I don't really want to leave the house. I just want to keep bonding with my new friend, my new little family member. But I also really want to see my buddy Danny. So I was just like, oh, what do I do? And after thinking about it a little bit, I was like, I can just do both. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm just going to hang out around the house till about 6:30. And I'm just going to go ahead and take a little Uber over and hang out with them for a couple hours. A lot of times they'll offer to pick me up. That's basically what I'm trading, is like the free ride. But they'll give me a ride home, and that's still a victory, so. Those emergency 2K surgeries can be rough, yeah. Care Credit is a credit card for pet insurance, and you can use the Lemonade insurance for pet claims. Every time your cat gets stung by a wasp, you get $10 in compensation. Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. All right. Funny guy over here. Oh, this is a house. I can't bulldoze this. I need to start moving Pokemon around again. Yeah, we're gonna have to move some Pokemon around. Let's just start moving them now. All right, Pidgey, let's go. I love that somebody popped in and they were like, yo, dog, why are you just walking around with that bird? And I'm just like, because I like her. People forget that this is an Animal Crossing game too, you know? I don't know, because she's cool. Yo, come here. All right, we're about to lose so much environment level doing this. We're about to lose so much. Hope this doesn't sound weird, but I'm proud of you. You're such a good cat dad. I think you're putting more effort into research than I have my whole life. Aw, thank you. I'll be real. I'm just having a lot of fun. I'm just having a blast. So part of it is like that. Like, I'm just having fun, man. I'm having so much fun. And just it in a weird way, and this almost makes it sound like I'm not taking it serious. But in a weird way, it's just like a video game for me. In a weird way, it's just kind of like a video game for me. I'm gonna be real. It's just like I'm just having a lot of fun. Like like somebody called it out in the chat earlier. It was hilarious. Somebody said he's min-maxing the cat dad, and I'm like, yeah, like I kind of am. Like I kind of am just kind of like like min-maxing cat dad status. Like, yeah, well. Because I'm just having so much fun, dude. No, but it is like really fulfilling and it is really important to me. Like, jokes aside, it is super, super important to me that she has like the home she deserves, and it's cheesy and all that stuff, but it is really important to me, as you guys can tell. Like, so. All right, come here, Litwick. I ordered Subway. They gave me a stale wrap. Oh, that's the worst, dude. Anybody noticed how terrible food quality has gone down since DoorDash and Uber has taken over? It's as if these companies are like, okay, now that people aren't here in person, we can give them trash and it doesn't matter. It's like, what? Like, it's like, what happened? It's like, oh, now that they're not here in person, we just don't have to give them anything that, like, screw them. I feel like that's been going on a lot recently. It's like, if you try to order food online, it's gone downhill massively. It's like, dude, like, what? Yeah, food seriously sucks now. I don't know what it is. Every once in a while, I find a restaurant that treats me well, and then I don't order from them again because I'm afraid that they're going to start treating me badly. I swear, like, every once in a while, I'm like, I say to myself, oh, this place was so good, I'm never going to order from here again. Because I know that the second time I order it, it's not going to be as good. Them's the rules. I just know it. So I'm like, I'm going to preserve this experience in my mind. like, because I know for a fact that this was a one-off, that this was a rare scenario. I built 2-story homes for my Pokemon so I could start working on moving everyone to build more permanent places for them. It was a hot mess for a minute, but I just got the idea for people wanting to keep environment levels up and items unlocked while they built bigger homes. That's the strategy for sure. I've seen somebody else doing something similar. Are you coming out? There you go. All right, I really want to move this house. Let's do it. Bam, 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 bam. Don't apologize. Oh, thank you, OBC. I appreciate you, bud. All right, let me get a relocation kit, even though I have so many sitting around, but they're just in another city. What happens if the environment drops? So nothing too big, but you do lose access to the stuff you unlocked for getting the original level boost. Does that make sense? So just for example, let's say I unlock a new chair at level 10. Well, if I never purchased that chair before and then the environment level goes down, then that chair is going to get locked again. So really, the environment level doesn't affect much, but if you did unlock something, it will be re-locked, and that's basically it. Which, to be fair, is not that big of a deal. Because a lot of the stuff you unlock over time becomes way less important. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of the stuff you unlock becomes way less important. Like, after a while. No, I don't want to give Pidgeotto. Fine, Pidgeotto can work here. Yeah, a lot of the stuff you, like, really, it comes down to, like, a handful of items that you might be annoyed. Yo, what's up, Caffeinated? Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. Hylian's on the big LG TV. Hey, yo! Bam, bam. Okay, little bottom. I guess you're just hanging out with me for a little while. I was just gonna put you back into the house. Oh, you know what? I don't actually have to do anything with you. Because your house, now that you're outside, your house will move and then you're still living there. That's fine. Okay, cool. Now we can break down this building right here. Oh, wait. This might have been Scyther's house. Oops. Yo, Scyther, you okay? Yo. Playing Pokopia during loads of laundry is kind of dangerous. Kind of a dangerous game. This man comes bulldozing his house. Dude, that's already happened to Scyther once before. He must really like me. The betrayal. Don't be dramatic. That's when you complain until you get a free refund. Yeah, that's tough. Not everyone functions the same. And like, that's the thing. That's the reason why the companies do it, because in most scenarios, you can get a refund from DoorDash or whatever. Like, not all of them, but like most of them if you get screwed. And that's why these companies do it, because nowadays it's as if they don't care as much about that, because it's all like a weird process. It's like, I assume that DoorDash is eating a lot of the cost. That's what I think. I think DoorDash is eating a lot of the cost. And that's why these companies are like, sure, whatever. Doesn't really matter what kind of food we give them. Doesn't matter, because they're just going to complain, and then, you know what I mean? It's like a whole game. It's like a whole mini game, I think. Yeah, caffeinated. That's obnoxious. All right, tearing down this building. Let's go. Seeing what people will put up with. Yeah, a little bit of that, right? I don't see why not. Yeah, I'm trying to keep my environment levels up, but I'm okay if they dip a little bit here and there. Exactly, Little Clover. Most people are like, whatever, dude. I don't even want to deal with this. I've noticed that. Most people are like, whatever, dude. I'll chalk it up to a loss. I bet you there's some kind of crazy ratio out there where, like, out of every 100 orders, I wouldn't be surprised if it's like out of every 100 orders that go bad, I bet you it's only like a couple people that report it. Like, I bet you it's only like 30% or something ridiculous. Like, way lower than you would think. I hope they do update for a higher environment level. That would be cool. We talked about that yesterday. Like, would it be cool if later on they added a higher environment level, like, for you to reach? Right? Wouldn't that be kind of sick? Like, adding like a higher environment level for us to reach, and then like more unlockables and stuff. Like, that would be kind of sick. I think that would be super cool. I would love that. And this game allots to that kind of stuff. It really does. Like, there's definitely room for this game to offer that kind of content. What's the highest? The highest is 10 each, and sometimes there's items that require sometimes there's items that require a accumulated level for multiple zones. So like, the highest level is 10, but sometimes a zone might require you to have an item that's like 15. So, well, that means that you need to have a total level of environment level 15 across all of your zones. So the level for an individual zone is 10, but the level for every zone is 50. And there is stuff in the game that like takes advantage of this system. So you're not crazy? Wait, no, you're not. Oh, you saw a recipe that required level 20. Yeah, no, you're not crazy at all. No, that's a thing that can happen. Oh, I didn't use Tink, so it's a little longer, but that's fine. Do we think the humans will ever come back? You know, I wonder if maybe it could happen in like a DLC, but I think it would be more likely in like a sequel. So yes, but maybe not anytime soon. Yeah, I think if that were to happen, it would be like a sequel. And they could maybe like continue the story. Right? And I think that would be cool. I think a continuation of the story would be pretty rad. I hope they don't come back. I think most people agree with that. I don't want a sequel just add to the game. Yeah, which is what the companies want too. So you're probably going to get that. You know what I mean? That's what the companies want too. If they could keep supporting a game instead of having to develop a brand new one, that's always more profitable. Except for like Nintendo has proven that like selling new games is really profitable for them. So it's like all about a balance, right? But from everything I've read about the gaming industry, it's more cost effective. It's more cost effective for a game to continue living on than it is to make a new game in most scenarios from what I've read. So yeah, like all of these companies would prefer that we all just played the games forever. That's like kind of, I think, better for them. This is my Withered Wastelands. That's right. We're doing some designing today. We spent most of the stream designing today. We did some dailies. We found a legendary today, which is awesome. My first in 2 weeks of this game existing. I got a freaking legendary, which is awesome. Which one? Raikou. Legendary electric, legendary dog. The only way I see humans returning is if they're still alive after a century because they went through a wormhole or using some wormhole to return. I mean, I do think that there's some wormhole stuff going on potentially. Malachi says, maybe your trainer comes back and takes you to space to colonize and build on other planets. Dude, that would be sick. The sequel was actually a space building sim of some sort. That would be dope. And we're like rebuilding planets. Ultra Beast DLC. Hope everyone's having a good afternoon. It's 2 p.m. here in my world, and we're just easing into that kind of right down the middle afternoon time of the day. Appreciate y'all coming and vibing with me, of course. Pokemon Sky. Shut up. I also got these I got these appetizers. I don't know, are these meant to be a snack? I got these appetizers. It's just some food, and it just says appetizer on it for her. I guess these are just meant to be a snack. Feed up to 1 tray per day for an average size adult cat. Appetizers are intended for intermittent or supplement feeding only. This product may be fed daily along with complete and balanced cat diet. So what they're trying to say is that it's a snack. Dude, if I'm reading this correctly, This has more calories in it for the cat than their whole day's worth of food. This is insane. Am I reading this correctly? So last night I just went into depth. There's a thing called kcals. So kcals are cat calories. And for a 13-pound cat, so 12 pounds was the guide. My cat wants about, and there's different levels, but like my cat wants anywhere between, for conversation, let's say roughly 250 calories on the low end. And that would be like low, but like enough, to about 400 in that window. 500 is for like a super healthy like cat who's like maybe not as old as mine by a little bit, and like 250 or something's for like a senior cat. So I want to explain that to you. All right, so I read about this. So my cat probably wants roughly maybe 250 to 400 calories a day so that they don't become obese, because it is kind of a problem for cats. This little package of food has 558 calories in it. What? Like what? Like what is this, dude? It's a snack. This is a snack. This is a snack. You open it up and you put a little bit down on the plate. You give them a little snack, dude. This is a treat, is what this is. That's a treat. That's crazy, dude. Good Lord. That's crazy. Yeah, I have to pull up my notes again. But it's like I pulled up a whole kcal calculator for cats. I pulled up a whole guide last night and I was reading about it. Again, I'm just getting nerdy with it. I'm just having fun. But like, so spayed and neutered. And they're about 6.5 years old. And they're about 12 pounds. Recommended daily calories is 200. Look at this. Like, this is insane. Like, I don't know what this is. I don't know how this works. I've never used this one. This one's different. Oh, this is dogs. Oops. Yeah, I didn't use this calculator last night. I used a different one. Yeah, it's like, I think this is the age. Spayed and neutered. And it's 12 pounds. Recommended 200 calories a day. We recommend a 10% reduction in calories because my cat's a little older. Yeah, you do like less as they get older because it's senior cats that are prone to eat a little bit too much because they don't move as much. 182 food calories. Like, I think that's kcals. I think this is for kcals. I'm not sure. Anyways, I have some notes I wrote down. I don't remember. I'm just getting nerdy with it. Literally min-maxing. Yeah, I'm just having fun. So a mature cat from 7 to 11. They asked for the pet's name, Midna. We'll put Midna/B. They asked for the weight. We'll say 13.5 pounds. And we'll say that they're just ideal weights. The goal is to maintain, calculate. They said that my cat needs 306 kcals. So 300. Like I said, about 250 to 400 each. So yeah, isn't that crazy? Anyways, let's just move. I'm just nerding out. The things you've been Googling once you become a pet owner, yeah. Anyways, I'm just nerding out. It doesn't matter. That's cheesesteak. Give her half and save half for later. Right, exactly. That's a snack. Whoa, no! No, I destroyed somebody's home! No! Ah! Oops. Sorry, Blossom. Simcetera, that's funny. Oh, these iron ores. Thank you, buddy. I didn't know you were working on iron ores. Are you a recycler naturally? Oh my gosh, dude's a recycler. He must have did some work for me. Thanks, buddy. Not Blossom. Yeah, the worst part is that she's not even hanging out. So now she's lost in the void. Because if you destroy a Pokemon's home that isn't visible, then they're just lost in the void until they appear. Or until like the next day in some cases. So like you can't really do anything about that. Like what people recommend if you do this on accident is to leave the area and come back. And a lot of times that does trigger homeless Pokemon to appear over ones that have homes, because the game is coded in a way to prioritize homeless Pokemon spawning, because the game knows they don't have a home. So they're like trying to encourage you to build one for them. So like it's not all bad, but so the blocks are bouncing because it's raining and the blocks are getting wet. So that little bounce animation is just a cute little cute little something. If you immediately rebuild their home, I've had them move back in their home. Oh, wow. So if you just immediately rebuild it, they might not lose their home. That makes sense. That makes sense. My beloved namesake, Peach Blossom. I'm sorry, Blossom fans. I'm sorry. It might have been too long for me to rebuild it now. Yeah, because I destroyed everything around it. So I'm not going to try this time. But I will keep that in mind next time, and we'll see if it works. Boom, boom, boom. All right, now what are we doing here? I think this is where it stops. Oh, you know what? I think I might have broken too much down. Oops. I do this all the time. I start yapping, and then I'm like... wait, I didn't need to destroy that much. I start freaking yapping, and then I'm like, I didn't need to do all that. All right, what am I doing here? This is all going to be flat. Yeah, I need to clear all this. This all needs to go down to the next tier. Yep, okay. And same thing on this side. So we're okay. We're okay, we're okay. I literally only messed up a teeny bit. And that's even if I want to have a straight line here, which I'm not even sure if I want to have a straight line here. Boom, problem fixed. Rolling is fun though, it is. Do 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 do. Oof. You feel the pain of food effects wearing off. You really do. It's like I can't even play this game without potato steaks anymore. I don't even know what that feels like, you know what I mean? Like, you feel the actual pain as soon as you lose those potatoes buffs, potato hamburger steaks. Is there a way to tell where homes used to be if you displaced them? No, not outside of like memory. Ah, I see where I messed up here. Okay. Okay, this all makes sense. I was so confused the other day about something over here having to deal with this fence I'm building. I was so confused. I'm like, what am I doing over here? It's like after the coffee speed boost in Stardew. Yeah, you can't go back. Once you go coffee, you never go back. Do 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 do. I store a lot of homes by flooding, so it's easy to turn them back. A leaf den has been moved. All right. Let's go acknowledge that real quick so little Goomy can get back into its house. Let's go acknowledge that real quick so the Goomer can get back into his house. Because he can't until I get over here. Oh, also, I apparently destroyed Homie's house. Oopsie. All done? Yo, get out of here. Y'all are all up in my face. I'm trying to talk to this little guy. Yeah, my little Goomy. All right. Got his house. We're slowly moving Pokemon into the Safari Zone, where a lot of them will actually be living, like permanently eventually. So. Slay King, Slow King. I like him. He called me a sweetie. What a little cutie. Do 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 do. All right, let's summon Combee. And let's summon Chansey. Pokemon getting in the way of stuff feels so much like the followers in Skyrim getting in the way. Yeah, or like Animal Crossing villagers getting in the way while you're terraforming. It's so good. I find it to be hilarious, to be fair. Onyx hates this rain, dude. Sorry, Onyx. Onyx, the rain is making everything around Onyx get all cute and like hydrated. And then the stone makes stuff be less hydrated, and it's just like a perpetual cycle over here. Is there a block limit of what you can place? I don't think so, no. I don't think there's a block limit at all. Oh. Well, that was not a plan, but now I got a red grass. I'll clean that up later. Onyx is not about that life. He is not. Do 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 do. If you hold ZR and R, you can go hyperspeed. But it's a little too hard to control, so I don't do it often. Dude. I can't control it. It's too much, dude. Seems like items have limits like security cameras and wireless power transmitters. Yeah, I think there are some cases where that is something you deal with in this game, and I think there are some cases where it's not. So I think blocks and decorating and stuff don't have any limits, but maybe electricity, maybe stuff like power transmitters. I could see that stuff having limits. Wonder if there's a bowling thing to set up for Graveler form. That would be cool. I wouldn't mind some Graveler bowling. All right, I think we're taking this whole ledge down here. Do individual Pokemon have unique minigames? Only a few of them. So Bulbasaur has his own unique minigame where you can play jump rope with him, and I think it's only Bulbasaur that has that minigame, unless maybe it's a couple other like grass Pokemon or something. But yeah, I think it's only Bulbasaur. So like, yeah, there's like a couple examples of that in the game. There's not a ton of it though, but there's a couple examples. By the time I'm done with the Dojo Island, it's gonna look nothing like it used to. I love that. Okay, so that's all a fence right there. And then on the other side of the fence, we want to have some cliff. Boom, so this all makes sense. I built this earlier and I'm instantly tearing it down because I misunderstood the plot here. All right, so perfect. So this is all going to be fenced in over here. And we'll have a bunch of trees here. All right, and then this is a fence that's going to go that way. Okay, sick. Wow, 2 ordinary soils laying around. You're going to do this to me, game? You know what? Bite me. Come visit and see what I did with the museum. I'm not going to be able to do it today, but I'll come visit you here soon for sure. I'm just going to keep... I'm kind of in my flow state right now. I love watching you do this stuff. Helps me realize a better use for abilities that I ignore. Good, good. I love you learning while I play. Good, good. All right, I do have enough furniture to go ahead and give Crobat. I do have enough furniture while I give Crobat to give Crobat and Muck their homes. Because we need 3 pieces of furniture for the gym. These are going to be the Pokemon in the gym. Crobat's going to be upstairs and Muck's going to be downstairs. These are Koga's main mons, baby. Koga's main mons, baby. All right, and here's the entrance to our gym. I did just pick up some automatic doors I could put down here. But I don't think I want to have a door into a door. I think that feels stupid. Crobat and Monk, Koga, gotcha. Yep, yeah, we're going Koga here. Oh, you can have 1 Pokemon in the house at a time. I've learned this the hard way. So let me just get a fire pit down. That's going to be super safe. Let me get a torch down. That's going to be super safe. Well, it's not going to be lit. Let me put a bed down. Boom. I know this is the worst home possible. Don't judge me. I'm just trying to get these Pokemon out of the wilderness. What if Tangrowth was Koga's Tangela? Wait a second, you're right. Koga did have a Tangela at one point. All right, Muck just gets the empty room. Looks like my house, the bachelor pad. This is a nice pad. I'm glad you think so. Easy to please. Yo, oh my gosh, Skargan. Get it? Missed the plot? It's a plot of land. I'll see myself out. What up, Skargan? All right, those Pokemon got a little bit... I was thinking that because Tangrowth's house was near Koga's. Dude, what if Koga was the owner of Tangrowth? Wouldn't that be insane? I thought Tangrowth was Professor Oak's. No, but there is an implication that the owner was a professor. So yeah, maybe we are getting ahead of ourselves. There is an implication, right, that the owner was some sort of professor, but we were thrown off by this because there's not many professors with glasses. So this is really throwing us off because Tangrowth has glasses on, and I thought there was an implication that the glasses were his like original owners. Right? I thought so. So when this game first came out, we were trying to figure out what professors have glasses. And is that something that we can use for information? So it's like, maybe that helps us better. Now, keep in mind that, like, I don't know, what if it's not like a professor we know? Or what if it's just like one of Professor's aides? And like, I say this jokingly because like the aides always had glasses, right? Like, what if it's like just one of the aides? Oh no, I forgot. I'm full on stuff. Yikes. I gotta stop doing this right now. Then Professor Elm, perhaps? Dude, if it's Professor Elm, isn't that Johto? Is this all just a long-term game to teach us to nudge us towards Johto DLC? We're back again, full circle. We had this conversation earlier today. Johto DLC. Johto DLC. Johto's right next door. It's just a stone's throw away. It's just a stone's throw away, baby. Johto DLC. Johto DLC. I want to go to Ekritique City and see the burned tower. But run down. I want to see the rundown burned tower. Regional DLC makes sense. It does, right? Like, instead of them trying to flesh out more Kanto, wouldn't it kind of make more sense to give us a whole new zone? Right? Like, that does make sense as far as options for DLC. Like, instead of giving up more Kanto, which would be great, we sat here and discussed at length this morning all the possibilities for Kanto. They could do Cinnabar plus Seafoam, or just Seafoam, or just Cinnabar. They could do Pallet Town, but that would feel weak without the addition of something else. And we already have Pallet Town, so it's like, whatever. They could do Viridian City and Viridian Forest. They could do Viridian City and Ignigo Plateau. They could do just Ignigo Plateau and Victory Road. They could do Cerulean and Bill's house. They could do Cerulean, Bill, and the original power plant, which wouldn't make too much sense. They could do Lavender Town and the underground path, the Dark Cave. Or they could do just the Dark Cave, which is pretty big, or even just Lavender Town. They could do Lavender Town and the South and like the West. They could do all Celadon as a massive city on its own. That could just all be its own thing, and maybe the other part of the biking trail. They could do, last but not least, that's it. I think that's everything. Right, because we think we have Mount Moon. I think Mount Moon's a part of Rocky Ridges. So like, yeah, like if you really think about it, there's plenty of Kanto content that they could do. But I agree with Mike, it would kind of make sense to do regional DLC, right? Instead of doing more Kanto, instead you just jump over to Johto and you give us like the 3 major locations from Johto. Think about it. Goldenrod City, Ekritique City, something else, maybe the Ocean Port, or maybe like the Lake of Rage City. They could do the Sevi Island, right? Like, there's a lot of possibilities for. We haven't even talked about the Orange Islands that were like in between games. They, like, yeah, man, like, and I'm just thinking Johto. Like, we haven't even touched base on like the all the other, you know, generations, right? Like, let's be real, and I know a lot of you might not like this, but I'm gonna say it. The Alola region would be perfect for this game. We would have all of the things you would need. A bunch of islands, we swim, we fly. You know, like, I don't know, man. I feel like the Alola region and Generation 7 would actually be a really good region for them to add to this game. I just think it fits the vibe of the game. It would be cool. And it would make sense because of the story and the foundation and the potential wormholes and all that stuff. So I could really see, I could confidently see them going in the direction of like Alola. Alola makes a lot of sense, and with time travel and all the stuff going on in this game, Alola could make sense, right? So I think there's a lot of options, man. It'd be so volcanic. Johto is highly likely because I mentioned that what if they eventually add another transportation, like a train? Oh my gosh, what if we can like rebuild the train and take it to Johto and go back and forth with the train? Oh, I would cream. I said this earlier and I'm going to say it again. And you guys don't hear me talk about like I just said too often, so my bad. But I'm going to tell you right now, if they did Johto DLC for this game, I would lose my I would go insane, dude. I would. I'll be real. I would. Because that, like, Johto and Gen 2 is just I'm a Gen 2 baby, dude. I'm gold, silver, heart gold, soul silver. Like, I would go nuts for some Gen 2 love, dude. I would go nuts. And I know, like, there's so many wonderful regions. I think a lot of people have Gen 1 and Gen 2 burnout. It used to just be Gen 1, but I think Gen 2 gets a little extra love and people get sick of it, but I don't care, man. I'm making a Pokopia Ecritique as we speak, so you might get a taste later. Ooh, the burn tower. Oh, for Ho-Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Why didn't I? Oh, I'm losing it. I'm losing it. They put Ho-Oh and Lugia in this game. The stage is already set. The stage is already set. What if why we can't bring Ho-Oh and Lugia home right now? Because we have to wait until Gen 2 gets released, and then we can give them a proper home. And the dogs! Oh my gosh, dude. They didn't put the lake legendaries in the game. Just saying, there's 3 of them. But they did put the dogs in. Yeah, man, I don't know, dude. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. I seriously think Gen 2 makes so much sense for this game. It just makes so much sense, but we're also grasping at straws here. Because, like, we don't even know if they're going to do DLC. And, like, I know, like, it seems like a no-brainer that DLC would happen. I know. It seems like, why would they not? But, you know, they never did DLC for Pokemon Snap, and that game, it got a free update. You know, they never did DLC for Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, right? Like there's plenty of examples of them skipping out DLC, even if it makes sense. So, like, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We shouldn't assume that DLC is going to happen. Like, we can be hopeful. Do I want to have Grimer live with Muck? No, I think I'm going to give Grimer, Zubat, and Golbat a house to live in. All in one house. Zubat and Golbat will be the upstairs, and Grimer will live in the downstairs by himself, maybe? I don't know. I would rather just give Zubat and Golbat their own house, to be fair. Yeah. And then that means Grimer's still left without a home. I could just move him into a future house that I haven't built yet. But yeah, this is going to be Venonat and Venomoth. This is going to be Zubat and Golbat. And then in the gym, we have Muck and Crobat. We have Wheezing and we have Coughing in their own houses. So it seems like Grimer's just going to get his own little one-story apartment or something. Because I'm not sure. I might just move him somewhere else. Do-do-do-do-doom-doom-doom. According to the Terra Leak timescale, DLC was planned for Pokopia from the get-go. Oh yeah, I forgot about the Terra Leak stuff. I mean, again, it's not like we're surprised hearing that. Like, it's almost like a duh situation, right? It's like, duh, like of course they're gonna do DLC. Malachi says, while I agree with your observation about no DLC for modern remakes, all the modern releases have had DLC. Yeah, for the most part, right? Yeah, I think we see DLC for this game. It was just too successful. It's just too successful, right? I've been of the mind that DLC makes sense for this game since release, so definitely not arguing it, but more so was just trying to be the tame person in the room. Like, what if they just ignore it for some reason because Nintendo sucks like that sometimes? But I will say that I have been of the mind that DLC just makes too much sense for this game, so I'm right there with y'all. I'm right there with y'all. DLC is just, it feels like the no-brainer that we all have this mindset of like, that's a no-brainer, and I think because it is. You know what I mean? Because it is a no-brainer. It just doesn't make sense to do anything else. Boom, boom, boom. It's gonna continue to sell more. Yeah, dude. Spawn Wave has a prediction that this game is gonna rival Animal Crossing sales for Gen 1 Switch by the end of this Switch 2's life. Does that make sense? So like, Animal Crossing was a slow burn outside of its initial release. And by the end of the Switch 2's life, now Animal Crossing's almost at 50 million sales, and it's the second highest selling game of all time on the Switch 1. And when this game came out, Spawn Wave dropped a take that I agreed with. He was like, this game is going to be the slow burn. This game is going to be the 50 million selling game by the end of this generation. This is the game. This is the game that's going to slow burn to like the top 3 sold games of all time on the Switch 2. And I think he's right, dude. I think he's so on point with that take. It's like, yep, I see it. It's in the freaking cards. It's right here in front of us. We are seeing one of the highest selling games of the Switch 2, period, for the whole generation. And it just came out a day, like, you know, a month ago. Like, we are in it right here. Yeah, it's for sure. This is one of those games. People are already buying copies of this game without a Switch. I like your even keel mindset. We all need a splash of cold water sometimes to calm down the copium. Yeah, it's important to me as a creator specifically because I think that it is a little bit of my and everyone's responsibility as creators, but I'm not here to tell people how to live. But I do take it as a personal responsibility to like help maintain the peace around leaks, rumors, and that whole like side of gaming where like we build up expectations because of leaks and rumors, and then we get shut down and then we get pissed. Like somebody just said it last night. You know what they said? They were like, this sucks for Nintendo that this leak just happened about Ocarina, Star Fox, and all this stuff. Why? Because if Nintendo doesn't deliver on all that stuff, everyone's going to be pissed now. And that's how that goes. Isn't that like, that's how it goes. Like, And they're right. They're right. It's like, dude, if Nintendo now does not release a new Star Fox, and if they don't actually have plans to do all this wonderful stuff that's being leaked, everyone's going to be pissed. Because leakers are like setting the pace weirdly, and like that sucks for Nintendo. I don't care about Nintendo all like that. They're a big corporate, you know, who cares? But that just sucks. That just sucks that, like, it's true. It's true. Like, they are going to be held to the standards of leakers. People who make stuff up on the internet are controlling the narrative. And now when we don't get a new Star Fox, and when we don't get a Zelda Ocarina of Time remake, and instead it ends up being some Zelda game that nobody wanted, everyone's going to get mega pissed because they're all going to be stuck with the what could have been and the leaks, instead of being grounded and saying to themselves, none of that was a reality, none of that was guaranteed to happen, calm down, right? And like, no, it's a hard conversation to have with people, and disappointment is a natural feeling that we all deal with. So when somebody comes to you and says, later on today, I'm gonna bring some cheesecake in here, your favorite food, and you're like, man, I can't wait for that. And then they show up later on and they have a coconut cake. You're going to be disappointed. You're going to be like, well, you told me a cheesecake was coming. I started salivating, and now it's a coconut cake. It's still cake, but that's not at all what I expected. And that's the problem with the leak era right now. That's what leakers do, man. They're kind of ruining the fun for everybody. They really are, dude. Oh my gosh, it's Gudra. You know, and then also when I say ruin the fun, I was referencing like that it's also kind of unfortunate that we can't be surprised anymore. You know what I mean? So it's like when the next direct drops and they drop the Ocarina of Time remake, we're all going to be down a peg. You know, we're all going to be down a peg. We're all going to be like, oh, well, cool. Nice. It happened. You know, a lot of us are still going to be super hyped and excited, but some people are, you know, it's going to be, oh, well, you know, the leak, I kind of knew about this, you know? And it's like, so it is weird. I think the leak era kind of sucks for a couple reasons. You know, like, it's like it kind of takes the wind out of the sails of all these special announcements that we could get, you know? Oh my goodness gracious me. Hello there. I'm so happy we met. Oh no, I've gone and gotten overexcited again. Hence all the slime. Do be careful. It's quite sticky. Now then, why don't we celebrate our meeting here with a friendly hug? Oh, what is going on here? Yeah, Malachi, right? And again, that is all per person. I'm speaking very matter of fact, but I think we all understand, to be clear. It's all per person. Some of us can rein ourselves in. Like, I'm going to still be mega hype if a Zelda announcement gets made, because I don't believe leaks. I don't commit. So my brain is like ready for the truth to come out. If it's not coming out of Nintendo's mouth, I do not believe it's real. Because of my mindset, I still get surprised and I still get excited, you know? But I know there are people out there that maybe don't have that same discipline, and maybe they do let themselves kind of build up expectations, and you know, it's just a different universe for some of us, you know. Can you eat water? I can. I can suck up water. What's up, Marty Gall, by the way? So I was okay with all that stuff being dry, Marty Gall, and I apologize I didn't reply to your message right away. But because I'm going to be changing all of that dry dirt out for grass here soon. So I just didn't get a chance to say that, but just to be clear, all that dirt that's there that I put down, I'm going to be changing all that out for fresh grass soon. And I'm just going to use the Magnemite feature. So that's all just temporary for now anyways. Dragon Pokemon, its form of offense is forcefully stretching out its horns. The strikes land 100 times harder than any blow from any heavyweight boxer. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I can do the water trick for sure. All right, well, we got a new Pokemon. I'm really happy that we got some new Mons today. Our Pokedex is slowly but surely coming together. Stealing grass in Dream Islands because I want a cyan grass in my town. Smart. Mega smart, mega smart. Do we have a new Pokemon here? We have a new Pokemon! Dusknoir! Let's go! This place, it is brighter and warmer than the world I was in before. This human, too, is different than I remember. What? You are not a human? Much here is of great interest to me. I think I will live here for a time. It comes and goes between this world and the afterlife. People fear this Pokemon because it is said to suck in lost spirits and take them along. Moody. Shaking every tree on Butt Island, you managed to earn 1,700 bells. I thought it would be a fun feature to add that it says your island name back to you in some scenarios so that it feels more like organic. And I also wanted to do it for those types of interactions. So thank you. Because that's exactly why I added that feature to my game. Because I wanted it to be able to be like, you went around searching your own butt and you came up with nothing, like whatever you guys end up naming your islands. I thought it would be super silly. I'm working on an update right now that pulls one of your villagers out of your villager list. So like every day you'll have a chance to do a gift exchange with a villager. And when you activate the command, it pulls from your island villager list. So it feels realistic. And it'll just pull a random villager and be like, Tangy walks up to you and offers you a gift. Do you trade or whatever? So that it kind of feels like realistic. Sorry, it's my villagers is the command you're looking for. You were close. Sorry. Yeah, it's because of Isabel Bot. She ruins it. Sorry, it's my villagers. Isabel Bot ruined. Yeah, she like, I don't want to get rid of her, but I had to do a different command. So yeah, that's one of the updates I'm working on right now, is that it'll pull from one of your random villagers and be like, hey. So yeah, just to show you what I was talking about here real quick, because the chat was curious on YouTube. They were like, why are you, like, you don't have to have all this dry dirt, you know, you can fix that. You're right. I could just splurt some water out here and clear all this dry water. But you have to realize that I'm actually not doing anything about that because I'm going to be doing this. Yeah, like none of this is going to stay dirt. So yeah, thank you so much for trying to help though, seriously. And I do apologize I didn't reply to you right away, bud. I hope you're enjoying the show over on YouTube. Yeah, like there's a reason why I'm ignoring this, because like this is all just temporary. Eventually I'll have all of the grass I need to do this. I might not even have enough. I might end up having to farm it from Dream Islands. So all you gotta do is just pan the camera, or sorry, put it down and then, oh, I'm out of pee-pee. Of course I am. Oh wait, I don't have to switch to eat. I forgot. I'm remembering. I don't have to switch to eat. Perfect. That's such a nice little pro tip, dude, because I always had to switch. And then just doing this, right? And then all this dry dirt is going to just get sent to my inventory. And then I can just trade it for goods over the next couple of days. All this barren soil is just going to get traded to me. And I don't really need regular soil either because I have a whole chest worth. So this is all just trading fodder as I exchange it here for grass. I know not being able to eat his graveler sucks. Yeah, I really wish hopefully they do that in like a quality of life update. So yeah, so the only other benefit for me switching this from barren to regular would be if I need a bunch of ordinary soil. But as I was saying, I just don't need a bunch of ordinary soil right now. Because I do have a whole chest, so I'm just... This is all just extra. This is all just fodder here. Boom. And then there you go. All that dried stuff is gone. All that dried stuff is gone, and I just went through 4 stacks of regular grass. We're almost out here. Done. So I do have another like half chest of regular grass, but by the end of this project, I'm probably going to need to go farm some more. Or I could just run around with powered up leafage and just like leafage everything, but that sounds like it would take forever. I don't think that sounds fun at all. I'd much rather just farm the grass up from somewhere using graveler. Would that even... Yeah, that would work. Yeah, that would work. Yeah, I'd much rather just farm up the grass using graveler. And then just bring it home and then just switch it out. It just seems like the more efficient thing to do. Sorry, Oddish. Not sorry. Oddish was like, whoa, homie. All right. So the build that I'm doing doesn't really have a ton of changes in terrain. The build that I'm doing doesn't really have a ton of changes in terrain, which is why I'm doing this. Because I've already had enough changes in terrain from the beach, and I don't want to have too many more. So I have already kind of made a couple exceptions where I did a terrain change for my build versus my original source material, because I just don't want to have to destroy everything and flatten everything. But I am not going to make an exception the whole time. So this is like the last area that I need to cut down. Like this whole area has to get down one layer. All of this. And it all needs to get down to this layer that I'm standing on. All the way this way. So we're almost done. And then once we get all these Pokemon rehomed and we clear all this up, get rid of all this water, then we can start to rebuild and start to actually build what I'm looking for this place to feel like. And it's going to be like, imagine just like a big park. It's going to have a lot of like this stuff going on here, but my own kind of vision. So imagine it's like a big park. I think I am going to build this exact scene in the top corner just to get myself like grounded and started somewhere. And then I even plan to use the different colored grass from the lighter yellow grass to create this path here. It's going to be really nice. So, and then I'm going to be extending this. Like I'm going to basically take this concept right here and I'm going to make it bigger. Just like a lot bigger because I have a lot more space to work with, right? But I'm going to have to fill the blanks, so to speak, with my own imagination. What do I want my little parks to look like? And then this way I can incorporate a bunch of awesome habitats into this. Even some leaf dens and stuff, right? Because like leaf dens and stuff are very cute and bush-like. So I can incorporate some wonderful dens here. Yeah, these arch fences exist. I found them. Yep. I found these freaking fences. They exist. Yeah. The ones at the Bleak Beach are green though, and I need white ones. But the problem is I don't have the recipe yet. So I have the fences, but I don't have the recipe. So until I find the recipe, I can't mass produce them. But they do exist, and that's what matters. So I also need this information board. I don't have it, but it does exist. I also have the these little signs, and I will be building a little greenhouse in the corner of this area. It sucks because there's actually already a greenhouse by the back, but I'm gonna have to build a new one. So yeah, all this is gonna look pretty good. It's just gonna be a lot bigger, and it's gonna be like there's gonna be a lot more to it, right? Because like you can see the size here. Now take a look at the size I'm working with. Here, I'll go into Magnemite so you can kind of see the full scope. So it starts right here at this fake fence, and it goes up a ledge, and then it's gonna stop. It's gonna stay at that level. So I have all of everything you see up into that cliff to work with. So I do have a lot, and then it actually goes even further over here, all the way to the fence line here, this stone fence line all the way up. So I have all of this space to work with. So I'll have the greenhouse right here. If you can kind of wrap your head around that. And then otherwise, everything else is going to be kind of free form. Like I have a lot of space to work with here, and I'm going to make it look really cool. It's going to be basically like a big national park in a sense, like a curated hiking park, like for humans in that sense, not like a nature preserve. That's going to be the safari zone in the back. So this is going to be a very park-like. I'm going to have a lot of little places for Pokemon to gather, a lot of water, and I'm going to really kind of turn this into a fun like park. That's the best word to describe what I'm looking to build here. So do you have a lot of viewers because you're the only dude on Twitch? So do you mean playing Pokopia? Is that what you mean by that, Charmander? Is there not a lot of people playing Pokopia today? And no, this is actually around my average for my audience in general. So welcome to my show here. I'm Highly in Descent. You call me Highly or Joshua. And I've actually been streaming for 7 years this Monday. And my Animal Crossing, Stardew, Zelda, and Nintendo content has drove my success mostly. Now, this game is giving me more success, to be fair. So yeah, you're kind of right a little bit. Yeah, I'm one of the guys that are sticking with the game, and I'm building myself a little community further. Pokemon fans, cozy gamers, it works really well for what we do here, and we've been doing for 7 years. And it would be foolish for me to say that this game hasn't given me more success. But let's be clear, my average before this game came out was about 350 per stream. And this game came out and it bumped it to about 450 for about a week there. So it's at about 400 now per stream. So yeah, we got a little boost, but we're always growing, even if it's one viewer at a time, it all matters. It all adds up, I love listening to your opinions on Zelda and Pokemon. Yeah, dude, nice. Thank you for popping in. You're welcome to my channel. It's nice to meet a fresh face out there. And I'm feeling a little generous. So here, take a sub on the house. Sometimes I just get weird like that. Here, take a sub, dude. Welcome to the show, man. Hopefully you find my content enjoyable. You can find my YouTube channel as well if you want to poke around and see my old content. I have a bunch, dude. More stuff to release as well. So if you don't find me live for the day or for the evening, jump over to YouTube. You can find a lot of stuff over there as well. So yeah, welcome to the show. Thanks for the follows coming in, by the way. And welcome in here. Boo, boo, doo, boo. So yeah, we got a lot of fun stuff to work through here, but we did a lot of work today. I wasn't sure. I realized that I have to stop just picking at this project. Were y'all down for watching my decoration stuff today? For those of you that have been here all morning? And the Void Cat's doing well. I know it's a weird question to ask because I'm an Animal Crosser. I design all the time, but I'm just kind of throwing it out there, man. I realized that I had to stop picking at this. I was only picking at it, and I was like, dude, if I'm gonna ever finish this, I need to just start going all in and really making my dream of what I want to do in this game happen. So that's what today was. Today was just me kind of pushing it a little bit, making sure we really are making this wonderful experience happen. And now I still have to build my gym, but I'm waiting for recipes for certain blocks. So I can't build my gym until I'm waiting for recipes. That's why I moved away from the gym. Just a heads up. So until we get the recipes we need, the gym's just gonna have to stay this way. So we can work on everything else. I figure why not just work everything else out, get everything, the stage laid. We could start building our other buildings. We could start getting houses down and stuff, and we can start figuring out what we're doing here. I do want to get a couple more houses down in this city, even though normally Fuchsia City doesn't have a ton of houses. Part of me is thinking about using the cliffs up here and adding a couple more houses. It's the future of Fuchsia City. It's not just Fuchsia. And I'm thinking maybe in the mountains, I might add another cabin or two just to give some more Pokemon homes and to kind of make this area feel a little bit more special. Because like, I'm not trying to design exactly Fuchsia City, you know, like I want to add my own flavor to this. So I think I might end up adding a couple mountain houses to just give myself a little bit more flavor. I'll still use the purple roofs and stuff like that. But what recipes do you need? I need pop art stuff. I can show you really quick, just for conversation's sake here. I need pop art stuff for my gym. I want to build my gym to I want to use all the stuff from Sabrina's gym in game. And I just don't have, I haven't been lucky enough to find the recipes yet. What's up, Lily Beth Luna? It's all RNG, you know, it's just fun stuff. But yeah, here, I'll show you exactly what I'm looking for because it's going to look great. And funny enough, it matches perfectly with the gym design that I'm looking to kind of copy from Fuchsia City Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, which is because they did a bunch of research, you know what I mean? Like they knew what they were doing. So here, let me go up here and show y'all exactly what bricks I'm looking for. Undo our transformation and then just start flying because it's a little faster. All right. So if you go to Sabrina's gym, she has the perfect setup of bricks for a gym design if you're trying to do something similar, you know. It's perfect. I need this right here. So if I pull out my camera, it might say what it is. Let me see. Yeah, because I took pictures yesterday. I need the pop art wall, the pop art middle, and the pop art lower. And you're going to get them all at the same time. Like once I discover the pop art blocks, I'm going to get all this stuff at once because that's how the game's been delivering this stuff. So these are the 3 main bricks that I want. And then I can use iron plating for the middle, which looks nice. And then it wouldn't hurt to also have the recipe for cyber stuff, which I think I actually do have the cyber recipes. But I don't plan on using it in my Fuchsia City gym anyways. My Fuchsia City gym is going to be pretty adjacent to Gen 1 and 2. Like, I'm going to just do wooden floors, wooden walls, and I'm going to try to create, like, fake walls and ninja vibes. I don't know what I'm doing yet, but we're going to figure it out. Do you have the foundation block recipe? No, I don't know. Do I have a crafting table around here? Let's go see. I was waiting on the big bookcase and I finally got it this morning and I'm here destroying my dream island instead. You can see it from your menu. Oh, I forgot about that. You're right. There's a whole menu for recipes. Thank you. I appreciate you, Burn Remains. Thanks for sticking with me. I'm not sure if it's the normal or metallic or the Pokemon, but having Magby use normal and Litwick use metallic furnaces, Litwick got more iron ingots done than Magby. Interesting. So are you painting a scenario where Litwick was using the worst oven? Because, you know, there's 2 different levels of ovens. Are you saying that Litwick was using the worst oven but was more efficient? Maybe there's like different levels of efficiency for the Pokemon? Like that's It's weird. Foundation block. Let's see. Doesn't look like I have it yet. Let me stop going so fast. Hold on. I know somebody in the chat this morning was looking for the foundation block, and they made it sound like it was RNG because they were like, man, I can't wait to get the foundation block. So maybe I just haven't got one yet. Yeah, it doesn't look like I've gotten it yet. You'd imagine Magmortar would be better at melting things than Magby. That was you, Dr. Roxo? Yeah. The upgraded furnace smelts twice as fast. I had my screen turned on in my pocket, and I was scared I had butt typed something. You totally did. Your whole social security number, you might want to go get that changed. You might... Ba-ba-boom, boom, 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 boom. Oops. All right, man, we made some sick Pokedex progress on accident. We got 6 Pokemon today because we did a little bit of work on challenges around here. And then we just got some lucky spawns that we've been waiting for. So it's almost time to start moving all of these Pokemon away from this area so that I can start designing this area, because I'm starting to get sick of my Pallet Town. Slowly but surely, I'm going to get pushed into competence when it comes to my area. It's like I'm almost at the edge here where I'm ready to just start moving these Pokemon even further into Pallet Town so that I can start decorating this area, because I'd like to... I don't know. I'd like to do something. I saw somebody extend this road a little bit. That seemed cool. I want to create a market district first. I want to do a big, awesome looking, like decorated market square, like market district. And I can have all my Pokemon trading and stuff. That's like the first project I'd like to do, but I don't know where I want to put it. And then the other project I'd like to do is I want to change my farms up. I want to do a straight up fantasy life farm where I do like tiered farms. I want to do like a super cute tiered farm setup on some cliffs and stuff. I think it could be really cool. So that's the other idea I have. And then the last idea I have right now is I want to change my orchard and move it and get it in a proper setup where I could use it a little bit easier. Because right now the orchard's kind of lame, but... Do you still need the bike rack looking fence? Yeah, I'm looking for the arched... It's called like the arched fence. I have like a piece lying around, so I know what it's called. Yeah, I have a piece like lying around. I think it's called arched something. Someone in the Discord had the recipe at their center. No way. Oh, I might need to reach out to them, because who knows when I'm going to see this recipe, dude. You know, I might actually have to, like, make that happen. I thought I grabbed a piece for reference, but who knows with this nightmare of organization right now. Yeah, I thought I grabbed a piece to double check. Here it is. Arched barrier. Arched barrier. That's what I want. I think you can just buy the recipe when you level up Bleak Beach. I don't think so. So all of the recipe, all the PC shops are connected. And it's not available for purchase for me. Right? Like, just to be clear, all the PC shops are connected. So like if you see something available to purchase in one, they're available in all of them. Yeah, I never got a chance to purchase it. So we could have different items though. Somebody earlier said they started their game and they started a brand new save file and they had different rewards than their other save file. So there could be something where like every time you play the game, you get different recipes for certain rewards. So it could be something like that as well. Bam, bam. So now I just need to figure out what I'm going to put on the bot, like under this. Like I need to figure out what I'm going to be putting under this. Like it's not going to be dirt. It looks like it's some, my reference photo, it looks like it's some form of like brick. Sandstone? I don't know. I haven't really thought about it too hard yet. Can you access the shop at someone else's Poké Center? You can, yeah. 296 down, 4 to go. Oh no, are they not gonna do like a special? Oh, these are different. These are different. Wait, what? What just happened? Are they not gonna connect? Is it because they're different pieces? Are they not gonna like do like a loop for me? Oh, they're not gonna do a loop for me. Yeah, this one has a leaf pattern, which I wonder if there's ones that are like patterned specifically better for like what I want. Because like, there actually is patterns on my reference that look really cute. They almost look like little Pikachu heads and little Oddishes. I would love some patterns. Did you know that when you put the fence down, sometimes it changes patterns? No. What? Nuh-uh. Are you sure? Is it just random? It's random for the arched fence? This is so goofy. What? This game is so sick, dude. Oh my gosh. I might have to use a pillar here. I could. Whatever pillar I plan to put here, I could probably put there, because I was going to try to put some pillars here. Some form of stone or brick pillar. What's the blue building? It's a Pokemart, and it's where your Pokemon can set up a shop. Do, 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 do. I forgot to take all those patterns to freaking Smear Guru again. A closer look at the fence. Oh, thank you. Oh, I see. So it is mostly the regular arched barriers with the occasional design. That's so funny. Yeah, I gotta figure out those pillars. They would help. Those pillars would help. I wonder what to do about the corner piece. That's confusing. I don't know what to do about that. I didn't think that was going to be a problem. Yeah, oh, a lamppost. That's not a bad idea. The wall is a brown brick. I wonder if Smear Guru can paint it. Just put a bush in the corner. A bush is actually a good idea as well. You're gonna recreate the battle frontier? Sick. Yeah, that's what we're going for, though. That's what we're going for. We're going for these fences here, and it's going to go all the way around. What's up, Nuva91? Thanks for the knowledge, by the way. Super awesome, dude. Nice, dude. I can't believe those fences. This game is too good, man. This game is too good, dude. All right, y'all. I'm going to get out of here and go get myself cleaned up and do some chores before I potentially go out for about an hour or two to go say hi to a lifelong friend of mine. So let's jump over here and let's throw up some jams. And I'm gonna call it here today. Thank you everyone for coming out for some Pokopia. We'll be back tomorrow, and we're probably gonna be playing some more Pokopia. Who would have thunk? Who would have? I don't have a problem. You do. And yeah, we'll see. It's Sunday, so we can do whatever we want to do. I'm shocked. All right, I'm out. We will be back tomorrow, though. We will be back tomorrow, and we'll see how long we go, because I do have a week of content planned for my celebration here. So starting technically Wednesday next week starts a week of content that we're going to do to celebrate 7 years of streaming. So 7 years, 7 days, Wednesday to Wednesday, April 1st to April 8th. We're celebrating 7 years of content creation. And we'll likely be streaming for 7 days in a row, and I don't want to say too much else. I do have some ideas to make it cool. There might be a lot of variety, though. So variety stands will be happy, but Pokemon Pokopia fans, I need you to just try to come and enjoy the show. We put on a pretty awesome show here, and I am going to be kind of showcasing my journey, 7 years of streaming. And in order to do that, I think I want to do games focused this year. Last year, we did 6 days, and we did a special day representing my stream and eras day by day. We did 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022. This time around, I think I want to do one game that represents every year that we played over these past 7 years, and really kind of like showcase what I've accomplished over these 7 years. So I'm kind of keeping this vague on purpose. You'll just have to come by Wednesday next week to see what I'm talking about. But that does mean that I will likely take off Tuesday so that I can take a breather. And I will be here tomorrow and Monday, maybe later. And then Tuesday I'll take off. Wednesday we'll lock in. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be a blast. And Pokopia will be played, just not as much. And, you know, again, I don't want to oversell this, but I'm going to say it. All right. I'm going to say this is where night streams might come in handy. Right? Like, if I still want to keep playing a bunch of Pokopia, hopefully we could maybe figure that out. I don't want to oversell it because I haven't been doing well with night streams. Let's just all be honest. But that is kind of like the idea in my mind, is like, if I can pull this off, I can still have my cake and eat it too. And in this case, my cake is Pokopia. So we'll see what happens here. Thank you everyone for coming out for a lovely Saturday show. Don't worry, Pokopians, plenty of more Pokemon Pokopia content to come. Don't stress out. I don't want to overspeak. I don't want people to think I'm abandoned, and I'm far from it. Look at this mission. Look at this journey I was doing in game. We're far from done, all right? Oh, thank you, Dazabound. So I will be starting back to my regular time these next coming days. So thanks for the heads up. So does that mean that I'm going to be an hour later than I have been for y'all? Right? I'm going to be an hour later. I've been showing up at noon for y'all, but now we're going back to normal schedule. So 1 p.m. instead of noon. I believe that's what that means. So yeah, UK heads, expect me here a little later than maybe you have been for the past couple days. All right, y'all, this is Highly in Ascent signing off from another wonderful Hyrule Gaming Group production. If I don't see y'all here tomorrow, for some Sunday shenanigans. I'll see you when I see you, fam. Don't forget to game on. And of course, as always, peace. Wrap it up and on to the next episode. Peace. All right, y'all. Oh, Cozy, no worries. Thanks for popping in here. Yeah, appreciate y'all, and I love y'all. I'm honored to be a part of your daily routines, and I'm certainly honored to have you as a part of mine. And again, dude, I said it yesterday, but today, just the same. Beautiful audience, beautiful chats. Thanks for hanging out and vibing with me today, spending your time here this weekend alongside myself and this beautiful community. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll lock in, do some content, and have a good time for some Sundays, sleepy Sundays. So we'll see how we feel. Peace, y'all. Don't be shy. I'll see you around, and hit them cat jams. Peace. Peace.